In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. In the morning while I'm driving, Ronnie, I really come alive when it's time for RonyiQ. I listen to my Ronnie, Ronnie. I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for RonyiQ. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Grand Rising. Good morning, Liz. It is always good to see you. I hope your week went well. Everyone who came in, I appreciate you being here. And let's get into this news because there has been a whole manifesto that has come out in the news. If you are unaware, Palantir has put out a whole manifesto. Now, what I want to know is, have you been paying attention to the news that I have been giving you for years? Or are you a Johnny come lately? Are we pretending like, RonyiQ has not been out here years telling you what is going on in the world? It's not a new thing. It's thing that I have been keeping you updated about, have been telling you the updates. Now, there is a new update about Palantir and its control of the military and thus the control of the people. We are not going to forget how many times I have instilled in you the teachings and the beliefs of Russell Vought. Russell Vought, who is over the Office of Management and Budget. And we're going to go through his little hearing that he had recently. But if you're not familiar, also there was a ceasefire. The ceasefire was extended. Now, the funny thing about that extended ceasefire is that no one met with Donald Trump's side. The Iranians said, no, we're not coming. So last night, your president announced that they are extending the ceasefire indefinitely. So Iran refused to meet again with 45-47 because 45-47 always is on some bullshit and always striking in the middle of peace talks. And now, remember when they had their first ceasefire, and then quickly thereafter, within minutes, Benjamin Netanyahu struck Syria and said Syria wasn't a part of the ceasefire, and then 45, 47 was so panicked that it was obvious who was running his ass, and then he begged Benjamin Netanyahu to please stop these strikes. I got a midterm to look after. I have to continue to shore up my scam for the midterm. So Benjamin Netanyahu had a fake ceasefire. Benjamin Netanyahu has had a ceasefire with Palestine since the day that they announced that there was a ceasefire between Israel and Palestine. So let's keep it real clear. Everything has always been real obvious about what is going on. So now we hear today. If you have not heard today, Iran has captured two ships in this trying to go through the Strait of Hormuz and disabled one ship. So your president said that the ceasefire is ongoing and Iran is capturing ships. Iran is saying, no, we are doing what we have done prior to the ceasefire, and therefore anybody paying attention to what America is saying, no, we're gonna boycott the Strait, and whoever we want go through is going to go through. No. Okay, so people are effing around and finding out about what's really going on in the war. What's really going on in the war is that it's a mess. It's a mess that our country is paying billions of dollars for lunacy. This is what is going on. Okay, let me see what you guys are saying. Thank you for coming in. Please hit the like button. Hey, Foot Soldier. Hey, Jill's Comfort Zone. Um, but uh, what I also want to really talk about is this midterm election. These midterm elections. Um, it is getting more and more obvious that this administration is going to, in my opinion, try to prevent these elections from going off. Now, if you are familiar with uh, Texas, they gerrymandered their maps via Governor Abbott. You know, they just went in and gerrymandered their maps. Florida, uh, they have gerrymandered their maps. Indiana had a intention on gerrymandering their maps, but they changed their mind. Uh, I'm not sure if Missouri did their maps, but they were definitely talking about gerrymandering their maps. Now, these are all Republican states. Now, to counter Texas gerrymandering their maps, California put it on the ballot for the people to vote if they would change their maps. And the people voted yes, change your maps. You know, meet them where they are. Change your map. So basically, with California changing their map, it appears that California would gain as many seats as Texas would gain for Republicans. It seems like California would gain those same number of seats for Democrats. So that wipes out any advantage that Texas has of gaining 5 seats. So it looks like California would also gain 5 seats. You get it? They are Xing each other out. So now this happened last night. They had a special election in Virginia. So they also put it on the ballot. Virginia is, I believe it's a purple state, so to speak, because they can never figure out who's going to be on top in Virginia, a Democrat or Republican. So they have gerrymandered their seats, but they put it to the people to vote if they should change their maps. The Republicans do no such thing. They just go in and they get the word. The word comes down to Republicans what they must do, and the Republicans do it. Now, My question is, at what point do a person who lives in these districts just continue to go on with these do boys in elected office? These do boys who can do everything that they're told from the higher ups, but they can't do anything for you, their constituent. What has it gained people to have do boys in office? And that goes for Democrats too, who have Du Bois in office. Cory Booker had the audacity to blame voters for shit that goes on in his administration, in the halls where he has been fucking quiet as a church house mouse as all of this stuff has gone on in this government. Oh yeah, Cory Booker, yeah, he did a 6 hour, he did a history making speech, but it has to be some action behind your words. You need to be, in my opinion, in my humble opinion, there needs to be votes that are being constantly taken. So you can put these people on record what they have supported and the things that they have not supported. You can talk all you want to, but once you make them put their signature on the line for some votes or not voting for some things that will help people as bad as it is out here for people in the United States, we need to know who needs to be put out of office. And if you're sitting up there just waxing poetically, if you're sitting up there just happy that Mike Johnson is recessing Congress every day so you can go out and do your personal business because you're still getting paid, because you still have lifetime health coverage because you're a senator or a congressperson. What does that say about you? What does that say about you and how you're representing your constituents as they are losing health insurance? It's appalling. It really is. So, um, it, you know what else is appalling? What else is appalling is how our military is being done. Let me let me take you to this clip and let you see how our military is faring during a war. It's an actual war. They try to tell you it's something else, or it's this that. No, it's a war. And I showed you the pictures yesterday of our military sending pictures home, asking for care packages because this is what they have to eat. So let's hear it from a. I think he's a former colonel. Navy commander exposes Trump treatment of U.S. troops. I spoke about it yesterday. I showed you the food that they are feeding our military veterans, asking and expecting them to go out and fight a war in Iran, eating this. So let's get into this.
The new escalation in the Strait of Hormuz, Iran's revolution.
Bobby Jones here for Midas Touch and Ballot.
Hold on. This is a report about Iran harboring and taking over two ships and disabling one ship.
The new escalation in the Strait of Hormuz. Iran's Revolutionary Guard says it has seized two ships in that critical oil shipping route. And Iran's state media saying a third vessel is now, quote, disabled off the country's coast. All of this just hours after President Trump extended the ceasefire with Iran indefinitely. Let's go to CNN's Nick Robertson, who is in Islamabad, Pakistan, where there's possible new talks between the U.S. and Iran are on hold. What do you know about these ships in Iran, that the one in particular that was seized in the Strait of Hormuz?
Yeah, I think there are several things happening here all at the same time. The president said there's divisions inside the Iranian leadership. We are absolutely seeing that play out in real time. On the one hand, you have ongoing diplomacy here in Islamabad, the Iranian ambassador going in to meet the prime minister. And on the other hand, you have the IRGC claiming that it has taken control of a number of ships in the Strait of Hormuz, at least one ship reporting an IRGC vessel coming up, an IRGC gunboat coming alongside of it. No radio communications. The gunboat starts shooting up that container ship. It's severe damage to the bridge. We understand no one injured there. And another ship in the same sort of area in the Strait of Hormuz, not far from the Iranian coastline, also shot up. Again, that ship, the crew, not damaged. But the IRGC here, the military, if you will, the hardliners in Iran, are signaling what we're hearing from the politicians. And the politicians are saying in Iran that the US blockade on the Strait of Hormuz must be lifted. And President Trump was very clear last night when he, in his Truth Social post, extended the ceasefire. He also said, I'm not lifting the blockade on the Strait of Hormuz. Now, how does that play into what's happening in Iran with those leaders there who, the more moderates we might call them, who want to get into the talks? But we heard from the foreign minister there, who was the number 2 at the talks last week, saying that absolutely the United States needs to lift the blockade on the Strait of Hormuz. It's clear. President Trump's made that clear. That's not going to happen. We had the leader of those negotiations saying that, from the Iranian side, saying that they weren't going to come into the talks under the shadow of threats. Now, the perception here in the region was clear that President Trump wanted to use the end of the ceasefire as a lever in the talks, as pressure on the Iranians. So it does appear by extending the ceasefire, the president's taken off that pressure point. However, the Iranians have come out and said, we didn't ask for that ceasefire to be removed. The diplomatic maneuvers here that we see in this city would indicate there's circumstantial evidence to suggest that the Iranians may well have asked for that ceasefire that was put forward by the prime minister, that the foreign minister here yesterday, that the field marshal here contacted President Trump about, and he acted upon. But the diplomacy on the ground is playing out here, and the hope here is, contacts I talked to, that the talks can still happen. That optimism is still here.
Colonel, give us some sense of what the rules of war here are and what you make of this latest move by Iran seizing these ships after the United States seized one of theirs, I think, in the Sea of Oman.
Yeah, this is a very interesting development, Sarah, because what you're seeing is, as far as the rules of war are concerned, there's definitely an escalation here. Now, a country can seize ships if it believes that there is, some criminal activity going on, or there's a threat to their national security or their national sovereignty. So that's going to be Iran's point of view. And in this particular case, what you're seeing is you've got these ships, and now they are basically a bargaining chip for the Iranians. They're coming into these potential talks with ships in their possession. They have a third one, as you mentioned, that's disabled, that could also be seized. So you have a situation where they're going to come in and they're going to take as much advantage as they possibly can of the different ships that are out there, and any ship that's trying to run their blockade. They're going to try to take it over, because they are saying that they can control the Strait of Hormuz and extract tolls and things like that. So that's going to be a significant thing.
Look, Beth.
And what most people don't realize, okay, you see this little waterway, you see it narrows. It narrows to approximately under 22 miles. Some people say 22. It's actually under 22 miles wide. And you have huge tanker boats, huge container boats going through this strait. So they must navigate it cautiously, because also the water is much shallow as it is in the open ocean. And then you have to understand that that's just not land around the Strait of Hormuz. Those are mountains. Those are mountains where Iranians can hide weapons and strike down. And I strike down upon you. We're going to get into that as well. I forgot to talk about that yesterday. They have a bird's eye view of what's going on in the Strait of Hormuz. And these are places that they can hide and strike anything they choose to. And while your administration want to put out how much they have damaged Iranian missile launchers and all of those things, all of their most of their missile launchers are in fact underground, and that they can't even bust open with a bomb with those bomb busters that they have, because they are undergrounds and under mountains, so they can hit the tops of the mountain, but they cannot get down into where where a lot of their launchers are. So, okay. So we have our own president who negotiated with himself that this ceasefire will continue. No date given. No date whatsoever given until the talks are worked out, when he hasn't talked to anyone about the ceasefire in the first place. So your president consulted and negotiated with himself, and they have extended the ceasefire. That's all we get from this. I concur. Anyone still supporting him is the same. I concur. Who can support this? So your president sat down and negotiated a ceasefire, and both people agreed. Him and his soggy brain, they both agreed. Okay, so this link is in my description box. It is the first link. Is in all of the anything that I share with you is going to be in my description box. This is under Iran capture ships. So there is something else I want you to understand about what the troops are going through under Pete Kegbreath and all of his Bible thumping. This a whole fraud, professing to be some evangelistical minister or some shit, some white Christian nationalist, a church goer. Let's see how our troops are being treated. Let's see what the letters going home to families are saying about how our troops, with a Pentagon with $1 trillion budget, are being treated over in Iran. You know, the same Pentagon that I told you that this past September they had overage in their budget, their $900 and some billion budget. So your Pentagon decided to just abuse $93 billion on lobster, on ribeye steaks, on crab leg, on designer furnitures, on Apple products, on contracts to God knows who. We do know that Donald Jr. and Eric Trump are now have contracts with the Pentagon. $93 billion they blew. Why did they blow it? Why did not say that we had a surplus in our budget? So hold that over for next year, and we'll spend this $93 billion and add it to whatever you give us for next year. No, they spent it because they said it's a use it or lose it policy. If we don't use this $93 billion that we obviously don't need, we're not going to get this $93 billion in our next budget. Now, see, you could try to make sense of that. You could try to say, well, I can see that happening. I can see that happening, but you didn't have to blow it and spend it. You could have just held it in the account, or you could have did something like that. But no, you can't see it because they already knew as of July 4th, when they signed that big bloated bill, that the Pentagon budget had already been raised to $1 trillion. So you cannot use the excuse of we had to use it or we may have lost it when you already know that your budget had been increased for the next year. So let's see how the people who are fighting this war are wearing. With
Bobby Jones here for Minus Touch and Ballot Media Networks. Amateurs think tactics.
With his $1 trillion budget. Now, what did I say he was? He was a Navy commander. Now, this is Navy commander exposes Trump's treatment of U.S. troops. I talked about this on yesterday. I've seen it around a little bit, but I wanted to make sure you share this information. You need to make sure that you understand what type of people we are actually dealing with and standing in front of cameras talking about God and God's will as they treat their own military this way.
Professionals think logistics work. Bobby Jones here for Minus Touch and Ballot Media Networks. Amateurs think tactics, professionals think logistics. That's a saying that's long been a part of U.S. military culture, especially amongst the planning cells of the United States military. Well, the USA Today broke a story that reflects either a lack of planning or the situation is much more dire than the president and the Secretary of Defense have been saying. In the article, the USA Today has people, families, military family members who are saying that their servicemen and women are not being fed properly on board U.S. Navy warships that are deployed to the Middle East in support of the operations against Iran. The pictures show pretty barren plates, basically canned food that has been laid out there, and that sailors are saying that the ship is having to ration, the various ships are having to ration what food stores that they have left. Now, for someone who has been told by the president and the Secretary of Defense that the United States is dominating in this war, and as someone who not only deployed there many times, but was headquartered to deal with specifically the Strait of Hormuz, I have a hard time digesting what the president and the Secretary of Defense are saying. And here's why. Reportedly in the article, thousands of care packages, packages that families send to their loved ones while they're deployed, have been held up because there is no mail getting to these ships that are deployed there. Now, the United States Postal Service has mechanisms that has mail delivered to ships. It's how sailors and Marines get to vote when they're on deployment, et cetera, et cetera. But out of the hundreds of zip codes that are attached to military units, 27 of them have been currently suspended with no end date in sight. This is because the logistical nodes of the United States supply line in the Middle East have been cut off. And what do I mean?
How did the logistical supply lines get cut off to the point where they're withholding the zip codes? So these sailors who are eating dog food can't get care packages from their loved ones. You notice the things that get cut off first is things that affect the working people that keep this country going. And you notice those are always the things that get cut off first. Let's continue.
By that? Well, I mean that over the entire geographical area of the Middle East and where the United States operates, there are...
Another thing I want to note, how did this transportation highway get messed up? Because this war is messed up. Because they cannot risk sending in packages to sailors because logistically they are in a fucked up situation. That's why it's fucked up. While they are lying to you that they have won the war, they don't have any Air Force, they don't have any Navy, they don't have anything, they have nothing. And they are too afraid to send care package in to these. No, they don't give a fuck. They really don't give a fuck. If they die, they just gonna say, if they die of starvation, they're gonna say that the Iranians starved the people. They don't even try to make up good lies anymore. So they are rationing food, but not allowing care packages in for the sailors, which they pretty much well know that care packages that are sent into different military installments where people are. The care packages, 9 times out of 10, includes things that that sailor or that military person likes to do what? Likes to eat. It's usually filled with things that they like to eat, socks and things that they may need, anything that they may need in that region. But wholeheartedly, it is full of things that they like to eat. Let's continue. And if they have been, now it has been reported that the families have been getting these pictures back from their people who are in the service. These are pictures that they have been getting back at home. So you know that these care packages are full of food. But Pete Kegbreath cannot tell you when these packages are going to be delivered. You know what this kind of sounds like to me? It just puts me in the spirit of. It puts me in the spirit of when the Jews were wrangled up from the ghettos, and they sat there and let these Jewish people pack things in their suitcases, and they took them to the train stations, and then they wouldn't allow them to take their bags on, and then they just piled up the luggage, and the luggage was spilling out of the bags and all of this type of stuff. It was just piled up, and the people had to go on the train without their luggage. And then what happened? They rifled through everything that was in those suitcases. They stole everything of value and burned and threw everything else away. This is what this reminds me of. This is exactly what this reminds me of. And who is doing it? The highest level of the military is doing this type of shit in my mind. I'm telling you, this reminds me of this. Just have no fucking whim of care about the people that are in harm's way, that they are putting in harm's way. The most, the person who is spoken about the most by this unqualified Kegbreath when he speaks is 4547. He shows no umbrage to the people who are out here fighting this war. He shows no respect or honor to the people who have lost their lives in this war. Now, at least Raising Cane is quick to acknowledge the military service people, but not Kegbreath. So there needs to come a day when there is a reckoning for this disgusting behavior.
Our bases, right? Those bases have been attacked, but not just attacked, specifically the bases and their logistical pieces, the storage warehouses where they would hold the mail, where they would store the food, etc., have been hit. This is important because specifically for U.S. Navy warships, replenishment ships pull into these ports, get the mail, get the fuel, get the supplies, get the goods that sailors need to exist on these ships, and then take it from there and meet these ships out somewhere in the ocean and replenish them. You know, it's a cyclical thing. You know, it could be every 5 days, a week, or something like that. But ships plan to get fresh food, more fuel, and all of these different things for operations to continue. It's part of what's called the Combat Logistics Force, in the United States Navy, and there are, about 30 of them total that go all over the world and conduct these missions. It's what allows the United States warships to stay on station at sea for hundreds of days at a time. Well, if there's no place for these ships to pull in, those bases that I mentioned that got hit, well, where are you going to get your replenishment from? And Iran was very strategic in the bases that they struck. When they hit Bahrain, they hit Fifth Fleet's headquarters, which has a ton of storage area. In UAE, they hit the port of Jebel Ali, where I was stationed and did work and actually saw the mail and saw the food and all that stuff that got sent to other ships while protecting them when they pull into harbor. As a matter of fact, Jebel Ali is the busiest port the United States uses in the Middle East. It got hit immediately. So with all these nodes being cut off, right, how is it that we expect ships to continue to stay at sea in the best operating conditions? Okay. Now, the Pentagon, specifically Pete Hegseth, dropped a lot of numbers that sounded impressive. They said, hey, 6 million meals have been served to all of these sailors that are deployed there, and that the food is not an issue, that each ship left with 30 plus days of food, etc. And he's right. He's not mentioning, though, the caloric intake each sailor is going to get. And that matters when you are on a flight deck crew in the middle of a desert area and it's 120 degrees outside and you're wearing gear and you're only getting a flour tortilla and refried beans. That's a problem. Or he's not mentioning that when you do go on deployment, you have about, a week to 2 weeks of fresh food and vegetables. And after that, it goes bad. And if you can't get any more, you just rely on canned goods. So that is why when I saw the pictures that the Pentagon released showing that sailors are not starving, that they're eating, all I saw were canned goods, canned meat, canned vegetables, everything like that. And now the families of the military members that are deployed are telling us that, hey, their care packages aren't getting there. And there are thousands that are just sitting there waiting to be delivered, which has, some non-perishable food for these guys, hygiene products for these guys, all of these things that you need to just subsist, let alone do your job. They're not getting there. And when the families have asked the Department of Defense directly, there has been no comments released. The only time the comments have been released was when the national media, the USA Today, and now others have asked this question, have we gotten a response? And this is where the credibility issue with the administration becomes an issue. Because throughout this entire time of this conflict, we will get an initial report and then there's a revision. About how many things have been destroyed, and then it's not so many. Or when a plane got hit, that didn't happen. And then the video of the plane getting hit is shown on worldwide TV. All of a sudden, they admit that this has happened. All of these things and the lack of credibility are now coming into play when we're worried about sailors actually being able to eat and do their damn jobs. When you factor in the blockade that the United States is doing, and then the Strait being shut down by Iran, where are these ships going to go to get these replenishments? Where are these ships going to go to get refueling? All of this matters. The supply line has to move further away from the Strait of Hormuz and the Persian Gulf due to the lack of accessibility that these ships have to those ports. And if nothing else, despite all the rhetoric you hear from the Department of Defense, if everything was going the way they said, the domination of the sea, the domination of the air, the domination of land, you would have these ships being able to pull in wherever they wanted to, get replenishment, and go back out. They would show you video of it happening. They're not going to. And most importantly, the USS George H.W. Bush, one of the newest aircraft carriers and one of the most powerful warships in the world, had to go all the way around the Cape of Good Hope, around the southern portion of Africa, to get to the Middle East from Norfolk, Virginia, because they did not want to go through the Suez Canal into the Red Sea and have to deal with the Houthis. So
now Now they're talking about closing the Red Canal as well. They knew that they would have to deal with the Houthis. Why did they know? Because they've already dealt with the Houthis early on in this administration. The Houthis were striking ships that came through the Red Sea, and there's another Samdam Strait that they have to go through because they were still shipping goods to Israel. And that's why the Houthis were striking, because they were against the genocide that was going on. They were against the genocide that was going on there.
Logistic arms destroyed. And then on top of that, you don't have the freedom of navigation that you say exists because your most powerful warship cannot go where it wants to. And you have families that want answers, immediate answers on the welfare and the feeding of their loved ones. None of those things should be outside the pale of what the United States military's leadership, specifically the Secretary of Defense and the President of the United States, should be able to answer. But instead of answering these questions, instead of showing us what's actually happening, we're relying on reports from families. The Pentagon press corps is still trying to get into the building, and we're supposed to trust a man in Donald Trump and another man in Pete Hegseth that has lied repeatedly about what's going on in this conflict. That is not leadership. That's an abdication.
Love this video? Support independent media and unlock exclusive content, ad-free videos, and custom emojis by becoming a paid member of our YouTube channel today. You can also gift memberships to others. Let's keep growing together.
The suspect accused of planting pipe bombs outside the DNC and RNC on January 5th, 2021.
Talking. Who do you think? I'm just talking. Who do you think received that all of those ribeye steaks, all of those crab legs, all of those lobster tails? Who do you think received all of that? Do you think that it was military personnel, or do you think that it was civilian personnel that worked in the Pentagon? Who do you think that they spent that $93 billion excess that they had for their last budget on? Who do you think ate that shit? Who do you think got that a name brand furniture, high end furniture? that they spent in the Pentagon budget. Now you have your troops at war eating dog food. That link will be in my description box. It is, of course, pinned under dog food. Thank you for letting me know that I had no sound. Jill's comfort zone. I appreciate you. Okay, now here is something else that I definitely wanted to share with you, because I think I've shared with you a number of times how
Bobby Jones here for Midas Touch and Valor Media Networks.
Let me get out of here. I think I've shared with you a number of times how Palantir is one of the agencies that has a whole lot of control in our Pentagon, has a whole lot of control in every government agency that we have. I think I've told you the dangers of Palantir if let loose widely, the things that they brag about doing. I have shown you pictures of the CEO, Alice Karp, rejoicing in the fact that sometimes we kill people. These are his own words, and then he has to stifle himself down, like, "Ooh, did I say that?" He talks about killing people, and then tries to cuff it around innocence. "Oh, did I say that? Oops, I said that out loud." Type of bullshit. But what you may want to know, that Palantir has come out with a manifesto last night. Let's review who Palantir is. I want to review Palantir with you so we understand whom we are speaking of. Let me get to my notes about Palantir. A friendly little reminder about who Palantir is. Palantir is owned by none other than Peter Thiel. Y'all know I have told y'all about Peter Thiel a thousand times. Y'all know I have told you about Peter Thiel.
Breaking news right now. I'll be the first.
Okay, let me get to the Palantir portion of this. Let's get to the Palantir portion of my video. Here we go. Here we go right here.
It's one thing to criticize your former employer. It's taboo to do that. But to criticize an employer that also owns extremely lethal technologies and surveillance technologies that are highly invasive and used in war zones is something else entirely.
It's 2025. We're all kind of used to government surveillance. The idea that we're all being watched all the time and don't own our own personal data has become normalized. We're also used to the military spending vast amounts of our money on just a few giant defense contractors. But one tech company wants to change both of those things
and become the ultimate military contractor and the ultimate arbiter of all of our data.
Palantir is here to disrupt and make the institutions we partner with the very best in the world, and when it's necessary, to scare enemies and on occasion kill them.
Check out Palantir shares surging 22% after the company cited a boom in demand for its AI software from the U.S. government.
We're doing it. We're doing it. And I'm sure you're enjoying this as much as I am.
Palantir, a tech company based here in Denver, claims they can revolutionize government systems with their data analysis software, newly powered by artificial intelligence.
They've been hired by the Department of Defense, the FBI, local police departments, and even the IRS and Wendy's to take in the information those organizations collect even more information, and use that data to draw conclusions.
It can be used to completely reconfigure organizations' ontology, its reality, what systems matter, what information matters, what processes matter, how they are structured, what biases are introduced at each of those stages.
We talked to a former Palantir employee, dug into decades of research, and listened to hours of Alex Karp's own words to unwrap the layers of Palantir's carefully cultivated sales pitch, how they capitalize on fear, uncertainty, and unrest.
I don't think in win-lose. I think in domination. This is a company built for bad times. Bad times mean strong finances internally. Bad times are very good for Palantir because we build products that are robust, that are built for danger.
Let's rewind a little.
Bad times are good for business. And now, what do they talk about? Danger. They always want you to be under this prism that this controlled state, this control of everyday people, of where people go, what people buy, how to be able to stop people. Palantir has this pre-crime initiative in Palantir. What is pre-crime? Pre-crime is you have not committed a crime. This is your government also has accepted this pre-crime idea. And if you have been watching my channel, I have distinctively told you the mechanism that the United States government is putting into effect, talking about what they're going to do to citizens for pre-crime. Yes, this is a real thing. You don't have to commit a crime. And the government is making sure that they put up guardrails and legislation and rules intact for people who they suspect that may commit a crime in the future based upon analytics that they get from people like Palantir. So if you have not listened to my show very long, you may want to go over there and check out. You may want to go over and check out. Oh my God, I cannot believe Ken Klippenstein's Substack. Because why you want to check him out? Because Ken Klippenstein was the one who blew the roof off of the NSPM7, where a lot of these vague ideas are shored up by your government to make vague ideas criminal. If they decide to say you are too unchristian-like, if you don't support Christianity, if you have wide-ranging ideas about immigration that don't fit what they want to say they should fit, all of these things. If they say that you are anti-traditional family, this government, with the family that your president have, wants to be able to define you as a domestic terrorist if you don't have traditional views on a family. Yeah, under this administration, under this president, with his family record, wants to penalize you. So the main thing that I'm saying is that Palantir has put out a whole manifesto on all of these vague terms of reasons why they can arrest you and actually take you away from society. Why are they doing this? Because if you don't die after all of these cuts to healthcare, they're going to disappear you. If you thought that all of these warehouses that they are continuing to buy all across this country were for undocumented immigrants, these undocumented immigrants that they are sending out of the country, there are 1,100 people who got into this country because they helped the military out in Afghanistan. So they decided to let these people come to this country. But because one of the people that came to this country that was finally certified under 47's administration, went out and shot two National Guards. There are now 1,100 Afghanistan people who are not this one man. But since they came in under the same protection that the other 1,100 people came in, they are talking about deporting these Afghanistanians to Africa because of what one person did. What the fuck you think they gonna do to you? What do you think they gonna do to you? You think they gonna treat you any different? Now, what one of the biggest things that you also may want to understand about all of these people who are making decisions, all of these draconian warehouses that are being set up. One thing that you might want to understand. With you and your American values, you and your American first thinking, that these people are not Americans, they damn selves. These are immigrants. These are immigrants who are making all of these rules about you, an American citizen, you whose ancestors may have fought for this country. These people who have immigrated to America are making these decisions about you and your freedoms. Why are they doing this? Because they see you sit around and not care about yourselves. They see you sit around and continue to vote against your own interests. They see you sit around and continue to buy products on Amazon because it's convenient for you. They see you continue to support your own demise. So why won't they help you out? Why wouldn't they help you out? They see you sit up here and see your government want to destroy education, want to destroy history, and you cheer it on. Like they see you sit up here and know that the government is the ilk of all your problems, but they throw a red herring as a black person, as a Hispanic person out here, and they see you chomp at the bit and continue to vote for the people who have done you wrong. They know that half of you that complain about black people haven't never lived in proximity of a black person or rarely run into a black person in your life. But they see you sit up and complain about how black person is the problem in your whole existence. How black people in black crime has affected you so much that you're so concerned, and you're so concerned about your safety. But you ain't concerned to go home to that drunk white man who beating you upside your head. But black people, you will come out and say black people are your problem. So, well, let's be real clear. What a Palantir has in store for you. Shall we go a little further? I'm going to leave that up for 1 second. Let's see what Peter Thiel has to say about humanity. Shall we? If you're not familiar with this, let me share this with you. You know, I did the piece on Peter Thiel, how he has that little homestead in Honduras, where they are putting parts of computer where they do all of this scientific research, old men taking their young sons up there trying to figure out what they can garner from their own children DNA that will advance them living longer lives. All of these people who are putting computer parts in their body. Why are they doing this? Because they can do it in Honduras. They don't have to follow any regulations. They're doing a whole lot of adding computers to my body type of shit up in Peter Thiel's little getaway for billionaires. This is what they're doing there in Honduras. And so an interviewer asked Peter Thiel, well, surely you believe in humanity, don't you? Don't you believe in humanity? He even referenced how they put these computer chips in their bodies. But then he has the audacity to actually believe that Peter Thiel will be able to say, of course I believe in humanity. Peter Thiel is unable to say that he believes in humanity without hemming and hawing and jaw jerking on it. Now he does finally says he does believe in humanity, but he goes further to say that the humanity has to have be implanted with technology. Now, these are the people who have the largest government contracts in the United States. Now, these are people who are taking your tax dollars and acting as if they are not the welfare queen of America, who are getting the biggest amount of the American dollars, are trying to tell your elected officials that you, the taxpayer who put the tax dollars in the coffers, are the problem in America. And they have the solution that is going to put you in order. Welfare queens, contractors, these are the people. And they are not born and bred Americans. Okay, let's get into this. Before I get into the kaboom of this manifesto that Peter Karp has put out. Let's go here.
You're hesitating.
Yeah, well,
Yes?
I don't know.
You would prefer the human race to endure, right? You're hesitating.
Yeah, well,
Yes?
I don't know. I would
This is a long hesitation. This is a long hesitation.
There's so many questions implicit in this.
Should the human race survive?
Yes.
Okay. You would prefer the human race to endure.
I hate that they cut this off. I have not been able to find the interview. When he finally says yes, there is a but. It should be intertwined with technology. Let me show you this other one where they actually talk about integrating technology with the human body. I want to show you, this is before the question. And then after the question, he says, yes, but also infused with technology. So let's get into this.
Number of people deeply involved in artificial intelligence. It seems very clear to me that a number of people deeply involved in artificial intelligence see it as a kind of mechanism for transhumanism, for transcendence of our mortal.
Transhumanism. That is mean your mortal body is transfused with technology. Let's be real clear on these people who have put out a manifesto. And I'm going to read it to you.
Mortal flesh and either some kind of creation of a successor species or some kind of merger of mind and machine. And do you think
some kind of merger of mind and machine?
I think that's just all kind of irrelevant fantasy? Or do you think it's just hype? Do you think people are trying to raise money by pretending that we're going to build a machine god, right? Is it hype? Is it delusion? Is it something you worry about? I think you would prefer the human race to endure, right?
Let's see.
It seems very clear to me that.
Let's see what he's posing to him in its entirety. And Peter Thiel can't disagree with the notion of melding mind with machine, because that is something he believes.
A number of people deeply involved in artificial intelligence see it as a kind of mechanism for transhumanism, for transcendence of our mortal flesh, and either some kind of creation of a successor species or some kind of merger of mind and machine. And do you think that's just all kind of irrelevant fantasy? Or do you think it's just hype? Do you think people are trying to raise money by pretending that we're going to build a machine god, right? Is it hype? Is it delusion? Is it something you worry about? I think you would prefer the human race to endure, right? You're hesitating.
Yeah, well,
yes?
I don't know. I would.
This is a long hesitation. This is a long hesitation.
There's so many questions implicit in this.
Should the human race survive? It seems very clear to me that a number.
I am going to find this whole interview because I want you to hear what he says next. So I'm going to move on right now. Let's go back to the former employee that worked for Palantir, and let him tell you more.
Palantir's story starts with one of the most effective things a company can have for sales: fear.
After the September 11th attacks, the United States government began expanding surveillance both at home and abroad. This was, of course, a boon for the defense industry at large. Simultaneously, the Silicon Valley tech industry was growing fast and making people in a once obscure industry very, very rich, very, very quickly. Like the founders and executives at PayPal, known as the PayPal Mafia. Elon Musk, Reid Hoffman, the LinkedIn guy, and Peter Thiel. When PayPal was sold, Thiel had millions of dollars burning a hole in his pocket and an idea. PayPal had developed systems for detecting fraud and crimes on the platform. What if they could use similar thinking to analyze the world at large? So Thiel pulled from his network to build out a new company. One of the first hires was Thiel's Stanford Law School roommate, Alex Karp, who'd gone on after Stanford to get a PhD in not business or computer science or engineering, but neoclassical social theory. They named the company Palantir, after the Palantiri from J.R.R. Tolkien's Lord of the Rings.
In Lord of the Rings, the Palantir Stone is a magical object that allows its users to predict the future or to see what's going on in a remote location.
It was originally created by the elves. It was meant to be used for good purposes. It is potentially a very dangerous technology. It's very powerful.
Long have you hunted me?
So that's Middle Earth. But what does Palantir do in a regular Earth?
And what we do is we use what legal scholars call predicate-based research. So we would look at you, and then we would go out and say, oh, there's lots of different things in your life that may be indicative of someone involved in bad behavior.
Put simpler, they make software that makes it easier for their customers to collect and analyze data, and then act on that analysis with and without AI. By 2013, 10 years after their founding, Palantir's client list included the FBI, the CIA, the NSA, the Marines, the Air Force, Special Operations Command, and more.
Did your company help to track and kill Osama bin Laden?
You know, we can never. I'll tell you, the closest thing to an answer is when you look at when you open the paper and look in the news about these kind of things, there's a 2/3 chance, depending on the country involved, that somehow my company was involved.
fundamentally, the mission that is pushed to employees is that we're solving the world's hardest problems and supporting Western institutions. That is the main driver of sort of this militaristic culture that is developed inside of Palantir.
If you do not feel comfortable supporting the legitimate efforts of America and its allies in the context of war, don't join Palantir.
This entire message of like, we are the most lethal, we are the most able to surveil and process large amounts of data.
You have created the system which you call kill chain.
Privately. Publicly, the lawyers have some innocuous
So
something like tech for the amelioration of unwanted blah, blah, blah. Some term we're supposed to use.
Okay, let's...
Yeah, for me, it's the kill chain.
Kill chain sounds good.
Kill chain isn't an original.
Now, you hear this arrogant motherfucker sitting up here talking about a kill chain. You know what it has been reported that this kill chain did in Palestine, where Israel was using Palantir in this genocide in Palestine. What it has been reported was this kill chain was something that they used in Palestine to have their drones seek out people who were trying to hide in the war. And then what was the thing that Anthropic would not allow Pete Hegseth to use in with Anthropic, the AI that they're using in our war? What Anthropic said, that Pete Hegseth would not be able to have his AI technology just unalive people without human input. They wanted to have the ability to take lives of people only using the input and the decision making that AI decided to do. No, the CEO of Anthropic said, no, you're going to have to put a human mind, you're going to have to put a human finger on any trigger that is going to take the lives of people. And I don't care if you are in war. But Palantir, not so much. Not so much in Palestine. It has been reported that Palantir was letting AI have the decision making in taking people's lives, and children, mothers, women, seniors who were hiding away from the war, who were found by a Palantir drone, who they give these scores to. You have a score on your life, whether you live or whether you die, based upon the proximity that you have to another person who may or may not have been Hamas. Then the drone finds you and it takes you out based upon some score that they gave you. This is what Palantir was doing in Palestine, as it has been reported. So now, I remember that when I read you their manifesto for the United States. Now, how are these immigrants to the United States having so much say about what is going to happen to the American people? The American people who built this country. We know that they don't like black people. That's off the riff. That is straight up off the riff. Because two of the, I believe, I know that there are three big names in AI who are from South Africa. That would be Peter Thiel, that would be Elon Musk, and the other guy, I forget his name. He was a part of the PayPal mafia as well. So Elon Musk said his greatest time ever was growing up in apartheid Africa. He didn't have to say apartheid Africa. He could have just said Africa. He said apartheid Africa. as it has been reported. So let's continue and see how these kill chains work out.
Original term created by Palantir. It's the more
So something like tech for the amelioration of unwanted blah blah blah. Some term we're supposed to use.
Okay, let's.
For me, it's the kill chain.
Kill chain sounds good.
Kill chain isn't an original term created by Palantir. It's the more general military verbiage for the series of decisions leading from identifying a target to taking their life. Palantir's contract added their software and artificial intelligence to the kill chain.
It's quicker and better and safer and more violent.
It's tech that Juan helped market.
It reduces the distance you have to the problem.
You heard what he said. He said it's quicker, it's better, it's quicker, it's safer, it's more violent. He said it's quicker, it's safer, and it's more violent. So, and you see him bounce up in his seat when he talks about how violent it is. I just need you to understand who your government has employed at the top reign of government. Your tax dollars is going to a corporation who has figured out a way that either you comply or you die. In my opinion, let's look at this.
Artificial intelligence too,
and also always note how they talk about your safety. It's about your safety. It's quick, it's safe, and it's more violent. So you have to plug in. We're just trying to keep America safe. We're just trying to keep you safe.
The kill chain.
It's quicker and better and safer and more violent.
It's tech that Juan helped market.
It reduces the distance you have to the problem, but when you're able to take a step back and really see all the narratives and how they were shaped and the actual application of these technologies, your whole world starts falling apart, which is something that, definitely happened to me.
Juan didn't leave Palantir entirely for ethical reasons. He just got another job. But the reason he eventually started speaking out against Palantir came after watching the Israeli invasion of Gaza following the October 7th attacks. Palantir has contracts with the Israeli Defense Forces. The exact nature of the contracts is opaque, intentionally, but there is evidence to suggest that Palantir's artificial intelligence tech was used for selecting targets in Gaza. CARP doesn't mind the controversy. In fact, it's part of the marketing.
Palantir will even pick up the projects that other companies rejected for political reasons.
We are very comfortable being unpopular.
CARP doesn't think controversy will lose Palantir customers.
Whatever is pissing them off, they're still buying the product.
Wendy's hired Palantir to help with their supply chain. Palantir works with health insurance companies to build AI for denials management to protect revenue.
Do you want Palantir's AI making decisions about...
So Palantir is helping your health insurer deny your claims properly. Palantir. Now, they're not trying to protect you from getting your claims denied. They're trying to protect money that health insurers receive from denying you the recommended treatment or tests or operations that your doctors say you need to survive. Are we hearing? Are we together on this now? Are we now? This same Alex Karp has put out a manifesto. I have dropped this link in the chat. I don't want to review the whole thing. I want to go back to the interview with Peter Thiel. I have found the complete answer. So let's go back to Peter Thiel on whether he believes humanity or civilization should survive. I'm sure I found the whole complete answer to this. Let me share this link with you. And let's get into it. All of this will be linked in my description box. All of these videos that I'm playing about this is putting the squeeze on freedoms. You will find these links. The second link, putting the squeeze on freedoms. Here we have the disturbing illusion. This is that page. Trump guy Peter Thiel doesn't want humanity to survive? ? So let's get into this.
This is a very simple question.
There's also a very
don't go far enough. Like that transhumanism is just weird and unnatural. It's so pathetic. And a transsexual is someone where you change your penis into a vagina, and we can then debate how well those surgeries work. But we want more transformation than that. The critique is not that it's weird and unnatural. It's so pathetically little. And okay, we want more than cross-dressing or changing your sex organs. We want you to be able to change your heart and change your mind and change your whole body. And then Orthodox Christianity, by the way, the critique Orthodox Christianity has of this is these things don't go far enough. Like that transhumanism is just changing your body, but you also need to transform your soul, and you need to transform your whole self.
So what is he saying here? Remember what Friedrich Nietzsche said? He said, whoever fights monsters should see to it that in the process, he doesn't become a monster, because if you gaze long enough into the abyss gazes back. Then Ross brings up the Antichrist question.
There's also a very macroscopic question that you're interested in. That, we'll pull on the religion thread a little bit here. You have been giving talks recently about the concept of the Antichrist, which is a Christian concept, an apocalyptic concept. What does that mean to you? What is the Antichrist?
No, I think there's always a question, how do we articulate some of these existential risks, some of the challenges we have, and they're all framed in this sort of runaway dystopian science text. There's a risk of nuclear war. There's a risk of environmental disaster, maybe something specific like climate change, although there are lots of other ones we could come up with. The Christian framing, which in some ways is the same question, is Antichrist or Armageddon. You have the one world state of the Antichrist, or we're sleepwalking towards Armageddon. One world or none, Antichrist or Armageddon, on one level are the same question. How does the Antichrist take over the world? He gives these demonic, hypnotic speeches, and people just fall for it. And so it's this plot hole. It's this daemonium.
Right. It's implausible.
It's a very implausible plot hole.
Right.
But I think we have an answer to this plot hole. The way the Antichrist would take over the world is you talk about Armageddon nonstop. You talk about existential risk nonstop. And this is what you need to regulate. It's the opposite of the picture of Baconian science from the 17th, 18th century, where, the Antichrist is like some evil tech genius, evil scientist who invents this machine to take over the world. People are way too scared for that. In our world, the thing that has political resonance is the opposite. The thing that has political resonance is we need to stop science. We need to just say stop to this. And this is where, I don't know, in the 17th century, I can imagine a Dr. Strangelove, Edward Teller type person taking over the world. In our world, it's far more likely to be Greta Thunberg.
Okay, I want to suggest a middle ground between those two options. It used to be that the reasonable fear of the Antichrist was a kind of wizard of technology. And now the reasonable fear is someone who promises to control technology, make it safe, and sort of usher in what, from your point of view, would be a kind of universal stagnation. Right?
Well, it's more. That's more my description of how it would happen.
Right.
So I think people still have a fear of a 17th century Antichrist.
Yes.
We're still scared of Dr. Strangelove.
Right, but you're saying the real Antichrist would play on that fear and say, you must come with me to avoid Skynet, to avoid the Terminator, to avoid nuclear Armageddon.
Yes.
And I guess my view would be, looking at the world right now, that you would need a certain kind of novel technological progress to make that fear concrete, right? So I can buy that the world could turn to someone who promised peace and regulation if the world became convinced that AI was about to destroy everybody, right? But I think to get to that point, you need one of the accelerationist apocalyptic scenarios to start to play out, right? To get your peace and safety Antichrist, you need more technological progress. Like, one of the key failures of totalitarianism in the 20th century was it had a problem of knowledge. It couldn't know what was going on all over in the world, right? So you need the AI or whatever else to be capable of helping the peace and safety totalitarian rule.
You need the Seeing Stone. You need the Palantir. You need the Palantir technology. You need the engineers or the wizards like Peter Thiel to lead us into a bright future where they can protect us from AI and Skynet and the Terminator apocalyptic scenario.
So don't you think you need your worst case scenario to involve some burst of progress that is then tamed and used to impose stagnant totalitarianism? You can't just get there from where we are right now.
I'll leave the link to the full video in the description. Please check it out. Let them know Disturbing Illusion sent you. This thing should have millions and millions of views.
Oh, did he did I miss?
Asking a guy who is very powerful in today's world, who has control.
If you believe humanity,
I also...
And then when he does finally get around to saying yes,
here we go.
Whether he's a billionaire or not, whether he's the co-founder or CEO of Palantir.
This is the point that I wanted to get to, that he believes that humans should exist only if they are transhuman, which means that they have some computer input into their bodies. So this is I went back too far. Let me
Palantir surveillance apparatus or not. This is a human being asking another human being, you want humanity to endure, right? And I want to show you the pause. I want to show you the equivocation. Regular human, of course I'm human. I want humanity to endure. That's the appropriate question, but watch him and Haw about this. Listen to the question one more time and we'll watch it in context with no breaks, no pauses, no edits.
I think you would prefer the human race to endure, right? You're hesitating.
Yeah, well,
yes?
I don't know. I would
this is a long hesitation. This is a long hesitation.
There's so many questions implicit in this.
Should the human race survive?
Yes.
Okay.
But I also...
And then when he does finally get around to saying yes, he adds a but to it.
Yes, but. Yes, but. But what?
Yes, humanity should survive, but... We're going to watch that again because it's too crazy. It's almost like this is the evil villain that you've always read about in comic books or you've seen on the silver screen playing out before. This is just a regular interview asking a guy who is very powerful in today's world, who has control and command of vast resources, who has major connections, and maybe he has some dirt on some higher up officials through the technology that he's created. So he's got some leverage, some serious leverage. Asked a very simple question about, does he want humanity to endure? Do you want...
Let us not forget that Peter Thiel is also in the Epstein files. Let's not forget that Peter Thiel had a gay, I think it was this gay boyfriend at the time. There is rumors about suspicions that something about his death is questionable. I have no idea what the rumors or the questions are about his death, but I just keep reading a questionable death of his partner. I don't have any idea. Don't give a fuck.
The humankind to continue to exist.
You would prefer the human race to endure, right? You're hesitating.
Yeah, well,
yes.
I don't know. I would.
This is a long hesitation. This is a long hesitation.
There's so many questions implicit in
Should
this.
the human race survive?
Yes.
Okay.
But I also would I also would like us to radically solve these problems.
Right.
And so, it's always, I don't know, transhumanism is this, the ideal was this radical transformation where your human natural body gets transformed into an immortal body.
So we're talking about the merger of AI technologies that Palantir and Peter Thiel and a lot of the other AI engineers are trying to bring online and help develop. These ideas that people are lobbing out there, putting chips into brains and merging our biology with technology. And so we're talking about people playing God. Maybe Peter Thiel is what the devil would look like if he had mental disabilities and social anxieties.
Body gets transformed into an immortal body. And there's a critique of, let's say, the trans.
Okay, so I have put the link to this story, to this video in my description box. One last thing before we get to the manifesto that Alex Karp, the CEO of the bubbly little jump up and down CEO, had put out. I just need you to know the people who we are talking about. Let me share one more thing with you about what Peter Thiel thinks about voting and democracy. I have played these clips many times before, telling you that something ominous was coming with this company and these people and this worldview. Let me share this with you.
One of the most chilling clips I've ever heard. And just hold. I want to play for you one of the most chilling clips I've ever heard. And just hold on and trust me, because it's not that chilling until you realize what it means.
The basic idea was that we could never win an election on getting certain things because we were in such a small minority. But maybe you could actually unilaterally change the world without having to constantly convince people and beg people and plead with people who are never going to agree with you through a technological means. And this is where I think technology is this incredible alternative to politics.
That's tech billionaire and Republican megadonor Peter Thiel speaking at a Libertopia, a libertarian conference in 2010. He's basically saying that his political ideology is so unappealing that it'll never win elections. And that's one thing he's right about, because he's railed against women having the right to vote, complained so much about diversity, and written some really disgusting stuff about sexual assault and consent. But he knows that he can use technology as a unilateral alternative to politics, and that should really freak you out. Thiel is one of the co-founders and biggest investors in Palantir, a CIA-funded technology company that has contracts across the government for their data software. Here's their CFO speaking a few years ago.
We continue to advance our mission of becoming the U.S. government's central operating system as we extend our footprint across defense, healthcare, and civilian agencies.
And while both President Obama and Biden did sign Palantir contracts, President Trump is taking it way further. There are new contracts with ICE, something literally called Immigration OS, and the IRS. So 15 years ago, Peter Thiel, like the supervillain in a movie explaining his plan to the hero, admitted that he can use technology to get his ideas across when they're unpopular, completely subverting democracy. And today, one of his technology companies is gaining more and more power within the government, building the very systems our government relies on. And oh yeah, this is the CEO.
The central risk to Palantir and America and the world is a regressive way of thinking that is corrupting and corroding our institutions, that calls itself progressive, but actually, and is called woke, but is actually a form of a thin pagan religion.
If you're a progressive, if you have progressive values, meaning you just, care about other people, the CEO of the company building America's technological back end thinks of you as the central risk. He thinks of you as the enemy. Are these the people you want running the systems you rely on, or worse, the systems that surveil you?
Or worse, the
I want to play
system.
for you one of the most chilling clips I've ever heard. And just hold on and trust.
Or worse, these systems that are saying that they're going to give you safety. And when this is what they believe about you, they're trying to circumvent you agreeing with something that is unagreeable. They are trying to circumvent having to convince everybody that they are right and take a vote on everything. No, they don't want to wait on a vote. We're billionaires. Why do we have to have the input of these peons in the thing that we want to do to take over their lives, like they are nobodies, like their lives mean nothing to them? Because their lives mean nothing to us, because they are not billionaires like us. And the only life that should matter is the life, the thoughts, and the feelings of billionaires. So be clear. A person who doesn't think your life has any value is going to treat you as they think that your life has any value. If your life has no value, you are going to be treated like what? A slave. And the thing about it is that all of this time, while they've been talking about AI taking over, you have heard of so many fucking idiots out here talking about, well, they're going to have to create a wage for the people to live on. What are they? Not a minimum wage. A universal wage for the people if they're taking all their jobs away. They're not creating shit for you. They're not creating a job for you. They're creating a plot in the land for you. That's all they have for you. And they may throw some dirt over it when they throw you in the hole. They may or may not throw a little dirt over you. Okay. So let me get into the report. Let me get into the report that recently came out about what Alex Karp has to say in his manifesto. All of this is going to be under the same link in my description box. Here we go. Let me enlarge it right quick. Palantir posts very long X post denouncing vacant and hollow pluralism. Best case scenario, maybe Palantir is super psyched about abundant and solid pluralism. Okay. Accompanied by the explanation, we get asked about it a lot. The Palantir X account published a long post on Sunday summarizing the technological republic, hard power, self-belief, and the future of the West. A book is co-authored by Palantir CEO Alex Karp and published a little over a year ago. Nicholas W. Zamoski is the other credited co-author. So because we get asked a lot, the technological the technological republic in brief is one, Silicon Valley owes a moral debt to the country that made its rise possible. The engineering elite of Silicon Valley has an affirmative obligation to participate in the defense of the nation. So that is the start of this. Let me. I guess people must have been spamming Palantir with requests for a 22-point summary of a book that, according to Gildon, Lewis, and Krauss, reviewed in the New Yorker, reads like a automated Spotify playlist of the greatest hits of national decline. While anyone would ask for this, I have no idea. But if that was you, I hope you enjoyed Palantir's long answer. The summary comes with no single thesis, but a picture emerges of America as decadent and devoid of a sense of possibility, in need of a unifying technology military project to compete with the presumably kill of our enemies with the help of AI, and the new supreme weapon for a post-nuclear era. No surprises so far, since Palantir oftenly pitches itself as a AI-powered death delivery system. In the process, the Post essentially says that we should respect our tech leaders instead of being mean and doing cancer culture to them. And we should quit acting like all cultures are good when some cultures, Palantir Post says, have a problem minding and worse, regressive and harmful, where others have produced wonders. So, they're talking about cultures. They're talking about cultures that they feel that are ostensibly bad cultures, that have no merit. They're talking about these cultures. What cultures do you think that they are saying that are bad cultures that have nothing to offer? Which cultures would these be? Would these be these cultures that throughout history, from the inception of America, that has built America, that they try to write out of the history of America? Would this be Black culture? Would this be the culture of people that finance America being one of the richest countries in the world off of their back and hard labor? Would that be this culture they speak of? See, you have to understand what they're trying to put out. You have to understand that these immigrants to this country who only notice the supremacy in whiteness would obviously not see this portion of America and the greatness of America. Because it is so easily to separate people in America, to make them not look at the politicians who have them in the situation that they are in, rather than looking at their neighbors, people who are in the same situation that they are in, because of these politicians who are being paid off by these millionaires and billionaires to do their bidding. So therefore they have you looking at your neighbor who's done nothing to you, your neighbor who along with probably your ancestors, your neighbors who built this country. And now we have these immigrants coming in and trying to tell us what culture is not worth anything and which culture has produced wonders. I don't believe that one culture produced wonders in the United States. I believe that there are multiple cultures that have produced wonders in this United States. And I'll be damned if I don't think of my own culture, who has produced wonders in the United States and still are. See, they like to try to put black culture in something that is inherently negative because they never profile all of the good things of black culture. All of the inventions that they are using today that was created by black people. But they don't want to acknowledge the things that they use up until this day. That is black culture. That is black excellence. You know, we're still waiting on the antidote to Obamacare. It has not been 2 weeks now. It has been over 10 years, and we still have not seen and laid our eyes on this exemplary health plan that was supposed to be put out that would outshine President Obama's Affordable Care Act. But now it's all, everybody knows that this has cost us money. It made insurance companies rent. All of this bolstering when they have not put out anything. And the one thing that they have not put out are any facts that this has enriched the Affordable Care Act has enriched insurance companies only as people who are losing their health care because they did not extend the subsidies for people to stay on the Affordable Care Act. Now they're telling you that the Affordable Care Act didn't do anything for the people, but yet and still they're ignoring the people who are losing their insurance and no longer are able to be on what the Affordable Care Act that gave them what health insurance. And what are they offering? They're offering nothing but words of what Obama Affordable Care Act didn't do as people are losing their Affordable Care Act health insurance. See, these people offer a whole lot of words, but they do absolutely nothing. They show absolutely no proof. Why do they do that? Because they know that there is so much racial hatred in this country, ginned up by none other than your politicians who are doing everything that their rich donors that APAC tell them to do. At the risk of whom? Their constituents. So they know it's easy to play the race game. They know it's easy to dog whistle racist ideas, and the American people who are so happy to be dumb and uneducated, they don't even think of, hey, wait a minute. Why is every other developed nation smarter than the American people? They don't even blink an eye when your president tells you that they are going to have 600,000 people import into our best colleges because our own people cannot attend these colleges because they're not smart enough. At the same time, he's dismantling the Department of Education instead of putting some structure into the Department of Education after acknowledging that our kids, our students are not being educated at the level that most developed countries are being educated at. He wants to send education to the states, these states that have no money. Do you think that he doesn't understand that the states don't have all the money to do what the Department of Education has done as far as protecting the civil rights of every student that goes at these students that are in special ed and disabled students? Does he understand that the states don't have the money to accommodate these students? Yeah, he understands that. He definitely understands that. He just don't give a fuck about it. And y'all don't even turn your head when he tells you that the American student is not intelligent enough to go to the best American colleges. Therefore, there would be an influx of students from China coming to your best universities. But you guys don't question any of this. But you are out here becking and kowtowing about war. Now make it make any sense. Okay, let me see. In the process, the post essentially says that we should respect our tech leaders instead of being mean and doing a cancel culture to them. The nerds all of their lives are making a manifesto because they still feel that grade school hurt, that junior high school hurt, that high school hurt, that they were ostracized or bullied or weren't a part of the cool kids, have now grown up and made a kill manifesto for the United States citizens. They're mad. They're mad. And they have the power to do this based upon the idiocy of the president that is in office. Let's be real clear. Where do we go from here? Patent and generous readers of conservative thought or listeners of the Know Your Enemy podcast will recognize a lot of what is in Palantir's tweet has high-tech riff on ideas from 20th century thinkers like Leo Bloom, someone who, by the way, denied being a conservative. Bloom denounced the education system of his day for devaluing the Western canon books of Western thought in general, and an essential wellspring of wisdom in his view. I'm not familiar with any of those books. Similarly, Karp, it may or may not be worth pointing out, voted for Kamala Harris in 2024, while many of his friends and business associates abandoned liberalism and became ride or die MAGA. But for what it's worth, Karp also claimed to spend a lot of time talking to Nazis. Make any of that make sense? Still, at a time when hard rights and racists don't mask their ideology or drape it in euphemism, it is fair at least to acknowledge that Karp's and Zaminsky views have the dubious virtue of being murky. Palantir isn't a blog or a newspaper, though. It is a defense contractor with a market capitalization of about $350 billion, and it is currently getting what it seems to be a wish for its ex-post. Its AI tools are already being used in wars around the world, or one of those wars is being framed by our president as a clash of civilizations in which one is capable of completely wiping out the other, and just might do so if it doesn't go his way. So assuming it's meant to be viewed as a statement of purpose at this consequential moment in time, Palantir's X post is genuinely clarifying. I just think it's a hate-filled post. Let's see what this 22-point manifesto is that Palantir put out. Hey, Geechee girl, it's a long time no see. Hey, Dominique Devereaux, Lord have mercy. Hey, Very Carey, it is good to see all of you three. I appreciate you being here. Now let's get into what Palantir has put out. If you guys got here late, please go back through my video. I have, laid out who Peter Thiel and this Alec Karp is over Palantir. Now, if you are unaware, Palantir has put out a manifesto during this war. We know that Palantir has many government contracts with our Pentagon. So Palantir has a few things that they want to say to the people. Let's see what Palantir has to say to the people. You know, the CEO, Alex Karp, he always get a little giggling spirit when he talks about how Palantir, we also kill people. You know, it's about safety, but we also kill people. Okay, so let's get into this. Because we get asked a lot, the Technological Republic, in brief, Silicon Valley owes a moral debt to the country that made its rise possible. The engineering elite of Silicon Valley has an affirmative obligation to participate in the defense of the nation. So they have an obligation, and hey, you guys gave us so much, so guess what we're going to do? We're going to help you defend the nation. We must rebel against the tyranny of the apps. Now, how are we going to rebel against the tyranny of apps? I guess he has an idea. I guess they are planning to take over any apps that are allowed in America. That's what I get. We must rebel against the tyranny of the apps. Is the iPhone our greatest creative? Wait a minute. If not crowning achievement as a civilization, is the iPhone not our greatest creative, if not crowning achievement as a civilization? The object has changed our lives, but it may also now be limiting and constricting our sense of the possible. Oh, so it has something to say about the iPhone is limiting our abilities to think about further possibilities. So they are promising us something that's going to enlighten us and give us more hope in our lives that there's bigger things out here than what the iPhone can conceive for us. A bunch of bullshit. Free email is not enough. The decadence of a culture or civilization, and indeed its ruling class, will be forgiven only if that culture is capable of delivering economic growth and security for the people. So, this big tech company is talking about economic growth after the layoff that have been going on all across the country. That is good, but there's been layoff at Palantir as well. Okay, okay, I did that. The limits of soft power or soaring rhetoric alone have been exposed. Now, the soft power is the thing that they talk about, like USAID, where we do goodwill across the country, supplying mosquito nets, supplying aid, vaccine, supplying food, substance. In other poor countries, that when other countries may get a whiff of something's going on, or a whiff of somebody who is about to attack an American installation overseas, you know, that soft power that benefits us. He's poo-pooing that soft power. We know that these big tech guys poo-poos soft power. That's why the USAID has been shut down, and over 300,000. I think it's 300,000 people have already died, and they are expecting tens of millions of people to die because the South Power USAID has been eliminated. By whom? None other than Elon Musk, another AI tech billionaire who is also poisoning the cities of Memphis, Tennessee, and New Haven. I think it is New Haven or Haven something, Mississippi. So we understand that they don't give a fuck about people. Okay, let's continue. The limits of soft power are soaring rhetoric alone have been exposed. The ability of free and democratic societies to prevail requires something more than moral appeal. It requires hard power, and hard power in this century will be built on software. So, no more food. You cannot be powerful by giving people food and substance. You're gonna soft power is nothing. We're going to give hard power, and of course, hard power will be built on technology. What will hard power do for this nation, though, is the question in replacement of soft power. Okay, I don't know, but and hard power in this century will be built on software. The question is not whether AI weapons will be built. It is who will build them and for what purpose. Well, if you are building weapons are to take the lives of people. That's the purpose of all weapons. Our adversaries will not pause to indulge in the theatrical debates about the merits of developing technologies with critical military and national security applications. They will proceed. So he's talking about our adversaries will proceed in creating their weapons as if Palantir is an agent of the United States, when in fact Palantir is in defense departments all across the world. Are we clear on that? Palantir is chasing the money. They are giving their intelligence to whoever is the highest bidder. We're not going to pretend like a Palantir is a U.S. installation only, are we? Let's continue. Okay. National service should be a universal duty. We should, as a society, seriously consider moving away from an all-volunteer force and only fight the next war if everyone shares in the risk and the cost. So he said that everyone should be on deck to be called into fighting the next wars. Not we should not have a all voluntary military, but everyone should be expected to fight in any next wars, which means that they are predicting more wars. There's no prediction of peace, of how this Palantir can ensure peace, while they are telling you that they are going to ensure safety for you. They're trying to sell you this about safety, but if we're and they're also telling you that they're going to be doing more wars. So they're trying to lull you into some sense of comfort that you will be at peace. No, these people don't want peace. These people want to conquer the world. And they are plan on conquering it with what? What did they say? Hard power, not soft powers. So this is the agenda of this company. Let's be real clear on their agenda. Because they want to take over everything. Everything. Okay, let's continue. Let's continue. Where are we? Now, isn't it curious that we have a president that was a draft dodger, a 5-time draft dodger? Now this company that is performing under this president, that have all of our government contracts, are saying that everyone Now, do you think that they're talking about everyone as in, children like Baron Trump? Do you think that they're talking about the children of their billionaires that they rub elbows with? Are these some of the everyones that they speak of? Now, do you really think when they say everyone should bear the cost? Do you think that you are more likely to see Baron Trump out on a war field, or would you see a 45-year-old person on the war field before you see Baron Trump? Do you think that you will see a war field full of homeless people? A way to get rid of the homeless, since everyone should have skin in the game. Who do you think will be on the front lines of this? Everyone should have skin in the game, as this Alex Karp guy giggles at death. Who do you think is going to be on the front lines? Will it be the least among us who are going to be on these front lines to kind of declutter America and, get rid of all of these homeless people who your Supreme Court has criminalized as homelessness being a crime? As homelessness being a crime, if you're homeless in the streets, that's a crime. Who do you think are going to be on the front lines of everyone everyone having a shares the risk and the cost? Now, how am I going to share the cost? I'm already sharing the cost. The cost comes out of my taxes. Now, everyone should pay the cost, share the cost. This is a billionaire who has gotten the largest tax cut in the whole being of the United States. Now he's talking about everyone sharing the cost, but none of their tax dollars is going to help share the cost, because they're not being taxed at the same rate as the common American citizens are being taxed at. So if you are insistent that everyone should have to share the cost, then you should be paying taxes at the same rate as everyone who you want to share the cost of war with. Because everyone are not reaping no benefits out of it. He wants us to share the cost, but his corporation, and these defense contractors are reaping benefits. That's what he's not saying. They're being paid benefits, but he wants you. He wants you to believe that you're not doing enough to share the cost, as he gets tax protection. And he is benefiting from the contract with the Department of Defense. But he wants you to believe that you need to do something else to share in the cost of war. What else do he want from you? Do he want you to risk your lives? Is that the sharing the cost that this motherfucker is talking about? Excuse me. If a U.S. Marine asks for a better rifle, we should build it. And the same goes for software. We should, as a country, be capable of continuing a debate about the appropriateness of military action abroad while remaining unflinching in our commitment to those we have asked to step into harm's way. What do you say? Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Public servants need not to be our priests. Any business that compensated its employees in the way that the federal government compensates public servants would struggle to survive. So he's saying that we do not pay our public servants enough. What public servants does he speak of? Do you think that he's speaking of our public servants that go out to fight wars? He's not talking about them. He's saying that we do not pay our politicians enough, and therefore we get bad politicians because they are not being paid enough. These same politicians that are many of them who are doing insider trading on the whims of especially this administration as they send out dog whistles. Now is a good time to buy another dog whistle. Y'all know it's going to get bad on Monday before the stocks open. So it's time to sell. These people. Okay, we should show far more grace towards those who have subjected themselves to public life. The eradication of any space for forgiveness and the jettisoning of any tolerance for the complexities and the contradictions of the human psyche may leave us with a cast of characters at the helm we will grow to regret. Oh, so he's saying that since we don't put more people in office like 45, 47, because they have so many, they may have a little something in their background with which they are so uncomfortable about. They are not running for election. We know every person is flawed. But every person, so does he want us to accept extremely flawed people to run our country when they can't run their own lives? Is this what we're supposed to do? Well, I know he's extremely flawed, but maybe he'll be able to get this country together, but he can't get his drug addiction together. And that is another thing that I want to bring up. I want to bring up all of these people who are working as defense contractors. What I want to and writing out manifestos for what America needs to be, could be, should be. I want to know have any of the Alex Karp and Peter Thiel. I want to know if these defense contractors have been issued and passed any drug tests. I want to know all of these defense contractors with all of these Marvel ideas. I want to know, have these people passed drug tests? The things that people in every walk of life must submit to and pass before gaining grants, of vouchers, and all of the jobs. I want to know, have these people passed drug tests? And if they haven't, what has been shown up in their systems? Because a lot of this shit, if you don't understand it, a lot of this shit is some shit that it sounds like a bunch of fucking addicts sit up and talk and agree about together and think that makes solid sense, when this is a bunch of nonsense. Everybody is supposed to suspend their reasoning, their thought patterning, their fact knowing for these people who, in my opinion, talk like people who are on some shit, and this can ignore reality more easily. I want to know if any of these defense contractors are taking any drug tests before our nation buys into a lot of their bullshit. I really want to know that. Okay. Where am I? Number 10, the psycholization of modern politics is leading us astray. Is it really? Okay, those who look to the political arena to nourish their soul and sense of self, who does that? Is that a thing? Is that such a thing that you must put it in your map? Who does that? Those who look to the political arena to nourish their souls and sense of self, who rely too heavily on their internal life finding expression in people they may never meet, will be left disappointed. So are you talking about the political candidate, or are you talking about the constituents? So do you believe that politicians sit up and campaign for a position on the desire that he will meet all of his constituents? Do you think that people go out and vote on the hopes and dreams that they may one day run into their local politician, their national politician? Nobody gives a fuck about meeting anybody. People care about what you say you are going to do to help change and better and improve my way of life. This is what politicians and constituents are running, campaigning for, or should be campaigning for, and are voting for. I don't give a fuck if I don't never see a motherfucker I voted for in my whole entire life. And if I don't get say when they win the position, they do what they say that they are going to do for me, their constituent. And that is happening few and far between in this current batch of politicians that we have up there hemming and hawing. And every time a goddamn Democrat president wins a race, they always talking about reaching across the aisles. You don't never hear no Republican president talking about reaching across the aisle. You don't never hear no Republican talking about finding common ground. And I am sick and tired of these Democrats doing that dumb shit. I didn't vote for you to reach across the aisle and find a middle ground, because there is no reaching across the aisle. There's a reaching across an ocean as far right that this country has swum. You can't reach across the aisle. You have to do what you said you were going to do for your constituents, the same way that they get in and do what they say they are going to do for theirs. This middle ground bullshit is bullshit. I didn't vote for you to then get up on your first day in your acceptance speech to talk about reaching across no motherfucking aisle. At no time did you say that that's what you were going to do when you were campaigning. The fuck you think this is? So sick of these motherfuckers. It's a goddamn shame. All of them. Well, we wrote a strongly worded letter. You are in a position of power, Hakeem Jeffries. But you utilate none of it because you are so beholden to your APAC donors. Okay, let's continue. Our society has grown too eager to hasten and is often gleeful at the demise of its enemies. The vanquishing of opponent is a moment to pause, not to rejoice. Now, this comes from the same man who was sitting up there popping in his seat, saying how Palantir, we sometimes kill people, you know, and we create safety, and we create this and that safety, and we kill people. Did I say that? Get the fuck out of my face with that dumb shit. The atomic age is ending. The age of deterrence, the atomic age is ending, and a new era of deterrence built on AI is set to begin. And you said all of that to say exactly what? Nothing? Okay, and what do you think that this age of AI is? See, they're not telling you what this age of AI is, because they, like Peter Thiel already knew, it is too hard to bring people over to his way of thinking, and therefore he is going to have to do it in other ways, because people will not vote for the ideas that he has. And one of the ideas that Palantir has is deterrence built on AI that is set to begin. But they're being very vague about it because they know that it will not be welcomed by the populace. And Peter Thiel already told you that he already figured that out, and he has figured out a way to get around it. So these are things I want you to know. No other country in the history of the world has advanced progressive values more than this one. Progressive values? Get the fuck out of here. The United States conservative values, they have progressed more than any other country, but you are full of shit if you want us to believe that no other country in the history of the world has advanced progressive values more than this one. Now, with all of the countries across the world that have universal health care for its people, the United States cannot even advance those progressive values. So he's blowing smoke up your ass. So you think that the United States is so progressive, and if we agree to any other progressive measures, we will be going overboard. So therefore, he don't want you to ask for universal health care. No, because if you ask for universal health care, that may become a thing, and God knows we cannot have that progressive value getting any attention. No, we can't have that. So let's just pretend like we have had all the progressive values more than any other country in the world. So to make you say, well, maybe I ought to hold off on asking for everything. As you and your family members, your loved ones are dying for lack of health insurance. This is some bullshit that this motherfucker is putting out right here. Let's be clear. The United States is far from perfect, but it is easy to forget how much more opportunity exists in this country for those who are not hereditary elites than in any other nation on the planet. And so he's saying more people can get rich, and you can become elite. I don't want to be elite. I want to be a comfortable person living in the middle class. You either are poor or you should gain to be elite. Whatever happened to a thriving middle class in this country? Now it's the haves and the haves not is what you should desire to be. What happened to the thriving middle class that made this country go? Huh? What about that? What about some normal shit? Nobody is thriving to be some elitist. Maybe some fake motherfuckers are striving to be elitist. But there are people who just want to exist. There are some people don't give a fuck about what a celebrity, elite person is doing. People want to live their lives, love their families, and fucking have a good time with people, like-minded people. A whole lot of people don't give a fuck about this elitism that they speak of. So they're trying to dwell in your mind. You should think less of yourself if you're not someone who speaks like they are elite. Like you have these basic bitches out here talking about normal shit, shit that they supposed to do, like they doing something grand and masterful above anybody else. People talking about normal shit, trying to make you think that they a bad bitch. People out here talking about labels on their motherfucking clothes, like that makes them an elitist, a bad bitch. This is normal shit. That you motherfuckers are out here making you think that you are above anyone else. And we see you for your works. Because if you got it, if you really got it, the one thing you don't have to do is you don't have to talk about it. That tells you that you are some scurrying rat trying to keep up. Because people who got it don't talk about it. You bugaboos do. Let's continue. Let me see. Where am I? The American power has made possible an extraordinary long peace. Where at? Where at? We just got finished striking in Yemen. We have struck in Somalia. We have struck in where was it? Ecuador. We have invaded Venezuela. We are now in a war with Iran. We are there's talks about our next invasion being in Cuba. We have struck many fishing vessels in the Caribbean Sea. What the fuck are you talking about? American power has made possible an extraordinary long peace. Too many have forgotten or perhaps taken for granted that nearly a century of some version of peace has prevailed in the world without a great power military conflict. Now, there's a great military conflict going on right now as he has dropped this. At least 3 generations, billions of people and their children and now grandchildren have never known a world war. We may be about to know a world war right now. This is what all of this bullshit and all of this idiocy over in Iran is peppering us up to experience. But are we going? First of all, you can tell these people are immigrants to the United States because the United States, remember, those who were alive in those who came afterwards are very aware of the Vietnam War. People in the United States are very aware of the Afghanian War. We are very aware about the Iran War, the Afghanian War, the Iran War prior to the no, not the Iran, the Iraqi War. There was another Iranian War, Iraqi War, Iranian War. We are very we know about these wars. So maybe it's these immigrants to this country who wants to tell you what it is, what America is. Doesn't that strike you strange that these immigrants are telling you what America is and is not? Y'all shouldn't stand for this. I know you good white people out there are not going to stand for these immigrants coming in here and rewriting the history of your America. I know y'all not going to let these immigrants come in here and tell you what America's about. Okay, let's continue. Let's continue. Okay, the post-war neutering of Germany and Japan must be undone. The defanging of German was an overcorrection for which Europe is now paying a heavy price. A similar and highly theatrical commitment to Japanese pacifism will, if maintained, also threaten to shift the balance of power in Asia. So they say they are pacifying the Japanese, and they have taken the fangs out of Germany. So after Germany did what it did in the Holocaust, they deserve to keep their fangs. Is that what you're saying? He says that that idea in Germany did not deserve to be defanged. You know, the idea that Germany had to create a genocide on a whole group of people, ironically, who have turned around and created a genocide on another group of people. But I digress there. But what he's saying is Germany should not have been defanged. Thus, you have Elon Musk showing up at the inauguration and doing a German salute. So, we are not going to pretend like these elite white boys who are immigrants to our country don't hold those same values that they have shown you time and time again. That these are the values that they hold. As they sit up and tell you about who and what made America great. I digress. We should be appalled with those who attempt to build where the market has failed to act. The culture almost snickers at Musk's interest in grand narrative. What is he talking about? The culture almost snickers at Musk's interest in grand narrative, as if billionaires ought to simply stay in their lane of enriching themselves. Any curiosity or genuine interest in the value of what he has created is essentially dismissed, or perhaps lurks from beneath a thinly veiled scion. What is that? A scion. Let me see what a scion even is. What the fuck is he talking about? So is he upset that people are laughing at Elon Musk and his auto taxi that he has been creating for decades and centuries? That came out last week, and they showed it running under a train rail that was going down because a train was coming, and they actually had a real human being in the car, and then the car ran over the train track, and the person in the car almost fainted because the train almost hit the car. Should we not be laughing at that? Should we not be laughing at that? We should be appalled by those who attempt to build where the market has failed to act. The culture almost snickers at Musk's interest in a grand narrative, as its billionaires ought to simply stay in their lane of enriching themselves. Well, that's what you're doing. That is what you're doing. So, with all of the fanfare that Elon Musk has created, Elon Musk is basically has never come through on a lot of the fanfare that he emotes. And let's be real clear. Elon Musk is not doing any of the things that he says he's doing. He's buying the engineers. He is buying like he bought Tesla. He did not even create the idea of Tesla, much less create it. But a lot of people do not create the things that they are buying. But I'm saying that he got the idea from someone else. Let's be real clear. So I don't know what he's talking about. Billionaires should stay in their lanes. You're staying in your lane. You're creating weapons, and you are selling them to multiple nations to kill their citizens or other people's citizens. Silicon Valley must play a role in addressing violent crime. Here we go. Now, it's not the police jobs to patrol violent crime. Silicon Valley is going to patrol the streets of America and deem what violent crime they need to snuff out. Many politicians across the United States have essentially shrugged when it comes to violent crime, abandoning any serious effort to address the problem or take any risk with their constituents or donors in coming up with solutions and experiments. Not just solutions, experiments in which in what would be a desperate bid to save lives. So if you put it under the chasm of it's just a desperate bid to save lives, we must be desperate about this. We must hold experiments on your constituents. We should experiment with your constituents under the guise of being desperate to save lives. Let that make sense to you. Do you want to be a part of that experiment? Do you want to be a part of that experiment that Silicon Valley is doing to fight crime? Do you want to be a part of that experiment? And do you wonder why there are so many warehouses being turned into detention centers? What type of experiments do we need to go beyond our elected officials? Because they want to say our elected officials are trying to kowtow to their constituents and their donors. So therefore, we need Silicon Valley to come in into an area where they feel that your representative is just kowtowing down to you and their donors. So therefore, they are going to be the solution to crime in your area. This is what they're saying. They say your people, your representation is not doing the representation that you voted for and put in office. They're not doing what Palantir think that they should be doing. Do you want to be a part of this experiment? They said that your government should be doing experiments. They don't say that your government should be respecting the Constitution or following law. They said that your government should do experiments under the guise of desperation to stop crime. Be real clear on what was said. Be real clear on what was said. Okay? Okay. The ruthless exposure of the private lives of public figures drives far too much talent away from government services. Oh, so it should be a secret of who is working in our government. The fact that people know so much, the fact that there are exposés that come out during the time when someone is serving in public life, that some bullshit that they done got caught up with while in office comes out. That is far too much. So what you gonna do about it? Oh, so there should be something done about that. Nobody should be allowed to understand that. Nobody should be able to talk about the guy who left Chat GPT, who allegedly started Chat GPT with Steve Altman, wound up unalived in his apartment under a alleged taking of his own life. But strangely enough, there was a whole lot of questionable things found in his apartment. No, nobody should be able to talk about that. Nobody should be able to say that mysteriously Peter Thiel, ex-lover, woke up dead one day. No one should be able to know that, to advance that, to investigate that. No one should be allowed to know that Joe Kent, who was over a special part of the Homeland Security, counterterrorism. No one should be allowed to know that Joe Kent think that there was something peculiar with the Tucker, with Charlie Kirk losing his life. No one should know these things. We need to get back on top of our shutting down mysterious things that happen to prominent people who want to be a part of our government. The ruthless exposure of the private lives of public figures drive far too much talent away from government services. The public arena and the shallow and petty assaults against those who dare to do something other than enrich themselves has become so unforgiving that the Republic is left with a significant roster of ineffective, empty vessels whose ambitions one would forgive if there were any genuine belief structure lurking within. This comes from a billionaire who seeks to be a part of taking lives of people under the guise of if people do not hold certain beliefs, they are worthless vessels. But he wants you to believe that in your politicians, you get no people wanting to actually just simply do their job and do the job that they have been elected to do for you, the people. So he wants you to believe that everybody is an empty vessel because everybody cannot live a life where they are embarrassed if some shit comes out on them. He doesn't understand that every person that is in political life don't live a grimy life where shit is going to come out on them. So we are to believe that nobody can stand up to standards that people all across this world are standing up to. Their beliefs, their morals, their values that don't allow them to do certain things. But he wants you to believe that because of people being so petty and nitpicky that you can't even find someone who wants to serve anymore. Does that sounds like someone who has a grimy conscience or reputation or a thought pattern? That's what it sounds like to me. The caution in public life that we unwittingly encourage is corrosive. Those who say nothing wrong often say much of nothing at all. You can't. I just said something wrong. You can't condemn me for that. Yeah, I said it out loud, but everybody says something wrong every now and again. But the thing about what you're saying, these are things that you're thinking. These are actions that you are set upon in many cases. These are things that you want to accomplish, the things that you are saying outwardly. Everyone says something wrong, and if you don't say nothing wrong, you often say not much at all. Not much at all. Well, maybe you ought to shut the fuck up. Maybe if you shut the fuck up sometimes, you won't be out here saying something that you regret. And the only thing about the regret is that you regret that it is not widely accepted. But Peter Thiel has a remedy for what is not widely accepted in democracy. That thing that he said that most people won't agree in? See, if you are concentrating on this type of shit, we understand why you feel that some people don't say much at all in not saying anything. Because we understand what you think is very important, and your thought pattern has you out here with regret when you speak it out loud and it's not widely accepted. We understand that. Let's continue. The pervasive intolerance of religious belief in certain circles must be resisted. The elite intolerance of religious belief is perhaps one of the most telling signs that its political project constitutes a less open intellectual movement than many within it would claim. I don't give a fuck about them trying to put religions in the government sphere. A bunch of bullshit. Talking about religion in the government sphere is some motherfucking shit you supposed to chase after that means absolutely nothing. Because your religion is supposed to be a personal thing unto you, not unto the world. Some cultures have produced vital advances. Others remain dysfunctional and regressive. Now, here we're talking about cultures. Some cultures have produced vital advances, others remain dysfunctional and regressive. Let that sink in. Let's see where we're going with this. All cultures are now equal. Who equalize all the cultures? This is what you're saying. All cultures are now equal. Criticism and value judgments are forbidden. Yet this new dogma glosses over the fact that certain cultures, and indeed subcultures, have produced wonders. Others have proven what is this? Middling and worse, regressive and harmful. Middling means just keeping up the standard. They're not going forward or going back. They're maintaining. Other and worse, and at worst, they are regressive and harmful. So who do you think that they think that are just just there? They're not doing anything forward leaning, but they may be getting worse and regressive. Who do you think that those people are? Do you think that those are white men? Do you think that those are white women he's speaking of? Is that the culture that you think he's talking about here? Let's keep it a buck. And has he taken a drug test? Now he's saying that all cultures are equal, but there are some cultures that stand out. And all of these cultures that stand out, are these people standing out on things that were that this culture that he feels that is regressive have created, that has made America what America was financially? Are all of these people who are outstanding specimens now? How did their culture grow off the culture that was given to them for free? That they try to repress in the people who created said cultures, is what I want to know. Okay, number 22. We are finally here. There's the tap of cultures and regressive cultures without the acknowledgement of they wouldn't have a culture themselves if it wasn't given to them by our ancestors. Period, point blank. Our ancestors who built this country. Motherfucking immigrants did not build America. Black people, black enslaved people built America. Period, in my opinion. Number 22. We must resist the shallow temptation of a vacant and hollow pluralism. We, in America, are more broadly, the West have for the past half century resisted defining national cultures in the name of inclusivity, but inclusion into what? So, there's his thing about you should not include anything. Inclusivity is wrong because you don't know what you are including yourself into. But these immigrants want to include themselves into the fabric of America, that them and their ancestors had no hand in building. But now they want to tell you that inclusivity doesn't mean anything, as they try to include themselves in being so important that they know what is right for the American people. These immigrants to this country telling you what it is to be a fucking American. And they have shed no sweat, no blood, no tears over this land like your ancestors have. These fucking immigrants to this country. Ugh. Let me make sure I put this link in the description box. Oh, God. This is where we are. This is where we are. Because you had idiots voting in a 42-time convicted felon. This is where we find ourselves in America. This who has the power and pull of our government. This who has the ear of our president via his Beavis and Butthead ass sons, via his do nothing ass, never had a job that wasn't given to him by a Peter Thiel associate, his vice president J.D. Vance. This is what we have at the top of our government. As your president nods off and naps, as he talked about Joe Biden. Biden. Hey, Madison, it's good to see you. They'll say anything to justify their ambient abominable. I can't say that word. Abominable snowman. Their abominable acts. I concur. Okay, so let's see what else we have. Oh, I want to remind you guys of this. I definitely have to remind you guys of this because guess who is had a committee hearing? None other than Russell Vought. And if you guys do not remember Russell Vought, I need to remind you who Russell Vought is. Russell Vought is over the Office of Management and Budget. You know, the man who cuts the checks. Let's remember who Russell Vought was. He is also a co-author of Project 2025. This is why you need to understand who Russell Vought is. This is a short introduction into Russell Vought and what Russell Vought represented in this country. Let me share this with you and what he's doing now. That he is taking a lot of money that has been approved by Congress and doing different things. He's impounding money that has been approved by Congress for certain projects, and he's doing whatever the fuck he wants to do with the money. They're not saying he's putting it in any specific place. So it is. It's questionable where is this money going that he's not paying the people that Congress have approved this money to go to. So exactly where is this money going? Let me share this with you now. Here we go. Let's remember who Russell Vought was. He is a co-author of Project 2025. He was caught in a sting, a video sting, where people were trying to find out what exactly was Project 2025. You may remember this, but let's refresh ourselves to Russell Vought.
Okay. Yeah, you right. I see. So we'll see. Interesting.
Meadowcroft offers to set up a meeting with his boss, Russ Vought.
You could put me in touch with somebody who looks after his diary or whatever.
Yes, I can put you in touch with his schedule. Yeah.
Amazing.
So, yeah.
Great.
So just tell me when to do that.
We want to meet the man writing the game plan for Trump's second administration. Vought believes that in his first term, Trump's agenda was frustrated by what he calls the deep state. So Vought is planning a radical centralization of government power under the president, firing civil servants and ending the independence of agencies like the F.B.I. and DOJ.
80% of my time is working on the plans of what's necessary to take control of these bureaucracies. And we are working doggedly on that, whether it's destroying their agency's notion of independence. They're independent from the president.
Vought has also been preparing documents based on fringe legal theories, arguing the president has the power to use the military against protesters.
George Floyd obviously was not about race. It was about destabilizing the Trump administration. Right. We put out, for instance, a 50-page...
George Floyd was not about destabilizing the Trump administration. These are the flawed ideas that he is trying to frame things around to do what? To be able to use the military against protesters. Now, I have played this goddamn tape hundreds of times, and look where we find ourselves now. Right before the midterm election. Do you think that the military is going to be put out on the streets? If not the military, it will definitely be ICE. Who they have allowed to take a military stance in the streets that ICE has been put on already. So let's continue.
Page paper designed for lawyers.
To use the military against protesters.
George Floyd obviously was not about race. It was about destabilizing the Trump administration. Right. We put out, for instance, a 50-page paper designed for lawyers to know that the president has, the ability both along the border and elsewhere to maintain law and order with the military, and that's something that it's going to be important for him to remember and his lawyers to affirm. But we've given them the case for that.
With loyalists installed in key government agencies and armed with his playbook, Vought believes a radical Christian nationalist agenda can be realized under a second Trump presidency. For example, on abortion.
So I think the president's actually come up with a strategy that works.
What kind of agenda? A Christian nationalist agenda. Now, do you see that all of this is prior to the election? You people were warned about this. And what are you facing now? Everything that he said was going to happen has happened. But idiots sat out here, and black idiots sat out here and told you why it would be good to have Trump in office again. Black people sat out here and told you why they don't vote, because voting doesn't matter, and they already have figured out who is going to win the vote. So voting was fake. You can't find hide or hair of these ignorants now. But the ignorant whites who voted for him are still out here yeehawing at their own detriment, at their own demise. Because if they going down, the only thing that makes them happy is that black people and brown people are going down as well. See, they don't recognize that they're going down. Linda B. Johnson already let you know, hey Z Sarah, Linda B. Johnson already let you know that many of them don't even understand that they are in trouble they goddamn selves. What did he say? If you can convince the lowest white man he's better than the best colored man, he won't notice you're picking his pockets. Hell, give him somebody to look down on and he'll empty his pockets for you. Let's keep it real. This is nothing new. None of this is nothing new. What else did I want to let me make sure that's it for this one.
So long as you are giving people like me in the government the ability to block funding for Planned Parenthood, block funding for fetal tissue research, what I've told people is...
But as long as you give people like me the ability to block funds, we're going to go to where he's sitting in front of the Senate talking about the funds he has blocked. Let's give you one more before we go to his confirmation. Let's give you one more of Russell Vought.
We want the bureaucrats to be traumatically affected. We want, when they wake up in the morning, we want them to not want to go to work. because they are increasingly viewed as the villains. We want their funding to be shut down so that the EPA can't do all of the rules against our energy industry because they have no bandwidth financially to do so. We want to put them in trauma.
We want to put them in trauma. We don't want the EPA to have money to do the restrictions that they have done. Now, let's go see what Roosevelt has to say for himself when he meets up against the
Budget
Senate.
Committee's hearing on the President's fiscal year 2027.
Let me see if this is the Senate. I think this is the Senate. Don't quote me. Let me see. I think it's the Senate. It could be the Congress. The House Budget Committee. I'll tell you if it's the Senate once I start seeing the people. Let's get into it.
Budget request. And I would like, on behalf of my colleagues, to welcome our guest, Director of the Office of Management and Budget, the Honorable Rutherford, to the Budget Committee's hearing on the President's fiscal year 2027 budget request. And I would like, on behalf of my colleagues, to welcome our guest, Director of the Office of Management and Budget, the Honorable Russell Vought, to the committee. We appreciate your time and look forward to your remarks. It's important, Director, to hear the President's vision and priorities for resourcing the people's government to provide for the common defense. It's important to hear about the President's vision and priorities for stewarding the people's treasure to promote the general welfare of the public. And it's important to hear the President's vision and priority for resourcing the government to protect and preserve our children's future and to secure the blessings of liberty for the next generation. That's why I think this is the most important committee in the United States Congress, Russ. And that's why meetings like today and discussions and debates like today, I think, are paramount for the governing of our great nation. With that, I'm just going to jump into yielding myself such time as I may desire. Okay, no notes here, just some thoughts. We've done well to have some constructive conversation.
I'm going to go beyond him. No ask-us time here. Let's go to the next co-chair. I just don't have time for it.
I didn't know how shy you were until the last stuff.
To my colleague and ranking member, Mr. Brendan Boyle.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Mr. OMB Director. I didn't know how shy you were until the last 15 months when you weren't before a committee, but do appreciate you taking the time.
Potshot, you refused to show up to this committee for 15 months. Potshot.
I'm today. You know how bad this economy is when we hear Joe Biden being invoked, we hear trans people being invoked. I was waiting for Jimmy Carter to be blamed next, but apparently we didn't get quite there. Let me just do a reset and present to you a set of facts, a set of data. Right now, according to opinion polls, the approval of the economy of the American people is at its lowest level since 2008, the Great Recession. 29%. An average of the last three polls shows 30% approval. Disapproval over approval of this administration's handling of the economy, more than 2-to-1. Disapproval over approval. The Michigan consumer data, consumer confidence level, the lowest level ever recorded, even lower during COVID, even lower during the Great Recession, or even lower than during the Great Recession. If you look at the job creation over the last 15 months, there's one thing missing, and that's job creation. We have been in a jobless economy over the last 15 months. Inflation, which actually, even though there's no question, we had an inflation crisis, not just in the United States, but all throughout the world after the COVID pandemic in 2022, after the pandemic had ended, every single month in 2024, inflation dropped over the preceding month. What happened around April of last year? Liberation Day? Inflation was liberated. You saw inflation begin to increase, and every single month we've seen inflation increase. And gas prices. Yesterday, I was in Northeast Philly, where I'm from and where I live, a working class part of the city of Philadelphia. Was in front of a gas station. The gas at that particular location was $4.11, which is slightly lower than the average nationally and in the United States of about $4.15 a gallon. 6 weeks ago, that same gas station was under $3 a gallon. We've seen over the last month the largest increase in gas prices in my lifetime, in the lifetime of most people here. What's different about this economy, unlike the inflation crisis after the pandemic, unlike the Great Recession, unlike the recession of 2001, unlike the recession of 1992, the economic downturn that we're experiencing, no jobs, record inflation, gas prices through the roof, consumer confidence plummeting, all of this is directly related to the policies of the Trump administration that you carry out, Mr. Vought. None of those previous examples that I cited, none of them could be directly attributed to the policies of the president at that time. We can debate about certain things that did influence them, particularly going into the 2008 recession. But with this president, the change is so abrupt. The fact inflation was dropping month over month. The fact that we had an incredible jobs economy until it was lost a year and a half ago. You know, I'm from Pennsylvania, the biggest battleground state in the nation, also the nation's birthplace, which we're making a big to-do about this year in 2026 and celebrating our semi-quincentennial. But Pennsylvania is really known over the last decade in our politics as the nation's biggest battleground state. So as a result, basically every day in 2024 in the fall, we had either Donald Trump or the Democratic nominee, Kamala Harris, in our state. Donald Trump had, I have to say, a brilliant campaign slogan. Said, your prices are too high. I will lower them, and I quote him, I will lower them on day one. Well, here we are about day 450. He hasn't lowered anything. The only thing he's lowered is his approval rating on the economy. He has lowered that. Donald Trump and this administration have failed miserably on this economy. They failed to bring prices down. And in fact, they made the situation worse. With that, we have a lot of questions on this side since it's been 15 months. You're the first OMB director ever to not appear before this committee last year. I appreciate you at least today taking the time. We have a lot of questions, and I certainly hope after today, if we send to you questions in writing, that you would respond finally, as you've ignored all of our previous requests. It's a matter of basic respect for the Congress of the United States and for this committee. And with that, I yield back.
Interesting how he never showed up before the committee in the entirety of 2025, nor did he respond to questions that they had of him. This is Russell Vought, a co-author of Project 2025, who's over the Office of Management and Budget, OMB, who has been taking money from any congressional approved funds that he has chosen to, and he has not responded to Congress about the reasoning for him impounding these funds and not getting these funds out to people that these funds had been approved to go to. He has no authority to do this. However, he is continuing to do this. Let's let's get into more of this Russell vote stuff. I hope these are some of the things that can be reviewed. Now, let's continue.
Thank the ranking member. In the interest of time, if any other member has an opening statement, I ask you to submit it for the record. We'll hold the record open to the end of the day to accommodate those members who may not have prepared written statements. Now, I'd like to recognize Director Vought. I want to again thank him for his time. Committee, Mr. Vought has received your written statements. It will be made part of the formal record. You now have 5 minutes for your remarks.
Ranking Member Boyle, members of the committee, thank you for having me here to testify on the President's budget request for fiscal year 27. I look forward to a productive conversation on how to continue the fiscal progress we've made so far. When President Trump took office, the nation was facing financial catastrophe under the failed leadership of the Biden administration, and decades of status quo spending strangling our nation. Those decades produced nothing in the area of fiscal restraint. A lot of talk about the program and the problems, but utter futility about doing anything about it. That fiscal futility has ended with the return of President Trump. In just 1 year, the Trump administration, Congress have made historic progress on righting our fiscal ship, the speed and scope of which have not been seen in Washington for many years. The president drove enactment of the Working Families Tax Cut Act, which is a once-in-a-generation legislation to end fiscal futility, invest in critical priorities, and cut taxes for working Americans. This bill bent...
Mr. Vought, just hold on for a second. The chair notes a disruption in the hearing and requests that the Capitol Police restore order immediately. The committee will briefly take a recess until we restore order.
They'll say anything to justify. Oh, okay. This is why I am so glad.
Shut the door, please.
This is why I'm so glad that we do have people who pay attention to what's going on in government. This is a very important person in our government that you never hear them talk about. That's why I thought it would be important. He holds the purse strings once Congress have released the funding. He is a co-architect of Project 2025. He is a part of the Heritage Foundation, and he is a person who is sitting in the White House, having control of this presidency. We're going to get back to it right now. I just wanted you to hear the protest.
Mr. Vought, please resume.
This bill bent the cost curve for federal spending, achieving nearly $2 trillion in mandatory savings while securing historic investments in our nation's defense and the Department of Homeland Security without corresponding increases in objectionable non-defense spending. The president also shepherded legislation through Congress that rescinded $9 billion in wasteful and weaponized...
Mr. Vought, back up, start again where you left off. We're going to wait until these folks move down. I can't hear anything, and we're not going to let them disrupt this hearing. As the ranking member said, we have some serious business to do. I certainly don't think that these guys condone this disruption. This is not the way this committee works, never has. Since I've been here, I don't think it's going to work that way either side. So let's move those guys.
It's just, if you don't mind, Jody, me, in the 3 years and 3 months since Jody's been chair and I've been ranking member, I think this is the first we've had of this. It's a very serious issue, so I understand why they're passionate. But we have actually, unlike other congressional committees that really do devolve into the partisan food fight, this committee has conducted its business with seriousness and purpose. And I hope for the next 3 hours we can be true to that, as we have been for the last 3 years and 3 months.
Enacted by Congress since 1992. He canceled $3 billion in excessive spending that was wrongly designated as an emergency by the Congress and executed a historic pocket rescission to eliminate $5 billion in wasteful foreign aid. Upon signing this year's appropriations bills, President Trump continued to bring discretionary spending under control. The full 2026 appropriations bills enacted the first real spending cut in over a decade to discretionary spending. It rooted out wasteful spending that the administration identified across federal agencies. The enacted bills reaffirm administration policies to eliminate ineffective federal agencies that do not serve a useful purpose. For example, the bills eliminated all programming for USAID as the administration works to fully shut down the agency after decades of mismanagement and abuse. This also included the complete elimination of the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, which funneled billions of taxpayer dollars into biased and woke program at NPR and PBS. We look forward to working with you to achieve even more progress in the next appropriation cycle. This budget builds on the president's vision by continuing to constrain non-defense spending and reform the federal government. The budget proposes a 10% cut to non-defense compared to 2026 levels. Within this total, the budget maintains investment in border security and immigration enforcement. It delivers on the president's commitment to support law enforcement and combat violent crime with a 13% increase to the Department of Justice and honors the nation's sacred obligation to our military veterans. In addition, this 2027 budget eliminates wasteful Green New Deal projects that are dependent on foreign supply chains, returns control of education back to American families, and roots out waste, fraud, and abuse in programs both at home and abroad, ensuring that every taxpayer dollar makes Americans safer, stronger, and more prosperous. The budget simultaneously builds upon the historic $1 trillion fiscal year 26 defense top line by requesting $1.5 trillion for 2027, a 42% increase as promised by President Trump last year. The 2027 budget will ensure that the United States continues to maintain the world's most powerful and capable military as we grapple with an increasingly dangerous world. It is a sizable increase, and I want to explain that. It is meant for significant paradigm-shifting investments. For instance, the President and his Department of War are exhibiting tremendous leadership to build ships, planes, drones, munitions, and satellites faster without the backlog of status quo. For the industrial base to double or triple and build more facilities, not just add shifts, it requires multi-year agreements to purchase into the future. That cost has to be booked in this first year. Under President Trump's bold leadership, every tool in the executive fiscal toolbox has been used to achieve real savings, and our administration will continue to do so. A historic paradigm shift in the budget process is occurring, and it is producing real results for the American people. Fiscal futility is over. Now that our fiscal ship has finally turned and is facing the right direction, I look forward to working with you to continue to move it forward. We have much work to do. Together, we will achieve significant savings while implementing the president's bold vision.
I thank the gentleman, Director Vought, and we'll now move to Q&A, and I will yield myself 5 minutes. So, Director Vought, you heard my ranking member.
Oh, he wants to rebrand it and never talks about it now. Mr.
Unusually disciplined on the clock, but you get some extra time, just in fairness. Okay, so your Q&A for 5 minutes plus.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to, there are a lot of areas I would like to get to, but between me and my colleagues, at least on this side of the dais, I think we'll get to them all. Let me start by reminding people back 9 months ago what President Trump called at the time, though he wants to rebrand it and never talks about it now, his one big, beautiful bill, though it has been known by many other names. That piece of legislation, despite your rhetoric about this budget committee succeeding on deficit and debt, according to the Congressional Budget Office, as well as other nonpartisan groups, both left of center and right of center, have said that single piece of legislation adds more to our deficit and debt than any other piece of legislation passed by Congress in American history. In addition to the over $4 trillion it adds for our national debt, it eliminates healthcare coverage for more than 15 million Americans, according to the CBO. The Kaiser Family Foundation says it's actually more than 17 million Americans who will lose their healthcare. Are they really all, according to you, really? You're going to sit here with a straight face and say they're all illegals, they're all defrauding the system? That's actually your position?
Yes, with regard to the people that have lost that.
I mean, that's laughable. I'm sorry, I'll give you a chance to respond.
You had a number of issues with regard to your comments there.
Wait. Let me
number one.
Sorry, wait. Well, reclaiming my time. I just want to be clear. I'm citing. We acknowledge the CBO figure. That's where I'm getting to 15 million from, and the Kaiser Family Foundation says 17 million. You're saying none of them are legitimately on this, even though we had one of them actually testify before us.
I didn't say all of them are illegals. I said there's also the benefit of people returning to the workforce because they are able-bodied individuals, or they should not have been on the system regardless because of the inability to address fraud in the aftermath of.
Okay, so they're all either illegals or defrauding the system.
Well, that's certainly not a provocative statement that we have fraud all over the country, is it, Mr. Rankin?
Why I imagine there are fraud in all sorts of private and public sector areas, but the idea that 15 million Americans are about to lose their health care, the single biggest loss of health care in American history, mind you, not even during the Great Depression, do 15 million Americans lose their health care coverage. The idea that all of those people who are about to lose their health care are defrauding the system or are illegal immigrants, that is not supported by any facts whatsoever.
Are now working and getting the benefit of a job with employer-sponsored healthcare coverage. Look, these assessments by CBO and others are often very static.
It's right of center groups as well. Reclaim my time. I only have a few minutes, so excuse me. But it's not just CBO. I mean, right of center groups, left of center groups, nonpartisan groups. You're saying they're all wrong.
I'm saying that the budget community typically relies on static thinking, static scoring, current law baselines. And so you don't get an accurate picture of the extent to which the reforms that are being made are going to have a dynamic impact with better programs, more healthcare for instance, 50 billion.
Well, let me, before you get to the friends, I only have a couple of minutes. So let me actually transition to my next subject, because I think I'll only have time now for this. The president recently said, he was talking about the record increase in gas prices thanks to him and his war of choice in Iran, but he diverted in a spontaneous, he's speaking extemporaneously in the White House just a few days ago. He said, and I quote, "The United States can't take care of daycare. That has to be up to a state." He then added, Medicaid, Medicare, all these individual things, they can do it on a state basis. You can't do it on federal. So I'm just curious, from your perspective at ONB, have you taken any actions to turn Medicare back to the states?
No, and the president doesn't want to do that with regard to these important federal programs.
He said it. So you're disagreeing with what the president said?
No, I'm saying that
Okay, so here comes the line. That's exactly what the president said. He said, we cannot take care of these programs. That's what he said. But now all of a sudden, we get lies. Let's get back into this.
President meant is he's talking about fraud in these programs. He
didn't mention anything about fraud, and he wasn't talking about fraud. If he was talking about fraud, why was he saying that we cannot afford to take care of these programs? You don't have to. The government has to pay nothing when there is fraud in programs. They have to prosecute fraud. That's not what he said. He said we cannot afford to pay for daycare. We cannot afford to take care of Medicare and Medicaid. The states have to do that. And we can grant them, they're going to have to increase taxes. The states are going to have to increase taxes. And we can probably give them a little cut on their taxes. I'm saying this, they could probably give the states a little cut on their taxes. But we can't afford to pay for these things. We heard what he said. Now, he's trying to pretend like, oh, no, he was talking about fraud.
Reclaim my time. Nowhere, I have the full statement in front of me. Nowhere in front of me is the word fraud presented. What he was talking about, he later at a different part said, we have to pay more for wars. And instead, we can't afford Medicaid, Medicare, childcare, things like that. And looking at the budget proposal, this is why I raise it. $442 billion, correct me if I'm wrong, $442 billion increase in defense. That's what you're asking for, about a 42% increase, is that right?
Correct. For many paradigm shifting investments that we need this.
A 42% increase on what was already a record high for defense. And look, I serve as part of our U.S. delegation to the NATO Parliament. I am no pacifist. I believe in a strong national defense. I believe the United States, I believe the world is at its best when the United States is the strongest military. The idea that we're going to pay for a 42% increase in this military, in this Department of Defense, and at the same time cut Medicaid, Medicare, not pay for childcare, all of these things that the American people need, in the case of Medicare, have paid into, that is a reflection of priorities that are out of whack. And I see I've gone over my time. I appreciate your indulgence. So with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member. Without objection, I'd like to submit for the record this letter from CBO that confirms
15 million Americans about to lose their health care are all illegal immigrants or defrauding the of the letter. Everyone should
know embodied adults who refuse to be discussed here. that those millions of people that were mentioned were either ineligible for the program, illegal immigrants, or they were able-bodied adults who refused to work. And then
everyone who's losing Medicare, Medicaid, are illegal immigrants, refuse to work, or whatever. Able-bodied people who refuse to work. It was fraud, or they were undocumented immigrants. He wants you to believe that. Nobody is just being cut from Medicaid. He's submitting a report allegedly saying that, but what happens?
And then I'm going to submit this, which is CBO's final analysis that confirmed the same thing. So without objection.
I'm not going to object to the submission of the letter. I do object though to your characterization of the letter. Everyone should read the.
No, he said the letter comes to the same conclusion that he just told you. He didn't read the letter. He didn't read the portion of the letter that agreed and said exactly what he said. He just was presenting a letter that says the same thing I said.
Letter.
Absolutely.
But nowhere has it been found by anybody that the 15 million Americans about to lose their health care are all illegal immigrants or defrauding the system.
We'll bring it up when we have the next CBO oversight hearing, and we'll go through that letter in great detail along with the facts that support it. With that, I'm going to yield to the right to the vice chairman of the committee.
Why don't we go through the letter you just submitted through it with great detail? Notice we're not going to go through that letter. We're going to keep it pushing and hope you forget for the next oversight committee meeting. Let's continue.
For 5 minutes, then Lloyd Doggett, Tom McClintock, Bobby Scott.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Director, for being here with us. The ranking member mentioned he's from Pennsylvania. I'm from Pennsylvania as well. And I've talked to my constituents about how they feel or what they're experiencing under the policies of the Big Beautiful Bill, under the policies of your office and of the president, compared to what they were experiencing under the Biden administration. I can tell you that I am willing any day to put our record up against what they experienced during the Biden years. I just want to remind listeners of what happened. 9% increased federal revenue.
Out there, or that
you should know this entire
we cannot afford to invest.
Video is in my description box. I refuse to sit up here and listen to bullshit, however.
Itself with the funding of gain of function research to give that institute $42 trillion, which is more than it got under the COVID pandemic. The kinds of things is very generous. The kinds of things that we're trying to do with the National Institute of Health, indirect cost rates. We don't think when Bill Gates gives 10% for parkings and administrative
reclaiming
costs
my time, Mr.
and
Chairman,
buildings, that should go
reclaiming my time after
contribution that
at the
a cut to the national
that you're here for 7% year grant
that we possibly can, so that they're aware of what they're going to see in their tax returns.
I yield 5 minutes to my friend from Texas, Mr. Lloyd Doggett.
Thank you. Under your direction, Mr. Vought, at the National Institutes of Health, last year grants for Alzheimer's and aging research were cut almost 50%. Mental health, 47%. New grants for cancer research, 23%. And as I read the budget that you're here presenting today, the Trump regime's response is that medical research has not yet been cut sufficiently. Doesn't your budget propose another 12% cut at the National Institutes of Health?
Most of what you said is untrue. NIH was not cut at all last year. We proposed a series of reforms to lower the cost. We continue, although not as much, to lower the cost
reclaiming my
this year.
time. My question to you is, don't you propose to cut the National Institutes of Health by another 12%?
We propose to have a cut to the National Institute of Health.
Thank you, sir.
That
Reclaiming my
that
time.
goes after specific
As far as
programs.
yes, sir. Thank you.
and
Reclaiming my
institutes like
time.
the Minority
Let's talk
Health
about your
Disparity Institute.
reclaiming
like the
my time,
Liberty Center.
Mr. Chairman. If the gentleman will please yield, he can filibuster when he's in the Senate. What we do know, as far as the truth, is that there were fewer grants for new cases last year at NIH than at any time in the last 30 years. Is it your feeling in proposing further cuts at NIH that there are just not enough worthwhile projects out there, or that we cannot afford to invest more in doing something about Alzheimer's, cancer, Parkinson's, HIV, other dread concerns?
There are many worthy health investments out there. I think post-COVID, for an institution that contributed to the pandemic itself with the funding of gain-of-function research, to give that institute $42 trillion, which is more than it got under the COVID pandemic, the kinds of things is very generous. The kinds of things that we're trying to do with the National Institute of Health, indirect cost rates. We don't think when Bill Gates gives 10% for parkings and administrative
reclaiming
costs
my time,
and
Mr. Chairman,
buildings, that should go.
Reclaiming my time, after giving last year fewer grants than at any time in the last 30 years, you are proposing further cuts there. And of course, the cuts are not only to medical research, but is it correct that in your budget you would cut the National Science Foundation, which has in the past provided grants that helped on artificial intelligence, on laser eye surgery, on MRI technology, among others, that you propose to cut it by 55%?
We have a sizable cut to National Science Foundation.
Over half of the funding.
But it will not impact our investments on artificial intelligence.
Well, that's good to know, because you may be the only person, along with President Trump, who believe that. A reading from the director of a consortium of research universities, he says your budget cuts are the equivalent of working in a company that feels like it's on the verge of bankruptcy. Another one says slow scientific progress threatening the nation's position in the world economy. And that's one of my concerns, because when you eliminate these...
The scary thing about his response was, of all the things that it did say it would cut, scientific research, research for eye surgery, he made sure that he spoke up and said, "Oh no, it would not touch AI research." That's the only thing that he said would be unaffected by a 55% cut in the agency. He wanted to reassure you that there would be no cuts to AI. If you didn't hear this, we need to listen to this again and see what's important to your administration, not your health, because they're cutting 55% off of one agency, but they want to reassure you that, oh no, it will not affect AI. But you may
From the director of a consortium of research universities, he says your budget cuts are the equivalent of working in a company that feels like it's on the verge.
Here we go.
That helped on artificial intelligence, on laser eye surgery, on MRI technology, among others, that you propose to cut it by 55%.
We have a sizable cut to National Science Foundation.
Over half of the funding.
But it will not impact our investments on artificial intelligence.
Well, that's good to know, because you may be the only person, along with President Trump, who believe that. A reading from the director of a consortium of research universities, he says your budget cuts are the equivalent of working in a company that feels like it's on the verge of bankruptcy. Another one says slow scientific progress threatening the nation's position in the world economy. And that's one of my concerns, because when you eliminate these research budgets, you impact long-term economic growth. Are you aware that one international organization has recently said already the United States has fallen behind China when it comes to research?
We have no doubt in our mind that we are going to still be the leading innovator, funder of research, both private and public. Our view is that we want to make sure that there's a dollar that's actually well spent on research.
Thank you very much. I'll accept that as you're disagreeing with the international organization that says we've already fallen behind China. Do you agree that the impact of federal research dollars helps to stimulate private investment? In fact, one estimate is every federal dollar generating 8 times as much in private investment on research.
Mr. Congressman, I don't think the Fogarty International Center, which is at the NIH, should spend $224,000 for a survey on how Buddhism creates HIV stigma in Thailand. That's what your hard-earned tax dollars is going to fund under the guise of research investment. I don't think $20,000 should go to a value ship.
That's fine, Mr. Vought. Thank you. It's fine that you go through and eliminate any project like that, but that doesn't justify providing the fewest number of grants for these key dread diseases in 30 years. I want to ask you about the comment that was referred to by President Trump about the fact that we can't afford daycare at the federal level. And of course, your budget provides no increase in funding for childcare, does it?
We flat fund childcare, which you would not get.
And you also eliminate the program, do you not, that provides assistance for some people with heating and air conditioning, the LIHEAP program. You terminate that entirely.
It is a historically fraudulent program.
Do you terminate it entirely or not?
We do not have funding for LIHEAP because we believe in the moment where we are fighting fraud.
Of all the many things the president says he wants to cut, you have not gotten to Medicare in this budget yet. I guess that will be the next one.
We don't.
So they have suspended heating and cooling for the poor. Heating and cooling. The things that can make a senior citizen die over being overly hot and actually not having heat. These are things that they have eliminated. This architect of Project 2025, who is over the Office of Management and Budget in this administration. Child care. We block grant child care. Have you given them any more money? No, you haven't given them any more money. These are the things that they're concentrating on. As he told you, well, we know we're asking more for war, but we're reinventing what we're doing with the Pentagon. So therefore, we need 1.5 billion more dollars for the Pentagon that can never balance their budget in the last 8 or 9 audits that they have. Can never tell you where they are spending this money. But RonyiQ told you that last September, Pete Kegbreath blew off 93 billion of the Pentagon budget. So they would be under the use it or lose it mindset of, if the Pentagon see you have money left over from this budget, maybe they'll do budget cuts. When he already know that there was going to be no budget cuts for next year, because the big beautiful bill passed July 4th, and they knew that the Pentagon, instead of the 900 and something billion dollars they were going to get, that budget, that they blew 93 billion of that budget on bullshit in September, crab legs, furniture, all that bullshit that they spent $93 billion on, that could have gone to help poor people, could have gone to help in daycare. All of this money that could have gone to help people stay insured, they blew it on bullshit. So they can be sure that their budget wasn't cut when they already know that their budget was increased to $1 trillion. And now that we're living in April of this $1 trillion budget that the Pentagon has received, these motherfuckers are sitting up here telling you that they need another $1.5 billion. No, they got $1 trillion budget. I hope I'm not saying billion. They got $1 trillion budget. Now they're telling you that they need 1.5 billion more for this Pentagon that just got $1 trillion budget, the largest budget in history. But they don't have money for health care. They don't have money for child care. They don't have money for cooling and heating poor senior citizens. They don't have the money for that. And as he pretended like he didn't, what President Trump meant was a fraud when he said that they don't have, the states are going to have to take over child care, Medicare, and Medicaid. And notice when he asked about the heating company, the heating bills that used to be paid, what did he say? Oh, that program was rife with fraud. So he didn't get rid of the fraud. He just got rid of the whole program. If we were to believe that a program was rife with fraud, did he prove anything? Obviously, he has some documentation that proves that organization was rife with fraud. But instead of getting rid of the people who are committing fraud, surely he could have left the people who were receiving heating and cooling assistance on the program. Are he saying the citizens were the ones who were committing the fraud? Or is it really him who is a fraud? Let's continue.
That's coming up next is Medicare, because as the president said, that's a state function. Well, many of us believe it's a vital program to protect the health of our people. We don't want to see what happened to it. That what happened to Medicaid already and to the Affordable Care Act happens to Medicare, and that's very much what's at stake here. I yield back.
Can I address that, Mr. Chairman? 30
seconds.
We do not believe that LIHEAP should go to incarcerated individuals and dead people. It is a notoriously fraudulent program by the same experts that the ranking member continues to cite on a number of other issues.
Well, I'm sure the dead people argument applies just about as much as it did to President Trump's claim that people that were 350 years old were getting Social Security. It's all phony.
My friend from Texas, time has expired. Gave the gentleman an opportunity to answer your question and respond. Mr. Tom McClintock, you have 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I were the ranking member, I'd be very careful about reproaching this administration on inflation. We need to remember every dollar he suffered because of this is areas to dollars.
And this is one of the areas where we really tried, and we are our rank third assume that they are
after the
Minnesota that you identified in California. We've established a fraud task force with the vice. You want to, if you're on the other side of the aisle, I think it destroys people's view of what the social safety net should be. And so it's vital on a bipartisan basis that we get after the fraud in our country. And this administration is going to do it like never before.
But as we learned from the Ellison audio tape, it doesn't.
Including out of 48 months in the Biden administration, 47 of those had jobs.
Virginia for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman,
If I'm fast forwarding through this, it's because I don't want to hear the propaganda. The link is in my description box. This is Congress, and here we go on some great questioning as well.
you outlined the Biden administration. I want to reiterate some of the things that the ranking member said, including out of 48 months in the Biden administration, 47 of those had job growth. The only month that there was a job loss was the month that Trump had come in and actually was president for a significant part of that month. On average, monthly gain in jobs, about 300,000 over the Biden administration. And that compares to 5 months of job loss already run up by this administration, 5 months of job loss, and an aggregate total, it doesn't even amount to 1 month's average month of job growth in the Biden administration. I heard the chairman mention bailing out pension funds. I think he's referring to the fact that in the American Rescue Plan, we saved 1 million people's pensions. They were losing their pensions, wasn't their fault, but they were about to lose their pensions, and we saved those pension plans and pensions in the American Rescue Plan Act, and I think that was a good thing. If you ask those who are about to retire whether they thought it was a good thing, I think most would agree. On inflation, the ranking member pointed out that we had global inflation under Biden. The American Rescue Plan Act and the other spending, I think most experts said, added a little bit of marginal inflation, but the spending also included in the American Rescue Plan Act for families of four, about $5,000 in stimulus checks, $6,000 in child tax credits. Many received enhanced SNAP benefits and lower Obamacare premiums. And the question of whether it worked, if you looked at the end of the year, credit card delinquencies were the lowest in 30 years. Child poverty dropped 40%. So I think it worked. And inflation under Trump, as the ranking members pointed out, specific policies like tariffs, inflation, and the war have added to inflation. And as far as 15 million losing their health care is a good thing because they might be getting jobs. All of the information that we've received from states that have imposed work requirements on Medicaid and SNAP have found virtually no increase in jobs. So if you have, Mr. Vought, any evidence that people will get jobs as a result of that, other than just people losing their health care, we'd like to see it. Now, and the CBO estimates that big, you said the bill had a lot of different names. Big Ugly Bill is one of the names we like to call it. With interest, that's going to add about $4 trillion to the debt. What is your estimate of the damage done to the fiscal situation by that bill?
It will reduce the deficit by $1.5 trillion over the next 10 years if you account for the right baseline, Congressman.
Okay, so everybody thinks it's going to add about $4 trillion to the debt, and you think it's going to save money. Eisenhower was the last Republican president to leave to Democrats a lower deficit measured by percentage of GDP, which is a normal measurement, a lower deficit than they inherited. Does this administration plan to leave a lower deficit than the one they inherited? And if so, are tax increases part of that plan?
The fiscal situation was very steep when we inherited and what we inherited from the Biden administration. We're doing everything we possibly can. I think the things that we did this year collectively with the Congress, as I've said, is the end of fiscal futility. For 20, 30 years, and you all know that I'm a budget person, worked on the budget committee as a staffer for members. I know this place well. There was no success. A lot of people talked about the issue.
There's a simple question. Do you plan to leave a better deficit than you inherited?
This is intentionally a discretionary budget proposal. We don't give you what our deficits long-term are.
Let me ask you another question. What does the budget assume for the future of the Department of Education, especially the Office of Civil Rights, if Congress fails to vote to abolish the department?
Well, as you know, in this budget, we both reflect the fact that we're trying to close the Department of Education, but
nothing.
that substantial resources will continue to flow to communities for education. There's only a 2% reduction in this budget for that particular department. And what's interesting about the bill that thankfully you all voted for is that you voted to endorse many of the restructurings that we did. You voted to eliminate USAID. You voted not to have Corporation for Public Broadcasting when you voted for that omnibus bill.
So what did the judge say about the funds for public broadcasting, PBS, and what did the judge say? The judge say that you must refund the funds, and PBS and NPR is to receive government funds. While and I find it funny. And that's why it's funny that the 7 or 8 people on the Democrat side took their ass and voted and let this bill pass. And now you see this arrogant motherfucker sitting up here telling a Democrat congressman that you voted for this. Because 8 no heart having Democrats voted for this. Now they can sit up and tell the public that this is something the Democrats voted for. Well, 7 or 8 of them did. The same 7 or 8 who just voted to continue to give Israel money, to give Israel money to buy bulldozers to bulldoze down all of the fucking homes that they are targeting in Lebanon. Yes, there are 7 or 8 beholden to AIPAC Democrats who need to be voted the fuck out of office quickly. And it's more than 7 or 8. But the ones that actually put their names to dumb shit needs to be primaried.
Bills that worked its way through. And so our belief is that we make as progress on the ground with these agencies, Department of Education included, with interagency agreements to transfer work where we think that can be better done, that we're going to make the case to Congress in a way that affirms and enacts those reforms long term.
The gentleman's time has expired. You mentioned me, Mr. Scott. The jobs essentially invert policy change
that the era things about.
You got it. From being back in that.
Well, I work with you. I work with you on making some policy changes to make sure it doesn't happen.
You got it. You got it. Thank you. Yielding 5 minutes now to my colleague from the Hoosier State, Mr. Stutzman.
Give us policy.
No.
Harder.
No.
But
no.
People spend
big savings balance budget guy to trillion project fiscal deficit and spike
along. I think that abilities.
For referral requests submitted to Congress. Director, has OMB withheld or delayed the obligation of funds appropriated by this Congress without submitting rescission or deferral notices?
We have fully complied with the Impoundment Control Act. As you probably know, we are not fans of the.
Hold on.
Thank you.
Time has expired. I know you have 5 minutes to my colleague, Mr. Scott Peters from California.
Thank you. Director, thank you for being here today. The Impoundment Control Act of 1974 says that the executive cannot unilaterally withhold congressionally appropriated funds without a rescission or deferral request submitted to Congress. Director, has OMB withheld or delayed the obligation of funds appropriated by this Congress without submitting rescission or deferral notices?
We have fully complied with the Impoundment Control Act. As you probably know, we are not fans of the Impoundment Control Act. We think it's unconstitutional. The president ran against it.
Okay, but
however, we have complied with it.
Did you withhold congressionally appropriated funds?
Oh, we think that some parts of it is unconstitutional. However, we did what we were supposed to do. We complied with it.
Out of rescission or deferral request submitted to Congress.
I know we are not fans of the Impoundment Control Act. We think it's unconstitutional. The president ran against it.
Okay, but
however, we have complied with it.
Did you withhold congressionally appropriated funds without a rescission or deferral request submitted to Congress? That's yes, right?
Not in violation of the Impoundment Control Act. We have.
Did you ever submit
done
rescission
programmatic reviews of various programs?
Did you ever
across
submit
the government.
rescission or deferral?
So yeah, that's a yes. That is a yes. They know that it is illegal to withhold funding, but because they say they think it is unconstitutional, they did it anyway. Let's be sure we hear how he tries to slip around this answer.
Hold congressionally appropriated funds without a rescission or deferral request submitted to Congress. Director, has OMB withheld or delayed the obligation of funds appropriated by this Congress without submitting rescission or deferral notices?
We have fully complied with the Impoundment Control Act. As you probably know, we are not fans of the Impoundment Control Act. We think it's unconstitutional. The president ran against it.
Okay, but you can
However,
answer
we
the
have
question.
complied with it.
Did you withhold congressionally appropriated funds without a rescission or deferral request submitted to Congress? That's yes, right?
Not in violation of the Impoundment Control Act. We have
Not in violation of the Impoundment Control Act. We withheld it, but not under the regulations of the Impoundment Withhold Act. We withheld it under a different guise. We withheld it under a different trick we stuck up our sleeves. What was that trick, sir?
Did you ever submit
done
rescission?
programmatic
Did you ever
reviews of
submit?
various
Did you
programs
ever
across the
submit
government.
rescission or deferral requests to Congress? Have you
We
submitted?
submitted a rescissions package last year, and actually two. We continue to do programmatic reviews
to Congress
of programs. That is not a withholding under the Impoundment Control
Did you
Act.
submit it to Congress?
We don't need to submit. If we're
Did not.
Congressman, if we're just assessing a program
The answer is no.
for waste, fraud, and
I
abuse,
understand you don't think you have to, but I'm just trying to establish you did not.
Congressman of programs, that is not a withholding under the Impoundment
Did
Control
you
Act.
submit it to Congress?
We don't need to submit. If we're
did not.
Congressman, if we're just assessing a program for waste, fraud, and
I
abuse,
understand you don't think you have to, but I'm just trying to establish you did not, right? You did not.
Well,
right?
we submitted rescissions bills to Congress last year.
Okay.
Two of them.
But not deferral notices that you were withholding.
They're not deferrals under the Impoundment Control Act.
Okay. The government accountability.
We didn't defer them under the Impoundment Act. We deferred them under a different act. So therefore, we did not have to send you a deferral notice, even though this is exactly what we're doing. We figured out a different plan to do the same thing without having to go through Congress, like starting wars without having to go through Congress.
Office has already found that the administration illegally withheld.
Here.
Okay.
Two of them.
But not deferral notices that you were withholding.
They're not deferrals under the Impoundment Control Act.
Okay. The Government Accountability Office has already found that the administration illegally withheld nearly $8 billion in NIH grants, $7 billion for funding to support K-12 public schools nationwide, and hundreds of millions of dollars for Head Start programs across the country. Do you dispute GAO's findings?
Yes. GAO is typically wrong. They're very partisan. They are typically on the exact opposite of wherever the Trump administration is. Unfortunately, I know you all look to them.
Well, could it be that the Trump administration is always on the other side of the GMO office, and that has absolutely nothing to do with Trump individually? This is an office that has to do with counting the money under all administrations. So now that they have to be aligned with you, or do you have to be in line with the rules? The rules have to be in line with what Trump wants and what Trump wants to do. When has that ever happened? Listen at the arrogance and the ignorance that this man is spewing out as if it is nothing.
They are a branch of the legislative body. We have a very different view with regard to the merit of their opinions, and so it's.
We have a very different view of the merits of their opinion. And we don't respect their opinion, but they are a part of the governing body that disagrees with us, so we don't have any respect for their opinion. I just wanted you to hear the bullshit. This is a man who is stealing money from scientific research, from educating your kids, money that has been approved and appropriated by the people that you voted to see for your best interest in Congress. And this motherfucker is taking the money and not distributing it to the things that it's supposed to go to. As they say that they need $1.5 billion more to fight wars when they have a $1 trillion budget, an unheard of in life before budget of $1 trillion. But he's withholding money from research, health research, withholding money from educating your children that has been approved. But he's going to the same people who approve scientific research and things that will make you healthy, things that will help educate your kid. He's going to these same people to get $1.5 billion more approved for killing people in wars, while he's not giving the money out that they have appropriated for health services and education. This is why I wanted you to see this. You got to watch what's going on in these hearings, because this is where these people sit up here and say the quiet part out loud, boldly, unashamed.
It's not surprising me that they have a different view on that.
Do you have a legal
regard? And they are typically on the exact opposite of wherever the Trump administration is. Unfortunately, I know you all look to them. They are a branch of the legislative body. We have a very different view with regard to the merit of their opinions, and so it's not surprising me that they have a different view on that.
Do you have a legal opinion on that?
We defend to the hilt all of our legal decisions. Most of the time, with regard to GAO, we don't have to do
a formal
this.
legal opinion on that?
Actually, most of the time, we will put out from OMB a defense in response of any of the GAO. Not always, but we try to be very forward-leaning and articulate, because we feel like we have the moral and legal high ground every time we make a decision.
I'm sure you feel like you have the moral and legal high ground. I get that impression. I would just ask Mr. Chairman, for the record, that we...
Hold on 1 minute. Do you have anything, idea of what I'm saying? Why would I need to pick up something off of CNN when I just saw the video played right here? At what reason would I have to pick up something from CNN when this is something that I am presenting you that CNN never presented to you? How would I have presented, how would I have gotten this from CNN, you stupid bitch? CNN didn't present this hearing to you, you stupid cunt. And what of it? What about it would have to come from CNN that didn't present it when I am presenting it and stopping you to take note of what is being said to you? But you have to talk about me, because you're too stupid to figure it out. So therefore, you think that I must have gotten something off of CNN, because you don't know what I'm talking about. But I know enough about what I'm talking to bring it to my show, to present it. You dumb bitch. Now hit the like button on the way out, you fucking whore. The fuck wrong with you? Oh, excuse me. Hit the like button, please. We have disposed of a dumb bitch. So let's continue. Let's continue. All right. Let's continue. Excuse me. You know, but they think they're shining on me. They think they're shining on me when they say something so stupid that it's easy to dismantle. But she thought she came in here and did her big one. Let's continue.
Without objection, if we had the decision from GAO of August 5 and July 23 on Head Start and NIH impoundment.
Without objection, so ordered.
You know, I understand that the GAO is part of the government you don't like. We don't get to decide what parts of the government we follow and we don't. We have laws that are there for a reason, and I guess we should expect that you would abide by those procedures. But you know, whether it's tariffs or the war or the way you manipulated the budget, the administration just does not want to deal with Congress. And I have to say to my colleagues in general that we've reached a point where if something's not going well in this administration, the response is not, let's do something different. The response is, well, Biden did it worse. It is absolutely irrelevant. Joe Biden is gone. You guys won that election. We don't dispute the results of elections. You won the election. Joe Biden's gone. Our job is today, what do we do in 2026 to make things better? And this budget will not meet that 3% target that we set without aggressive growth assumptions, which I don't think we're going to see. But whether, why are we talking about Joe Biden? Joe Biden's been gone for 2 years. Doesn't matter. The other thing I'd suggest is one of my colleagues, Mr. Smucker, said Democrats don't care about fraud. And I just want to just call that out a little bit, because if Mr. Smucker and I sat down together, I think we could have a discussion about fraud. I think we do care about fraud. We want to know what's real fraud and what's not real fraud. But I ask you not to question my motives. Don't say that. I will pledge to you that I will bash your policies. I think you guys are wrong. I think you're wrong, but I don't question your motives. I think everyone in this room is a patriot that wants to do the right thing for the country. And when we make each other our enemies, the Democrats versus the Republicans, this is the weakest that we can create, the weakest situation we can create for this country. When we are really not thinking of ourselves as colleagues, but as enemies who don't care about stuff, I think that's really something we should stay away from. And, I think I'm sort of least worried about Mr. Smucker because he's a friend. I know him.
Listen, fuck this reaching across the aisle bullshit talk. You are spending all of this time talking about reaching across the aisle when you see the people on the other side of the aisle have no goodwill. Let's continue. All of this stammering about dumb shit. Oh God. We will not listen to this colossal comb over head having motherfucker. No. We have no time for this. Let's move on. Okay.
Budget Committee, although I agree with the ranking member, it shouldn't have taken this long. And unfortunately,
question, but that's where we're coming from.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you very much. I'll yield.
I yield 5 minutes to my friend from California, Mr. Panetta.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, ranking member. Director, it's good to have you here before the Budget Committee. Although I agree with the ranking member, it shouldn't have taken this long. And unfortunately, though, that we've seen is that delay, to me, is one of many examples of the broader disregard by this administration for Congress and for a system of checks and balances. Now, don't get me wrong. Executive authority exists. We get that. We understand that. But it does not extend to the administration unilaterally withholding funding that's been appropriated by Congress. I'm not just saying that. The law mandates it. Impoundments occur when the administration refuses to implement federal expenditures authorized and appropriated by Congress and enacted into law. In fact, there's been 230.
In fact, there's a period that comes after that sentence he just read.
5 years of constitutional interpretation. Impoundments occur when the administration refuses to implement federal expenditures authorized and appropriated by Congress and enacted into law. In fact, there's been 235 years of constitutional interpretation, case law, and statute, which have made that clear, that once a law is enacted, the executive branch is not permitted to refuse to execute that law. An impoundment would basically replace the rule of law with the rule of one person. Article 1, Section 9 of the Constitution clearly gives Congress the power of the person that states that no money shall be drawn from the Treasury, but in consequences of appropriations made by law. And the Constitution mandates that the president take care that the laws be faithfully executed. Now, as we heard today, and as you know, in 1973, President Nixon attempted to impound billions of dollars of enacted clean water appropriations over the objection of Congress. And as you know, in Train v. New York City, in Train v. the City of New York, the Supreme Court unanimously disagreed with President Nixon. That decision was even relied upon as precedent in the court's 98 decision striking down President Clinton's use of a line item veto to block certain portions of a spending bill. As you know, Nixon's attempt at impoundment was the basis for the 74 Impoundment Control Act, which banned impoundments. Despite that law, despite those Supreme Court rulings, and as you mentioned today, this president, this administration, and you believe that impoundment is within the president's power. Your general counsel argued that nearly all enacted laws are merely just suggestions and guidelines that give the president and the executive branch substantial discretion to follow, alter, or even disregard. Your administration basically asserts that a president has mandate to eliminate spending to balance the budget by any means necessary. The problem with that, though, Director, is that the Constitution of the United States does not have a presidential mandate exception. And when it comes to impoundment, there is no language in the Constitution that makes it optional. If this administration continues to impound or appropriated spending, you are basically eliminating Congress's power of the purse. You are basically cutting off Congress in the budget process. And I think as members of this committee, that is something we should continue to push back on. But since this Congress, especially with the leadership in this Congress, has given up that power and let this happen, the courts, thankfully, have been the bulwark against you and your impoundments and your elimination of programs. Your attempt to lay off CFPB employees got struck down in NTEU this verse vote. The preliminary injunction was granted to stop your attempts to withhold congressionally appropriated funds from the National Endowment for Democracy. The Council for Opportunity in Education versus the Department of Education, there was a preliminary injunction to stop the releasing of federal TRIO funding. In Pasito versus Trump, there was another preliminary injunction to suspend the U.S. Refugee Assistance Program. And in the city of Chicago versus DHS, the administration tried to impound FEMA's Shelter and Services Program, but that was stopped by a court. In the National Council of Nonprofits versus OMB, the administration tried to put a government-wide funding freeze, and that was stopped by the courts. In the National Fair Housing Alliance versus HUD, HUD refused to release Fair Housing Initiatives programs funding, and that was stopped by the courts. Director, given these court decisions, given the Constitution of the United States, given the law of this land, do you still believe in impoundments?
200 years of presidents had the ability to spend less money
Once again,
than Congress
Director,
provided.
do you believe in impoundments?
Of course I believe in impoundment.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
The Supreme Court has never spoken on this issue, by the way. All of what you said is largely not true and heavily nuanced.
In regards to Train versus City of New York,
No, that's not true. It was
they
not on
struck that
impoundment.
down.
It was a textual issue.
And isn't it true that Article 1, Section 9 of the Constitution clearly gives Congress the power of the purse?
To set the
Isn't
limit,
that correct?
Set the limit on what an appropriation should be.
And despite all this, you still believe in impoundments,
We believe
correct?
vitally in the Constitution's ability to make sure that we can't spend a dollar that you haven't appropriated. That is the
And once again,
constitutional provision.
Director, reclaiming my time, once again, that is why I believe this Congress needs to push.
So what he wants to nuance is the Constitution says that we cannot spend a dollar unless it is appropriated by you. But we can withhold dollars that have been appropriated by you. We can refuse to spend the dollars appropriated by you because it doesn't square with our agenda, even though you are approving dollars set for programs that are already enacted. But we're not going to go the route to close these programs down and put shame upon our representative. We're going to act like nobody knows what happened to this program. It wasn't funded enough. When it was funded, fine. And a unelected bureaucrat. The unelected bureaucrat is deciding to withhold money. This is the same unelected bureaucrat that sat down in a meeting that he thought was closed door and said that he was going to terrorize the bureaucracy that worked for the federal government. He said that he's going to have them afraid to go to work. These bureaucrats. And what is he? What is he? As he sits in the Office of Management and Budget, he is an unelected bureaucrat clawing back money that have been approved by your voted for Congress to make the lives of the American people better. To use their determine what they are going to finance in their government. And then you have this unelected bureaucrat that hates other unelected bureaucrats in the government system to the point that he's going to terrorize them. This is some bullshit right here. This is why I want you to see this.
back. We're not seeing it with this leadership, but come November of this year, the American people are going to make sure that you understand what impoundments are about. Thank you, and I yield
The
back.
gentleman's time's expired. I yield 5 minutes to my friend from Texas, Mr. Roy.
I thank the chairman. I thank you, Director Vogt.
I believe this Congress needs to push back. We're not seeing it with this leadership, but come November of this year, that is why you still believe in impoundments,
We believe
correct?
vitally in the Constitution's ability to make sure that we can't spend a dollar that you haven't appropriated. That is
And
the
once again,
constitutional provision.
Director, reclaiming my time, once again, that is why I believe this Congress needs to push back. We're not seeing it with this leadership, but come November of this year, the American people are going to make sure that you understand what impoundments are about. Thank you, and I yield
The
back.
gentleman's time's expired. I yield 5 minutes to my friend from Texas, Mr. Roy.
I thank the chairman. I thank you, Director Vogt, for your appearance here today.
We will not be going there with a chipper boy, Roy. We will not waste any time. Oh, I like her. I really, really like her.
Reconciliation to be able to pay for what the Senate Democrats have not been willing to fund, but we have to get those funds funded so that we can ensure that the allotments that you provided in the One Big Beautiful Bill are able to go out.
I associate myself with the gentleman's comment. Appreciate the response, Mr. Vogt. Now yield 5 minutes to Ms. Watson Coleman of New Jersey.
Thank you.
Come on, Miss Watson.
So I was just trying to figure out where could I find a needle large enough to burst the bubble that you guys live in, because you're not living in reality and you're creating a narrative. And just because you say it, you think it's true. And so I've sat up here and I've listened to a whole bunch of explanations that don't in any way, shape, or form relate to reality. I got a couple of questions to ask you, sir. I'm going to start with one that's going to give you a moment to speak, and then I'm going to ask you a series of yes and no's. And when I say yes and no's, I want yes and no's. What would you say right now to the mothers of the kids who died because of your dismantling of U.S. aid? Harvard study says there are more than 100,000 of them. Can you give me a quick response to what you would say to those mothers? Just don't talk to me about the study. Talk to me about what you would say to the mothers of the children who died.
Congressman, with great respect, I would just contest that the extent to which institutions that benefit from federal largesse put out studies that say that the world has ended, that the world has not in fact ended.
Well, it's going there.
Cut
If you're not going to answer the
USAID spending
question,
last year to the tune of about $8 billion. There was far more that we could have done, Congressman.
Reclaiming my time. If a mother came before you who told you that her child died because she didn't have access to health care or medicine that usually would be available because of the kindness of the United States of America that you and this administration have eliminated, would you have anything of empathy, compassion, and humanity to say to her? Would you say to her, I am sorry, that was a mistake?
I always have empathy for individuals, including those that get improper and false information from the media that pumps this false and ignorant information out to the American people.
You know, I am so tired of hearing false, fraud, and abuse from any of my colleagues and even from you. Because if we wanted to eliminate abuse and fraud, we'd eliminate the president of the United States from the office right now and the rest of the sycophants in his administration that are allowing him to do so many illegal things.
Hallelujah!
So here's my yes or no's. This is about your budget and this is about your priorities. Do you think that it is more important to fight a war of choice with a country that represented no threat to us rather than supporting cuts to Economic Development Administration, to K through 12 programs, to community service block grants, to National Institute of Health, to the TSA, and let me speak something about the TSA. Anytime you wanted to spend money to pay DHS, you could, because this president thinks he's a king and can do what he wants to do. And if he wanted to pay those DHS workers, he could have, because he finds money to do everything else he wants to do. What about the money that goes to homeless assistance programs? That's $393 million, or $60 million for fair housing, or eliminating or cutting Job Corps to the point that it's of no help to getting people on the right direction. And even the money for community development financial institutions. Sir, do you think that those programs which address the quality of life, the opportunity of life, the healthiness of the people in this country, including their access to healthcare, is less important than fighting a freaking war across the world that never, ever, ever had to be started? Yes or no is all I want.
It's not a war of choice.
Just say yes or no.
It's not a
I
war
don't
of
care
choice.
what
It's
you
an
think it
important
is. I
national
asked you for
security
the
objective.
yes or no. That's all I want from you.
It is an important national security objective that Iran not.
That is another piece of the bubble that you live in. And that's another part of the information that you all share to create a narrative that has nothing to do with reality. And the people of this country are showing you, location by location, state by state, county by county, and city by city, that they don't believe you all anymore. And let me talk to you a little bit with my 3 minutes or 3 seconds about the cost of living. You keep talking about what you saved here and what you saved there and how you saved this one and how you are more diligent in your savings. Well, the people in this country, they don't feel it with their health care. They don't feel it with the gas they got to put in their cars. They don't feel it when they go to the grocery store. They don't feel it when they try to avoid evictions. They don't feel that you all have stood up to any of your promises, that this is an unfortunately monetizing, lying, corrupt administration.
The gentlelady's time has expired.
I yield my time.
We're now going to yield 5 minutes with Mr. Andrew Clyde from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Director Vought, for testifying before us today. Apologize for the abuse you've had to take from the other side. President Trump's fiscal year 2027 budget.
He's had to take abuse from the other side. Oh. Next, let's continue. He has been questioned and maybe spoken to with a little disdain. He wasn't abused.
Your vote. It's good to finally.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's
All right.
hear her.
I'll work on it. Thank you. Yep. And
This
I yield
should be
back.
good.
Thank the gentleman, and now yield to Ms. Ballant from Vermont. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Vought, it's good to finally see you before the House Budget Committee. Mr. Vought, you lead the Office of Management and Budget. You're one of the architects of Project 2025, and OMB is a powerful agency that's at the center of President Trump's illegal refusal to spend federal money. Mr. Vought, I want to go over your political weaponization of this agency against the American people, and specifically against those states that voted primarily for Democrats. Yes or no, Mr. Vought, a federal judge found that you terminated $7.6 billion in clean energy grants based on whether the recipient lived in a blue state. Yes or no?
I don't recall what that judge said, but we have not made the determinations based on
In
whether
fact,
the state is.
in fact, Mr. Vought, on January 12th, 2026, U.S. Judge Amit Mehta said, quote, defendants, meaning you, Mr. Vought, freely admit that they made grant determination decisions primarily, if not exclusively, based on whether the awardee resided in a state whose citizens voted for President Trump in 2024. Mr. Vought, yes or no? Federal judges said OMB's freeze of $10 billion in child care and family assistance funding, quote, appeared designed to punish communities that the administration agreed with. Yes or no? Was that something that federal judges said about you and your leadership?
I think the judge's characterization is getting at the degree to which we are focused on state.
Yes or no? Yes or no? Well, we don't care what you think about the judge's characterization is. You don't know what it is. Oh, hold on.
We want the bureaucrats to be traumatically affected.
Hold on.
We want when they.
What we do know, you know what the goddamn judge said.
We want the bureaucrats to be
get back
traumatically
to the
affected.
damn thing.
We want when.
Hold on.
Federal judges said OMB's freeze of
We're back.
$10 billion
We're back.
in child
Hold
care.
on. What we do know is what the judge said. What we don't know is what your answer to this simple question is. Once read what the judge said, we don't want to know what you think, what the judge was thinking. This is why I wanted to show this to you.
Lived in a blue state. Yes or no?
I don't recall what that judge said, but we have not made the determinations based on.
I
In
don't
fact,
recall.
Mr. Vought, on January 12th,
I don't
2026,
recall. How can you not recall a judge saying the obvious? That's something that you admitted, and the judge said it out loud in court. But now all of a sudden, I don't recall. Let's see how much redder he gets. Let's gauge the redness in this skin as he's being questioned by this congresswoman from Vermont.
As Judge Amit Mehta said, quote, defendants, meaning you, Mr. Vought, freely admit that they made grant determination decisions primarily, if not exclusively, based on whether the awardee resided in a state whose citizens voted for President Trump in 2024. Mr. Vote, yes or no? Federal judges said OMB's freeze of $10 billion in child care and family assistance funding, quote, appeared designed to punish communities that the administration agreed with. Yes or no? Was that something that federal judges said about you and your leadership?
I think the judge's characterization is getting at the degree to which we are focused on states that we think are mismanaged.
Okay, that is not in fact the case. In fact,
See, the thing about it is, it's not your job to be focused on what your opinion is about the mismanagement of the state, because the money that you were supposed to release has been approved via the Congress. So how you feel about the mismanagement of the state has no consequence, because that is not your job. Your job is to release the funds. It is the Congress' job to vote to release the funds. So what you feel about the mismanagement of these states that the judge caught your ass on, trying to claw back approved funds for Democrat states, that shit you're talking about makes no sense, because it is of no consequence to the Congress people are voting on the funds, and the judge are whipping your ass and slapping you up across your face in the suit that was bought because you had withheld funds from blue states, because you thought you could, because you didn't care about, you didn't have a appealing to how blue states were being run. You didn't care for how blue states were being run, so you decided to withhold money. You should be in jail. You should be in jail.
U.S. District Judge Trina Thompson found the administration broke the law and froze funds as a politically motivated move disguised as fraud prevention.
Broke the law in a politically motivated move disguised as fraud prevention. This is why I wanted to play the hearings. This is why you need to hear the hearings. I played you clearly who Russell Vought was even before the election. I played it for you. I'll go back in this video before we get to this hearing, and you will find out who Russell Vought has always been. You will find Russell Vought running his mouth on tapes all the time about all the illegal things that he is going to do in this next government, which he has found himself right in the middle of office of management and budget, the person who dispersed funds in this government. He always planned to do this. This was the big Project 2025 plan that he told you. I played the tapes for you. I played the tapes for you when they came out prior to the election, during the election, after the election, again and again and again. So people who knew all of these other names that are swarming around, Kash Patel, Pam Bimbo, Ice Barbie, y'all forgot about the important name that I told you about, Russell Vought. But God damn it, I ain't never forgot about Russell Vought. Let's continue.
So your characterization actually is false. Other courts have said that withholding congressionally approved funding, the administration broke the law and froze funds as a politically motivated move disguised as fraud prevention. So your characterization actually is false. Other courts have said that withholding congressionally approved funding is, quote, vindictive and unlawful. Courts have found that freezing funds create, quote, irreparable harm against the American people. And the GAO, the Government Accountability Office, the watchdog agency that investigates how federal agencies spend taxpayer dollars, has reported that you broke the law multiple times, and they have said that you have refused to spend money that was dedicated for Americans. The Constitution gives Congress the power to spend money and not the president. Mr. Vought, your actions clearly show that you want to cut federal funds from anyone who didn't vote for Donald Trump. Are you trying to get revenge on states that did not vote for your boss?
No, of course not. What's interesting about the question is that Joe Biden withheld.
Oh, for goodness sakes, can we please bring it back to my question? It was a yes or no question. Are you trying to get revenge against blue states because they did not support the president? Courts have said that, in fact, you did do that. That, in fact, you are being vindictive. In fact, you are punishing because of political persuasions. It's not members of Congress who suffer when you do an end run around Congress. That's not what I'm angry about. It's not about you taking the power away from us. It's that it's their money. It's their power. Of the people, by the people, and for the people. The House is closest to the people. So when you do an end run around Congress, you're taking Americans' power. I want to move on now to wasteful government spending, particularly the $350 billion set aside for this, yes, war of choice against Iran, included in this president's budget. His budget asked for a shocking surge in Pentagon spending, up to $1.5 trillion. We have never in the history of this country seen spending like this, paid for by slashing healthcare, education, and housing. Donald Trump has said, as my colleagues have said earlier, we're fighting wars here. We can't take care of daycare. Mr. Vought, yes or no, is $350 billion for the war in Iran lowering costs for Americans? Those Americans who ask us in every single town hall why they can't afford to live in this country. Is the war lowering costs for Americans?
It is certainly not defunding childcare. We fully fund childcare in this budget.
Is it lowering costs for the American people?
But doesn't that get at the premise of your question?
You can find money for illegal wars in Iran. You can find money for all the pet projects of this administration, and yet we can't find money to alleviate the costs of food and housing and gas on the home front. But according to you,
fully funded childcare, fully funded Head Start.
Mr. Vought, with the money that is set aside in this budget, the additional funding from the war in Iran, $350 billion, we could fund the ACA tax credits for 10 years, for a decade. And I can tell you what my constituents want to know. How is it that we can continue to spend money on foreign wars and yet we cannot find a solution to the fact that people can't afford health care? And again, in closing, I just want to say again, we're not so angry because you're taking our power. We're angry because you are taking the people's power. I yield back.
The gentlelady's time has expired. If the gentleman wants to respond.
I would just say this president has been a person who has campaigned and led for peace and against endless wars.
Now, I do want you to understand. Let me make sure my mic is on. I really hope you understand that he said this last week. We are in the middle of a war. This president has gone and struck so many nations, killed people in the Caribbean Sea who he has not proved to you or anyone else that these people were narco drug traffickers. This man is in the middle of a war that he cannot even tell you why. Not even a bad reason why, much less a good reason why we are at war with Iran. And they are doing everything to call it everything but what you know it to be, a full-blown war. And this is what this fool with this tomato red, I think we're at tomato red now of the color of this face, is like trying to tell you that this is a man of peace. When she asks him, why is it that this nation can find so much money to fight wars as this Pentagon has a $1 trillion budget in 2026? And this man who is over dispensing the money is sitting up here trying to rationalize why the Pentagon is asking for $1.5 billion more dollars in the month of April for the next budget. Now he's sitting up here trying to tell you that this is a president of peace. When the question is, the old Tupac question, you got money for wars but can't feed the poor question. The oldest question in the book. How do you have so much money to spend on war and so many of your American citizens are about to lose their health care? But he wants to tell you that this president is a president of peace, and he is asking for $1.5 billion more to add to the $1 trillion budget that the Pentagon has for 2027. And unlike most Pentagon budgets, the Pentagon can never tell you what they have done with all of the money of the budget that they have spent. The Pentagon has not been able to successfully complete an audit, which means to tell you where all of the money that you have given them has gone. They have failed, I believe it's at 8 audits right now. Because they don't know where over 60% of the money that that have been allocated to the Pentagon was spent at. However, we do know that 2025 $800 and some billion budget. We do not know that of that $800 and some billion, $93 billion went on bullshit in September of 2025. Crab legs, expensive furniture, lobster tail, ribeye steaks, contracts for Uday and Kusei Trump. We do know that $93 billion went to bullshit in September. But he's a peaceful man, right? Let's go back to this.
His time has expired. If the gentleman wants to respond.
I would just say this president has been a person who has campaigned and led for peace and against endless wars.
So is it peace through war? Is that where we are right now?
Ms.
Peace
Fallon,
through
I'm giving our
been-
witness
the
time to
president-
respond to your question, and then I'm going to yield 5 minutes to Mr. Estes. So finish the response uninterrupted, and then let's go to Mr.
The president has also been equally clear that he is not going to allow a nuclear Iran. He is not going to allow them to have nuclear weapons. He is not going to allow them to have missiles and a navy that impacts our national security. And so he is doing what is necessary to keep us safe, while at the same time to pursue diplomacy so that we can get out of wars and lower those costs over time.
Oh, he put us in a war so we can get out of wars. Were we in a war before? So it was necessary to put us in a war to get us out of wars? Is that what you're saying, stupid? Oh, you think we're stupid. Oh, well, we're not all of us who are watching you are not Trump voters. So just don't assume that everyone who is listening to you is stupid.
I thank the gentleman. Yield 5 minutes to Mr. Estes from Kansas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Director.
Someone in the chat asked me, why am I going over and not listening to the Republicans? Why would I? Why would I listen to a bunch of sycophants and people who are excusing the inexcusable? Why would I? The link is in my description box. You are more welcome to go through this whole hearing that many of you probably didn't even know went on. And look down in my description box and you will see this under Russell Vought. How simple did I make it for you? If you want to see the whole hearing, I linked this hearing in my description box under Russell Vought. So avail yourself to it, please. Now let's get into this.
Waste. Thank you.
I thank the gentleman and lost my list to yield to Ms. Jayapal, my classmate from the great state of Washington, for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Mr. Vought. Despite President Trump's promise to lower prices on day one, consumer sentiment plummeted to its lowest level on record last week. Gas prices are at a record high in Seattle. Diesel is now over $7, and families are feeling this every time they go to the grocery store. Meanwhile, fraud reports have only gone up. and efforts to hold big corporations accountable have just disappeared. So congratulations, Mr. Vogt. You and Donald Trump have managed to successfully tank the futures of millions of Americans. Now, Republicans' so-called One Big Beautiful Bill, which I notice our colleagues have literally changed the name of because it is so unpopular, it is not beautiful to strip healthcare from millions of Americans. That bill costs $4.7 trillion and is expected to make up 20% of the next decade's deficit. And it's all to pay for tax breaks for the wealthiest Americans and corporations. The Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy just published a report that shows that Trump's policies are a tax increase for all Americans except the wealthiest 5%. So for 95%, those policies are a tax increase. Do you know, Mr. Vogt, how many of the largest corporations in America paid absolutely nothing in federal income tax in 2025?
Not off the top of my head, but our view is that the tax policy.
Well, let me just tell you, Mr. Vogt, reclaiming my time, let me just tell you the number of corporations, large corporations, that paid absolutely zero in federal tax was 88 at least that we know of, including Tesla, which paid zero on almost $5.7 billion of income, as well as Coinbase, Citigroup, CVS Health, and Palantir. And those companies together had over $105 billion in profits. Now, meanwhile, Mr. Vogt, what's the average income tax paid by Americans?
Look, Ms. Congresswoman, this bill that you are opposed to, that you voted against.
Do you know the answer to my question? Because I get to ask the questions here.
I understand, but
so I'm asking you what the average income tax rate is that's paid by Americans.
And I'm suggesting that you.
No, you're not here to suggest anything different from the question that you are asked. What you're doing is you're deflecting. That's what you're doing. And for the person in my chat who said no one wants to hear what Tupac Shakur had to say, well, maybe you need to hear what Tupac Shakur had to say. Because what he definitely said, that this country has money for wars but can't feed the poor. So what is criminal about what he said? You are supporting a 42-time convicted felon in the White House, but you want to talk about some criminality of Tupac Shakur. What crimes has Tupac been convicted of? Since you want to talk about criminals, how many felonies did Tupac have? And how many felonies does your president have? Since you want to talk about criminality, do you really want to talk about criminality? We'll talk about the criminality of this White House. Do you really want to talk about all of the money that your president is negotiating with from the IRS because his name was and his tax forms were released with thousands of other people, and he has sued your own Treasury Department for $10 billion, not million, billions of dollars. He sued our own government for $10 billion, and none other than the stuttering Scott Bessent is in negotiation for a settlement because his, among thousands of others, people income tax were revealed. You want to talk about that criminality? You want to talk about a criminal mind? Okay, let's continue.
Part of keeping tax
Okay,
low.
so you don't know, it's 14.5%. So while all these corporations paid nothing, average Americans are paying 14.5%. Now, are you aware that thanks to stripping healthcare from Americans, the middle 60% of Americans will pay $900 more on average than before Trump came in and created chaos with tariffs and healthcare and tax law that benefited the wealthiest? You can just say yes or
This administration
no.
did not strip healthcare, and in fact, we provided $50 billion for rural healthcare that you voted against.
In the president's budget request, you state that, quote, it ensures that every taxpayer dollar makes Americans safer, stronger, and more prosperous. So please answer yes or no to these questions. According to one survey, 1 in 6, that's 17%, returning ACA marketplace enrollees say they are not confident that they will be able to afford their premiums this year. Does that make Americans stronger and more prosperous?
It certainly makes it more prosperous to have a healthcare system that ensures that.
Okay, so you're okay with all these Americans not being able to afford their healthcare premiums. Now you're trying to eliminate the low-income energy assistance programs while Trump's illegal Iran war raises gas prices. Does that make Americans stronger and more prosperous?
It's important to not have fraudulent programs.
Oh, I'm so glad you asked about fraud, because you are coming back to ask for a $1.5 trillion budget for the Department of Defense. How many consecutive audits has the Department of Defense failed as of the end of 2025?
The department is making progress towards the audit.
How many audits has the Department of Defense failed? The number is 8. And Mr. Vought, the Department of Defense is the only federal agency that has never passed an audit. And you want to talk to me about fraud? There is over at least $10 billion in confirmed fraud within the Department of Defense, but you're not going after any of that. Now, let me turn to the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, since you're also the acting director there. This was an agency that was established to protect consumers from financial predation, deception, fraud, and abuse from the biggest banks, biggest corporations. And the CFPB has stepped in and really done that work under the last administration. CFPB put real money back in consumers' pockets, returned over $21 billion to consumers who were cheated or scammed by big banks, giant corporations. It ordered Wells Fargo to pay over $2 billion and Bank of America to pay $727 million to consumers who were harmed. But you have a mission to eliminate the CFPB. Why are you protecting big corporations instead of consumers, Mr. Vought?
I'm not. CFPB caused $350 billion of added costs on consumers.
Mr. Vought, you are asking to reduce the CFPB's workforce to just 1/3 of its 2025 level, which means
the CFPB, let me make sure my mic is on. The CFPB, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. You notice he doesn't say that they cost any money, that they had any fraud. You notice he doesn't say that they didn't do anything but have office expenses. He's saying that the CFPB cost the government what it took to operate its offices. This is what this man is saying you. But what he's not telling you, that the CFPB has done for the American people, that it has clawed back billions of dollars that corporations have wrongly charged you and have put it back in your pocket. That is the whole thing that the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau does for you. Say, for instance, 1 or 2 people go to the CFPB and say, hey, and this has happened. This bank is overcharging me for different things. I notice that I'm always getting these withdrawals coming out of my bank, and they cannot explain to me what is happening with this. You know why Wells Fargo was struck by having found out to have all these fake accounts in people's name, and they had to give the people the money back from all of these transactions that they were being struck because they were pushing their tellers to have a X amount of new accounts. So these tellers were going in and making new accounts on your account that you didn't know of, and you were having to pay fees because you didn't have any money in these accounts, because you didn't know about these accounts. But you had to have a certain amount of money in these accounts to keep the account open, or you were going to be beamed by Wells Fargo. That type of shit. CFPB, not only did they just pay the 2 or 3 people who came in and said, hey, I'm having a problem with Wells Fargo. You know, they paid everybody. They did the investigation and paid everybody who had that same problem with Wells Fargo and didn't even know that they were having that problem with Wells Fargo, who hadn't even caught on. This is what the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau did for the people. And Russell Vought wants to tell you it costs. What did it cost? It cost the price of doing business. That's what it costs. It cost the price of doing business. How much did Doge cost? How much did Doge cost? Let's let me. I just want to make sure you are clear on what you are hearing in this transaction.
You voted against it.
Do you know the answer to my question? Because I get to ask the questions here.
I understand, but
so I'm asking you what the average income tax rate is that's paid by Americans.
And I'm suggesting that you were not a part of keeping tax rates low.
So you don't know, it's 14.5%. So while all these corporations paid nothing, average Americans are paying 14.5%. Now, are you aware that thanks to stripping healthcare from Americans, the middle 60% of Americans will pay $900 more on average than before Trump came in and created chaos with tariffs and healthcare and tax law that benefited the wealthiest? You can just say yes or
This administration
no.
did not strip healthcare. And in fact, we provided $50 billion for rural healthcare that you voted against.
In the president's budget request, you state that, quote, it ensures that every taxpayer dollar makes Americans safer, stronger, and more prosperous. So please answer yes or no to these questions. According to one survey, 1 in 6, that's 17%, returning ACA marketplace enrollees say they are not confident that they will be able to afford their premiums this year. Does that make Americans stronger and more prosperous?
It certainly makes it more prosperous to have a healthcare system that ensures that.
Okay, so you're okay with all these Americans not being able to afford their healthcare premiums. Now you're trying to eliminate the low-income energy assistance programs while Trump's illegal Iran war raises gas prices. Does that make Americans stronger and more prosperous?
It's important to not have fraudulent programs.
Oh, I'm so glad you asked about fraud, because you are coming back to ask for a $1.5 trillion budget for the Department of Defense. How many consecutive audits has the Department of Defense failed as of the end of 2025?
The department is making progress towards the audit.
How many audits has the Department of Defense failed? The number is 8. And Mr. Vought, the Department of Defense is the only federal agency that has never passed an audit. And you want to talk to me about fraud? There is over at least $10 billion in confirmed fraud within the Department of Defense, but you're not going after any of that.
Doge didn't go after any of that. Did you see Doge talking about going after the Department of Defense and how much they have cut from the budget of the Department of Defense? No, you didn't hear any of that. You heard that their budget went up from 800 and some billion dollars to $1 trillion. So did you hear that? Did you hear that? And where do they do that at? Let's continue.
Now, let me turn to the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, since you're also the acting director there. This was an agency that was established.
Now, he's made himself the acting director of the bureau that is helping you claw back money. Is this a sick joke? As he decimated this bureau, totally ruined this bureau, and he's the acting secretary. He made himself the acting secretary. He didn't even put somebody in there who may happen to do the job. Now, I wonder, does he get a separate paycheck for being the acting secretary of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau? Could there possibly be a second check, since that is another job position? Let's hear how this goes.
Established to protect consumers from financial predation, deception, fraud, and abuse from the biggest banks, biggest corporations. And the CFPB has stepped in and really done that work under the last administration. CFPB put real money back in consumers' pockets, returned over $21 billion to consumers who were cheated or scammed by big banks, giant corporations. It ordered Wells Fargo to pay over $2 billion and Bank of America to pay $727 million to consumers who were harmed
over $21 billion. And she breaks these numbers down. These numbers was not going to some class action lawsuit. These numbers weren't going to some attorney who you had to get to fight a case for you and peel them off. No, this money was going straight from the people who illegally took it or continue to charge your account by mistake and all that shit. That shit went exactly straight back to you in your pockets without having to go through all of the rigmarole and running around that these big corporations will usually do to you and know that you're going to get tired out and you're going to just say, oh, forget it. No. This is what this bureau did. This is how much money this bureau got back from you. This is the stuff that they talk about, soft targets and things like that. Things that get money back to you. But they dismantle that type of stuff to allow who to keep your money that they got let's say by mistake or intentional mistake, these big corporations and banks can no longer keep your money. And he got rid of this agency. Let me see what the chat is talking about now. Let me see what the chat is talking about now. Okay. Stephen Miller stole $6.2 billion from taxpayers, laundered it to the Cayman Islands in 72. Wait a minute. What are you saying? Laundered it to the Cayman Islands in 72 hours later, had the money sent to different accounts. And he can't tell us where or who we sent our money. Wait a minute. I'm going to have to. 6.2 billion was just stolen from taxpayers by Stephen Miller. And not one of you care. Well, thank you for. This is the first time that I saw this. We're gonna try to look that up. Jeremiah. What is this? Jeremiah. Oh, I think your name is Jeremiah. Republican Party has no care for the Constitution, law, or any sort of common decency. Have you no decency, sir? No common decency for the fellow American citizen. All they want is war. War and what? All they want is war and cash. That is all they want. Now, a tall glass of okra. What is bullshit? What is this you say is bullshit? What is this that you say is bullshit? A tall grass of okra? 1.4 million people have lost their jobs in 1 year. No, they don't pay attention to any of that. You know, everybody comes in here and act as if they are independently wealthy and everyone in their family is wealthy and they are unaffected by anything that happens in this economy. And we're supposed to believe that we are in a chat full of unicorns that are unaffected by real life. Also, if you're watching this broadcast on your phone, I would suggest that you also take a gander and watch this broadcast in the portrait view, because I have a list of products that may or may not be something that you may need in the near future. I have a list of different price range of solar batteries. I think that you may want to check out the solar batteries. And I also have some potable water containers that you will be able to store water in, large amounts of water. It is estimated in an emergency, one single person needs approximately 5 to 8 gallons of water per day. So I have gone through and I have selected some things that may help you survive if you happen upon hard times. Hey, If you don't do anything with the information, if you don't prepare yourself with it, then you perish. Prepare or perish. That's all I can tell you. Now, it is estimated that the United States is about to really feel the impact of this Strait of Hormuz being closed down. This is allegedly about to be the beginning of the impact of these straits being closed down. So while other countries have been telling their people to ration things, to not drive your car every day, your government has told you nothing to prepare yourself for what is coming to you. And that is the most unfortunate thing. So please go to the other expanded version of this video, or go to my video on yesterday. Do not choose the version that is made for phone, because I cannot tag products in that form, but I can tag products in the other form. If you don't have a solar generator, I don't know what you're doing. I really don't know what you're doing. But maybe you know. Maybe it's not for me to know. Let's continue this. And I can... Let me finish this up.
But you have a mission to eliminate the CFPB. Why are you protecting big corporations instead of consumers, Mr. Vought?
I'm not. CFPB caused $350 billion of added costs on consumers.
Mr. Vought, you are asking to reduce the CFPB's workforce to just 1/3 of its 2025 level, which means that the department that oversees the banks and other financial companies that hold trillions of dollars in mortgage, auto, credit card, and student loan debt would drop from 500 employees to just 77, and the enforcement department would only have 50 workers. What do you have to say to the millions of service members, veterans, older adults, and students that are seeing costs rise, and now, because of your unprecedented rollback of consumer protection staff, have nobody at the agency that is actually policing those big corporations that are scamming consumers?
The gentlelady's time has
We are
expired.
policing it. And in fact, we do not believe that an agency that increased the cost on the American people should not have oversight. That's why we've reined it in.
It is clear to me that you are just protecting those biggest corporations, Mr. Vought, and you should be ashamed.
How is the CFPB charging $350 billion to the taxpayer? So does that make any sense? The CFPB gets money that big corporations have overcharged or for some reason owe the average American citizen. So how does that impact you as an American citizen being charged fees from the CFPB? The CFPB does not charge you fees. It takes reports, it investigates the reports, and if something is to the report, it gets your money back. So he's sitting up here saying that the CFPB is charging the American people money, $1,380,000. Did he say million or $1 billion? I think he said billions of dollars. He will never show. These people are just come up and just say these outlandish things. And notice the most outlandish thing from this administration, everything is about billions. They try to make it seem like, oh, it's so impactful. $300 and some billion. He wants you to believe that the CFPB has cost the American people. He's not going to attempt to prove it, not one time, though. It's not what you can say. It's what you can prove. Let me see if there's... I think is that her? Is that her? Let me see if this is her.
Yield 5 minutes to Ms. Judy Chu from California.
Director Vought, I represent the cities of Altadena and Pasadena in Southern California that are still living through the aftermath of the Eaton fire that destroyed 6,000 homes last January. For tens of thousands of my constituents, the experience looked like this. It was the early hours of the morning and they were sleeping peacefully in their homes. Suddenly, they were awoken by loud sirens and the smell of smoke.
I don't want to hear story time. You should have just said what you had to say. Do I want to hear her?
It's tax day. I want to focus a little bit on the IRS. And the Budget Lab has a great report that I'd like to unanimous consent to enter into the record. Thank you, Chairman. And it's entitled, "A Weakened IRS Has Substantial Consequences." So spending on the IRS has...
So I'll keep things simple. I've got a few yes or no questions. Should Americans have access to medical care? Yes or no?
Yes.
Well, that's great that we're in agreement, because if you cared about the sick.
Is that yes or no?
We engaged in a number of reorganization. I'd have to check as to where it's residing, but we
Americans last. Now we have an administration that's leading the effort to reorient the federal government back to its core mission to
the working class. President Trump's tariffs have really added to the troubles that they face. And the price of everything has gone up. Gas is bad. I mean, it's over $4 a gallon now. Diesel's worse. And I come from a major distribution center in the heartland of America. Beef is hamburgers, $8 a pound. Our food banks have never had as many people come in. I'm just telling you that. Energy and water bills in Toledo, Ohio have doubled in our region of the country. And the new farm bill, which is vital to 8 of the counties I represent, keeps bumping along and never goes forward. And then the president gave $40 billion to our...
You mean to tell me that the farmers haven't gotten their relief package yet? She said the farm bill keeps bumping along, but it's never made any progress. While we have given $40 billion to Argentina to relieve their farmers. This is a Ohio congressperson.
Argentina, which put a dagger through the heart of the cattlemen I represent. And the ethanol 15, what's the big deal about that? You're a powerful person. You can make a difference. You know, they do E60 down in Brazil. I'm for E30, but I can't even get it up to E15. Our farmers are in a very precarious situation. And with what's going on with health insurance, sir, I can't predict the future. I expect many of our rural hospitals, one has already gone out of business. It's really happening. I see you've spent a lot of time in Washington, at think tanks and so forth. I'd invite you out to our region. I think you have friends at Hillsdale College. You could visit them and then come down to my area. I want to show you what's going on. I believe we have a generational challenge. History won't regard us well. They'll view us as very short-sighted in this generation. Our debt is going up $40 trillion. You and I understand what GDP is. We're in a bad situation as a country. And the debt, I checked the numbers. Last year, I think we paid $280 billion to foreign holders of our debt. And I start thinking $280 billion. I could take $1 billion of that and give it to the mayor of the largest city I represent to reduce the city's bonded indebtedness, which is over $2 billion because of where we live and what we had to do to purify the water. But it's upside down. Now, the first Trump administration, you were a very important person in that one too, from 2016 to 2020. And under that administration, the first administration, you added $6.7 trillion to the U.S. debt. That was 33% increase. So I judge you by your works. And that was the pandemic started during those years. But again, we added debt. I have this chart here. I urge you to take it back to OMB. Tell me where I'm wrong. If you look at history, going back 40 years, there were wars. Ask yourself, who was president when those wars were started? $8 trillion not paid for. Now we got another one. We got another one going. Trump tax cuts in the first term, $2 trillion. Bush 2 tax cuts. Under the Republican presidents, yes, they have cut taxes, but the debt grew. It didn't grow the economy fast enough to offset the debt that was generated. If you look at the pandemic spending, okay, there was $4 trillion there. We had the Great Recession, but really the tax cuts going back to the Reagan presidency, the Bush 2 presidency, the Bush 1 presidency, if you look at that, the tax cuts were never paid for. So we can't reach a solution unless we're honest with ourselves. I get tired of the political badminton here. We really have a serious problem. And the greater indebtedness and the ratio of GDP to the accumulated debt of the country is frightening. You'll probably laugh at this. But what I want you to do, I want you to go to the Department of Treasury, and I want you to help me sell U.S. savings bonds through every postal office in this country. I want grandmas and godmothers like me to be able to give a bond to those that will follow us. I can't do that. I have to go to the internet, and then they mail it. That's not a gift. So it goes. So anyway, I did have one question, Mr. Chairman. Do you have to take an oath to the Constitution before you assume your position at OMB?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Then I'd urge you to look at
address that?
Article
Certainly,
1, Section 9.
if you'd like to
I have many
respond.
questions I will
Yes.
submit to the record on U.S. Department of Defense.
The witness would like to respond.
just
Without a
wanna-
vote of Congress.
I just want to commend the Congresswoman for focusing on debt. Very rarely do you hear someone on that side of the
Now there's something going on with their audio, not mine. So
aisle who talks about the $39 trillion in debt. The only thing I would say, and I will take a copy back to OMB of that pie chart, the pie chart doesn't include anything with regard to the trillions of dollars that we're spending as a federal government. So it has all of these things, all of which occurred, but it has nothing that reflects the fact that we spend trillions of dollars in government on that. So how would that not be a part of the 39.4 trillion? That would be my initial instinct with response, but I'm happy to take a look at it, and I appreciate your concern.
Ray,
with
let's
that.
be honest with one
Thank
another
you.
here.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, this does include that.
Gentlelady's
That
time
is
has
the
expired.
residual.
Gentlelady's time. Thank you.
let's be honest here. You also represented that you had cut a lot of the debt. Let's be honest here. While you talk about you're gonna take her pie chart back to your office, and you care that she cares about the debt. You spoke not about one thing that you have done to cut the debt. Now, that's it on him. The link is in my description box. I spent quite a bit of time monkeying around with him. There are other things. There are other things that I wanted to touch on. The GOP is caught after a shady Epstein move. The GOP is trying to prevent the House Democrats from being able to make any motions on the floor in regards to Epstein, and actually asking for subpoenas to be bought to bring people in to the Oversight Committee on Epstein per James Comer's maneuvers. Let's get into
House
that.
Oversight Chair Republican James Comer is running scared. How do we know? Well, I got a memorandum over here dated April 17th, 2026. It's from House Oversight. And what did it say? Well, it says that Comer and the Republicans on House Oversight, they don't want to do full committee hearings, the traditional ones that you see depicted on C-SPAN and on the news. Why? Because they don't want bipartisan subpoenas to be voted on. They don't want Democrats to do motions to actually have transparency, because gosh forbid House Oversight does its job, which is oversight over things like the Department of Justice. And look, we have seen a level of success with Congressman Robert Garcia and Congresswoman Summer Lee, among others, on the House Democrats' side, right? On oversight. They have accomplished amazing things on oversight, in large part, A, because they're motivated and they're pursuing the truth, and B, because they've figured out that there are some Republicans that truly believe that the entirety of the Epstein files should be released and that people should have to answer questions about criminal conduct like raping of children. Let's get into the memo because it's worth talking about. How House Oversight Republicans have suspended the use of traditional committee hearings in favor of conducting what they're calling roundtables. These are informal, off-the-record meetings, these roundtables. They are informal sessions with no rules, no accountability, no protections for the minority, i.e. the Democrats, and no opportunity to consider motions to issue subpoenas. These roundtables are designed to look and feel like a regular committee hearing because the members of that committee will be seated on the dais and the witnesses will be testifying as if they would for a hearing. But here's the thing. The witnesses are not required to be under oath when they're testifying at these roundtables. Republicans are blocking the opportunity for motions to be presented during the traditional full committee hearings in order to do things like secure testimony, to get documents, right? To be able to have witnesses forced to show up to be held accountable for what is happening in our federal government. These informal roundtables also don't allow members of Congress to be afforded the rights and protections they would otherwise have under the rules. For example, these roundtables don't get a guarantee that members of Congress have a specific amount of time to be able to question witnesses and that they have the chance to be able to invite minority witnesses to offer substantive testimony about the issues that are being debated or discussed. And here's the other thing. Remember how Congresswoman Summerlee told me and others that James Comer told her to stop her bitching? Remember that? Well, when you have these informal round tables, you also suspend rules of decorum. So can you imagine House Oversight Republicans and their behavior? If they don't have any rules of decorum to govern them when they're doing these informal roundtable sessions, the memorandum goes on to say that this is not a regular practice in other committees. One of the other committees, Ways and Means, another powerful and important committee, has started to do these roundtables instead of hearings. When Trump administration witnesses testify. Of course, because they don't want Democrats to be able to really go after administrative witnesses, and they don't want administrative witnesses to be able to testify under oath, because you know that whole false statements to Congress perjury thing? Gosh forbid. You're under oath under penalties of perjury and other federal criminal offenses when you lie to Congress. So far, there have been 5 subcommittee roundtables since January 2026, and they have dealt with the following areas. And I wanted to highlight these for you because I do think it's a big tell, because it kind of suggests that the Republicans know what they're hiding, right? Okay, so here's the first one.
Off the book meetings. This is beyond the pale.
Artificial intelligence, because don't want to have any transparency on that. The IRS, MAHA, government efficiency. Oh, and here's one of the other ones. Crimes against children. I'm not kidding you. These are these roundtables, these informal sessions that really don't have any teeth. That don't have any teeth. That are not the traditional full committee hearings that we're used to having. Several subcommittees.
So this link is in my description box. What is this link under? Epstein. Yes, in my description box under Epstein, go over there and check out Katie Fang. She does great reporting, and the thing about it, Katie Fang, she always comes with the legal documents. Now let's look at this.
Well, that was faster than I thought.
Let's look at this cockeyed idiot that 47 has put over the FBI. It seems like he came out and blew a press conference yesterday, and also at the same time blew this bogus case that he has filed against the Atlantic magazine. The Atlantic magazine was like, shit, go ahead and file, go ahead and sue. We have over 21 people who we sourced for this story. So you can go on and sue. And in all of the tales that we told, there were multiple witnesses to what we reported. Not we were relying on one witness for all the events. Not we were one just had one witness for each one of the many of the events that we reported your incompetence to. No, but for all of the multiple events, there were multiple witnesses. Sue us, bitch. Let's get into that. This is going to be under Cockeyed Patel.
For Kash Patel to wreck his own lawsuit that he's filed against the Atlantic for $250 million. Well, that was faster than I thought for Kash Patel to wreck his own lawsuit that he's filed against the Atlantic for $250 million for purported defamation. It only took one press conference 24 hours after he filed the lawsuit for him to screw the lawsuit. I'm Michael Popak. You're here on Legal AF. Let's get down to the new reporting about Kash Patel's lawsuit. I knew it was a dangerous stratagem for Kash Patel to sue the Atlantic because he didn't like their reporting that, according to them and their sources, including a couple in the FBI, Kash Patel has an excessive drinking problem, among other issues with his performance. They also started the article, which they published on the 17th of April, with an event that they say happened in which Kash Patel was locked out of his computer 7 or 8 times, had a meltdown and a freak out, thinking that he was fired, and that led him to lose his you-know-what until he was convinced that it was an error or an issue with the system and that it wasn't him being fired. So let's tune in to Kash Patel being asked about that particular incident during a press conference. Now, remember, we have the complaint. You have it too. It's up on Legal AF Substack for paid members to read. And in it, in order to explain away the issue that leads off the Atlantic article, they had a paragraph in the complaint, his lawyers. Remember now, these are his lawyers. We're not making this up. So if we go to paragraph 23 of his own complaint, before we see what he says to the reporters, he says, the article's assertion that on April 10th, 2026, Director Patel panicked frantically, announcing he had been fired, engaged in a freakout, and is deeply concerned that his job is in jeopardy are false. On April 10th, 2026, Patel had a routine technical problem logging into a government system, which was quickly fixed. Now let's play Kash Patel undermining his own complaint from the podium.
Now, this is what his own attorneys wrote in the complaint. Now, let's see what he says about his complaint.
Play the clip.
You in court. Explain the computer login issue. Just explain the computer login issue. You were not able to log into your lawsuit contends that you were not able to log into the system. What did you think after you were unable to log into the system?
Let's have a survey. How many of you people believe that's true? Hang on.
Did you communicate?
You asked the question. Let me answer it.
No. Did you communicate with anyone that you thought you were fired after you were unable to log into
the problem with you and your report? Don't cut me off. You asked the question. The problem with you and your baseless reporting is that is an absolute lie. It was never said. It never happened. And I will serve in this administration as long as the president and the attorney general want me to do so. And every time you guys report false lies, every time you guys raise baseless questions, when we are here to talk about the Southern Poverty Law Centers.
Whenever you guys decide to bring up the fact that was in an article and was also in a lawsuit that I put up, that I filed with my attorneys, you notice it's always someone else's fault. It's always the media is lying on them. Isn't it beautiful to see this cockeyed liar sit up here and perform some fucking trilogy of some bullshit I'm innocent program when his own lawyers tell you the same story that he's telling you is a lie. He was never locked out of his computer. That's not what your lawyer said in the lawsuit. So this is going nowhere fast.
$3 million decade-long scheme to fraudulently fleece Americans. You are off topic.
It's a simple, straightforward question. Did you talk to anybody about whether you thought
The
you were
simple answer to your question is you are lying. And every time you do so, I've answered your question.
Hold on. Was that a little quiver in his voice? Now, what's the other guy? Todd, whatever his name, has stepped up, trying to get in his purview. Maybe he can see him in his peripheral, but he forgot that Kash Patel is cockeyed, so his peripheral may be a little further up. Todd may have to go in the audience for cockeyed Patel to see him in his peripheral to tell him to shut the fuck up. You acting a whole stone ass fool out here. Now, I'm pretty sure that Todd Blanche doesn't know what is in the lawsuit. I'm pretty sure Todd Blanche fell the fuck out when he understood that what this motherfucker is up here profusely denying for absolutely no reason, calling other people liars only to lie himself. I can see the look on Todd Blanche like I am in fuck. That's why they call him Keystone Patel, or is it Keystone Cockeye? No, they call him Keystone Patel because he's like one of those bumbling, rumbling Keystone cops back in the day. If you're familiar with those, but let's continue.
It's simply as follows. I was never locked out of my systems. Anybody who says
your lawsuit says the opposite. Your lawsuit can
anyone that says the opposite is lying.
The lawsuit
Thank you.
that you filed says that directly.
Look, man, stop. You're being extraordinarily rude. And I know maybe that's part of your profession, but please just stop. If you ask a question, he can answer it. And then now you're interrupting me. Like, just a little bit of respect, man. Just a tiny little bit. Try it sometime. Go ahead.
There are many problems with this lawsuit, that being one of them. He's going to have to prove each and every allegation in his complaint that they're well-sourced allegations of his excessive drinking, including chapter and verse, bars and towns where it happened, is false. He knows that there's at least 2 members of his FBI, as he's, I'm sure, going on a mole hunt, have cooperated with the Atlantic in writing the article. He may not want to admit it to his lawyers, but he must know that eventually, and probably sooner rather than later, there's going to be full disclosure, and we're going to be able to see his credit card statements, video recordings of him in various places, and the like. Now, we've already seen public reporting of Kash Patel downing a bottle of beer, chugging a bottle of beer in public during the locker room celebration for the hockey team, right? We've seen that. But that's just the tip of the iceberg. Because if the Atlantic is right, there's going to be videotape in every public place he's had a drink. Testimony of FBI agents and others around him about him being MIA. They would not have run that article if the First Amendment lawyers inside and outside the Atlantic had checked it. And he's not doing himself any favors in not remembering what's in his own complaint. That just shows me, because I've had clients like this. First, they try to bullshit the lawyer. And the lawyer is smart and been around the block a few times. You listen to the story of your client and you say a version of, okay, now let me tell you what I'm sure really happened. And then you outline all of it. And they say, wow, that's amazing. You're right. Because
okay, this link is in the description box under Kakai Patel. So there it is. You see what he filed in his complaint when he was asked about what was filed in his complaint, he did the first thing that this administration is known for doing. He lied. Now, let me see if there's anything else that... Oh, there is something else that broke while I was live that I wanted to... Tom Kalinske, I'll blow you up. Trump erupts as his blockade fails miserably. Now, what does Jesse Dollemore have to say? Kash Patel accidentally admits his lawsuit is filled with lies. Lies, I tell you. Lies. We have just gone over that with Michael Popa, but let's have a laugh with Jesse Dollemore. Hold on, I may not be sharing that. I'm not sharing that. Let me make sure I'm sharing this with you. If you guys are not familiar with Jesse Dollemore, you have got to go over there. The link will be in my description box. It will be the second link under Kash Patel. We talked about this story once, but let's have a little kiki with Jesse Dollemore talking about how Kash Patel just wrote a check his little ass can't cash. His little old midget ass can't cash. Shall we? Come on. You know you wanna.
Patel appeared with Todd Blanche.
I can say unequivocally that I never listen to the fake news mafia. And as when they get louder, it just means I'm doing my job.
Kash Patel appeared with Todd Blanche at a press conference announcing that they're going to be attacking the Southern Poverty Law Center with criminal investigations, just absolutely vile white supremacy. But they open it up for questions, and as you would expect, Kash Patel was peppered with questions about the Atlantic piece and his defamation lawsuit. The Atlantic piece, you'll remember, was about Kash Patel's alleged wild drunkenness at all times of the day and night, his proclivity to love the drink. We've already witnessed him chugging beer and splashing beer around at the Olympics. We know this story was about that and how he is paranoid about losing his job. We're going to get to all of that. But I want to start with just the question being asked of Kash Patel by the press of, were you drunk? Are you frequently absent? Have you ever been drunk at work? Like these questions that are beneath the dignity of someone who is the FBI director, because you would never expect the FBI director to be.
And look at that face. That face is begging. That face is playing, oh, come on, guys, please be nice. Come on, guys. You want to be my friend? I got some candy. Come on, guys, be nice to me. That's the face that this is giving.
Behave in a manner such that Kash Patel behaves. Watch this first question and just brace yourself for Kash Patel's answer.
We want to give you an opportunity to respond directly to the allegations in the Atlantic article that your unexplained absences created a national security risk. And beyond that, can you...
Now, look at Todd Blanche standing back there. Oh, like, come on now. Remember what I told you. The worried father back there, like, oh, come on. You can do it. Just remember what I told you. Todd Blanche is the same attorney that that made 4547 a felon because that's how poorly he represented 4547 in his case. Now, I'm not saying that Todd Blanche gave any pointers to Kash Patel, but I'm saying he's standing there with his head down. The body language gives. Come on, you can remember what I told you to say. That's what I'm saying. The body language is giving that.
Been intoxicated or absent during your tenure as FBI director?
I can say unequivocally that I never listen to the fake news mafia. And as when they get louder, it just means I'm doing my job.
That is a response that does not make sense. Have you ever been drunk at work? Do you get drunk on the job? Well, listen, I'm going to settle this once and for all. I don't listen to the news.
Oh, look at this. Look at this face. The fake news mafia. And this is the only one time his eyes are going in the same direction is when he's rolling his eyes up. Is he having a seizure or something? Why is his eyes rolling to the top of his motherfucking head at the same time and in the same quadrant of his motherfucking eyeballs? What's going on here?
That's not an answer, Cash. Have you been drunk at work? Do you drink a lot? Have you ever slept in so much that people had to bang down your door with SWAT household breaching equipment? Has that ever happened?
Did they have to bring a whole goddamn batter ram to your door and a batter ram? Doom, 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 doom. The batter ram. Did they have to bring a whole batter ram? Came to my house. Did they have to do that to you, Kash Patel? Y'all remember the batter ram in the 80s crack epidemic days? They had a song out about the batter ram, which was I say it looked like a steel rod that they put on the front of a little military tank. I don't know where they found that little military tank, and it would come and it would go up on the sidewalk, go up to the front door, and the arm of the little armor would bust down doors and things like that, and or they would tie chains around it, and if the house had chains on the window, they would tie a chain around it and padlock it and go backwards and pull the fucking bars off the windows. I never lived in that type of neighborhood. I've seen this done on different news programs and stuff. That is where I was acquainted with the batter ram, doom, doom, and of course on music, doom, 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 the batter ram, doom, doom. Is that what they were doing in D.C. To wake up the head of our F.B.I. a week before a war? At the same week that he fired the people who specialize in the cyber techniques that the Iranians were able to use on United States? Did they have a batter ram up to his motherfucking door that same week? I'm curious. This some cokehead shit. This some crack baby shit.
He doesn't answer. I can say unequivocally that I never listened to the fake news mafia. Listen, as an aside, if you believe that the news is the mafia, maybe you're not in the right role to be fighting organized crime and going after certain organized crime organizations with like RICO cases. If you believe the news media asking you if you've ever been drunk at work is a mafioso tactic, maybe law enforcement isn't what you're cut out for. The other thing that was funny, since we have seen Kash Patel ostensibly drunk, appearing to be drunk, acting in a manner that is similar to people you've seen who are drunk, just pouring beer down his gullet and shaking it around and splashing it around at the hockey celebration, the gold medal celebration in the locker room, where now Kash Patel wants you to believe these are all his friends. He's good friends with the Olympic hockey team. And listen, that's all that was. I was just celebrating with my friends. You're still on duty, though, Kash. You're still the FBI director who is on a work trip. Isn't that ostensibly what you told us? Isn't that what you wanted us to believe? Kash? Watch this question. And unfortunately, his answer.
I'm on the job. I'm the first one in. I'm the last one out. I'm like an everyday American who loves his country, loves the sport of hockey, and champions my friends when they raise a gold medal and invite me in to celebrate. I've never been intoxicated on the job. And that is why we filed a $250 million defamation lawsuit. And any one of you that wants to participate, bring it on. I'll see you in court.
Man, I'm like an everyday American. You're like an everyday American, or you are an everyday American? Because I can tell you, Cash, I'm not like an everyday American. I am an everyday American. You love America. You love the country. You love the sport of hockey and champions your friends when they raise a gold medal and invite me to celebrate. He does say, I've never been intoxicated on the job. Very carefully chosen language. That's not, have you ever drank on the job? That's, I've never been intoxicated on the job. And I guess as a legal standard, because we don't have a breathalyzer or a blood test, we're not going to be able to confirm that he was drunk, intoxicated.
But that is a slippy way of saying, you may have seen me smoke. Smoke. Or they may have seen him smoke some shit too on the job. You may have seen me sip on the job. You may have seen me take a toast. But surely, sir, I was not inebriated. You may saw me take a little puff, a little something, but I was not drunk or inebriated. You don't get drunk off of other substances. So that could be a coy way of giving a answer that is deceptive.
Under the influence of alcohol to a degraded manner, I guess. He'll see you in court with his $250 million defamation lawsuit against The Atlantic and Sarah Fitzpatrick, the author of the article. Now, he was asked, and this is really just a beautiful moment here because he's such a dipshit. Is that defamation, Cash, to call you a dipshit? He's such a dipshit that he doesn't even understand or recall the contents of his defamation lawsuit, his 19-page lawsuit.
Maybe he was drunk. Maybe he was drunk. Maybe he was drunk when he gave his attorneys the story and he thought he gave his attorney the other story. So therefore, when they asked him questions that that is in the lawsuit, he thought, hey, I didn't tell that story. I told my drunken story.
Suit claiming that he was defamed by The Atlantic. They're asking him about the login issue because the article begins talking about him frantically unable to log in to FBI networks and freaking out, having a meltdown, believing he was fired. That's how the article opens up. And he's asked about this login issue and denies that the login issue even took place. It's not even something that happened. I deny this. This has never happened. You're just talking. These are lies. These are lies. This never happened. The unfortunate thing for Kash Patel, spoiler alert, is that it's in his defamation lawsuit that it did happen. It's on page 8, paragraph 23. We'll get to that after him denying that it happened.
Explain the computer login issue. Just explain the computer login issue. You were not able to log into your lawsuit contends that you were not able to log into the system. What did you think after you were unable to log into the system?
Let's have a survey. How many of you people believe that's true? Hang on.
Did you communicate?
Now, this motherfucker is the head of the FBI, and he can't crack his own motherfucking case. That you did put this in your motherfucking court filings. This motherfucker getting tripped up over a unnamed, unfaced reporter who asked him a very simple question. Now, can you imagine when they put some barriers up, when they try to get you think that this guy was instrumental in finding the person who took the life of Charlie Kirk? Is that what y'all think? When we all know that Charlie Kirk, alleged assailant, turned himself in to his father, but this little short tic-tac motherfucker goes out and say how quickly he and the FBI solved the case in 30-something hours. Okay. Look at the question. Let me answer. Look at Blanche's face. He already heard that. Look at the face on Blanche. Blanche probably was the motherfucker who wrote up the motherfucking lawsuit. Blanche probably was Todd. I know he is Todd, trying to put a trick in the game, to fuck up the lawsuit. Look at the face on Todd Blanche. He looks like you, dummy. That's what the lawsuit says. And look at cockeyed Patel, looking left and looking right as his head is straight ahead, lying to the press.
No, let me ask.
No.
Did you communicate with anyone that you thought you were fired after you were unable to log into
The problem with you and your report, don't cut me off. You asked a question.
Straightforward question.
The problem with you and your baseless reporting is that is an absolute lie. It was never said. It never happened. And I will serve in this administration.
Body language. It was never said. It was never happened. And then what happens? Todd Blanche rolls his lips into his mouth. It's like, motherfucker, shut the fuck up.
Question.
Straightforward question.
The problem with you and your baseless reporting is that is an absolute lie. It was never said. It never happened. And I will serve in this administration as long as the president and the attorney general want me to do so. And every time you guys report false lies, every time you guys raise baseless questions, when we are here to talk about the Southern Poverty Law Center's $3 million decade-long scheme to fraudulently fleece
Now, look at Todd Blanche. He's had enough. He's about to run up and, would you shut up? Quit asking him questions. Todd Blanche is pissed because this reporter is like a rabid dog that got a piece of meat. This reporter knows. This reporter is like, motherfucker, what you talking about? It said it right here. What are you talking about? He probably got the court papers in his hands, and Todd Blanche knows what he's talking about is true as well. Now, Todd Blanche is in a bind. Todd Blanche, you stay in a bind. You interviewed Maxwell, put her in a cupcake prison. You told Pam Bimbo to don't show up for her subpoena. Now look at the mess you're in. You was the attorney that lost the 34 counts against felon Trump that made him a felon. Todd Blanche, you're not very good at this.
Americans, you are off topic.
It's a straightforward question. Did you talk to anybody about whether you thought
The simple answer to your question is you are lying. And every time you do so, I've answered your question.
The simple answer to your question is you are lying. I think that was a stretch. You are lying. This bitch sounds like he's finna break out in tears and stomp up and down in his white patent leather Easter shoes. He sounds such like a little bitch. You are lying. The simple question is you are lying. Let's hear that again, shall we?
Did you talk to anybody about whether you thought
The simple answer to your question is you are lying. And every time you do so, I've answered your question. It's simply as follows. I was never locked out of my systems. Anybody who says it, anyone that says the opposite is lying. Thank you.
Look, man, stop. You're being extraordinarily rude. And I know maybe that's...
Man, stop. You're so offended. Now, look at how offended. Stop. You're being extraordinarily rude. I know that may be okay in your business. Todd Blanche, have you looked around the sewer where you conduct your business? I'm pretty sure in your business you are engaging with turds and rats and old torn up tissue in the sewage in which you swim to do your business. Now, this man was asking him a rightful question. Instead of telling Kakai Patel, instead of saying no more questions, you try to make this reporter feel a certain type of way from being assertive, but it's your fault because you guys do not choose to have real qualified journalists at your press conferences because you want your asses kicked and you want to throw journalists out, and it would look bad if you threw real journalists out. You want to have sycophants up here sucking y'all nuts as they don't ask tough questions. So I don't know who this dude is up front, but I commend him. He doesn't look like a familiar reporter, but I commend him for getting the job done.
It's part of your profession, but please just stop. If you ask a question, he can answer it. And then wait, now you're interrupting me. Like, just a little bit of respect, man. Just a tiny little bit. Try it sometime.
Let's take a survey. Is that how things are done? Look, Judge. Look, I know that these allegations are very serious against me, Your Honor, but I just want you to know I was out on the sidewalk and I took a survey, and there was a lot of people who didn't believe it. Again, the director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, who is responsible for solving crimes, understanding what crime is. It's not a guy who seems like he knows what his job is or how to do it, if this is the way he approaches.
Let's take a survey. Let's take a survey in the chat. What will the survey be? Did Kakai Patel get locked out of his computer? That is the simple question that was asked. Let's see if we can take a survey. Why don't we? Why don't we? Why don't we? Why don't we? I don't want to do that. I start a. Okay, here we go. I can't start the poll. Oh my goodness. Okay, here it is. Here we go. Here we go. Let's start a poll. Did Patel get locked? Did Patel panic when locked out of his computer? Did the poll question is, did Patel panic when locked out of his computer and thought he was fired? Let's start the poll. I'm going to give you guys 2 minutes to take the poll. So let's take the poll, everybody. I hope you can see the poll. I don't even see the poll. Let me see if I see the poll. I don't see the poll. Damn it. Dab nabbit. I don't see the poll. Let me see. Let me move up a little bit. I see no poll. Seems like we're not going to be able to take the poll. Leonard, do you see the poll? Oh, there it is. Oh, there's the poll. I see the poll. We're going to give ourselves 2 minutes to take the poll. The poll is looking interesting. Interesting poll. So come on and take the poll. Why don't you? Let me see. Let me see something else. Here we go. Okay. Now, that link is in the description box. It's simple. Trump cabinet needs to put down the bottle and go to rehab. And on their way to rehab, they need to agree to have the 25th Amendment called on 4547 as well. Okay, so there is, I think yes, there is something else I want to share with you guys on today. Beyond finding out that Kash Patel ruined his own case the same day that he filed the case. Not the first day, the actually same day he filed
Breaking
the case,
news right now.
he ruined his case. Now, this is the news about Virginia. I already talked about that. The FBI trash era is what the Lincoln Project is calling it. Trump's extends ceasefire indefinitely. And he negotiated with whom?
So
himself.
US President Donald Trump has had to face more humiliation as his fake claims on Iran were exposed today. Iran didn't send its delegation to Pakistan for talks, despite the deranged occupant of the White House claiming that the Iranians would fall in line. Trump has now extended the ceasefire, even though Iran refused to send its delegation to Pakistan. There are more signs of the Iranian armed forces taking control of matters related to foreign affairs. In the meantime, Trump is facing more serious questions at home on his decision to illegally attack Iran and how he has allowed his family members to make billions from a tragedy caused by him. This would be the broad focus of my video tonight. Also in this video, a reality check on the status of women in Iran and the Islamic Republic's ability to rise against the imperialist forces of the US and the settler colony. So please stay tuned. So Trump has chickened out once again, and why are we not surprised? He has just announced the extension of the ceasefire, despite Iran showing the middle finger to this Israeli slave and not sending its delegation to Pakistan for talks. He wrote on Truth Social, and I quote, "Based on the fact that the government of Iran is seriously fractured, not unexpectedly so, and upon the request of Field Marshal Asim Munir and Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif of Pakistan, we have been asked to hold our attack on the country of Iran until such time as the leaders and representatives can come up with a unified proposal. I have therefore directed our military to continue the blockade and in all other respects remain ready and able, and will therefore extend the ceasefire until such time as the proposal is submitted and discussions are concluded one way or the other. President Donald J. Trump," end quote. So effectively, this clown has now extended the ceasefire indefinitely. This despite the fact that he kept his deputy J.D. Vance and two Jewish property developers, namely Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, on standby at the White House. They were there at the White House all through the day, hoping that Iran would send its delegation. They desperately hoped against hope that Iran changed its mind and accepted his request for talks. I'm talking about Trump's request. To understand the magnitude of this humiliation, you need to watch his interview on CNBC TV only a few hours ago. In that interview, he has shamelessly and falsely claimed that the Iranians had no choice but to agree to his peace deal, since they were defeated by the US and Israeli terrorists.
Join us now on the Squawk Newsline, President Donald J. Trump. President Trump, welcome. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Well, thank you very much, Joe.
You are very welcome. Can you give us, I think it's on everyone's mind, the latest on where the Iran negotiations stand? We now know Tehran has publicly confirmed that it will send representatives to the meeting with Vice President Vance. What do you expect? What are you hearing at this point, sir?
Well, as I said 2 days ago, when they said they won't send them, I said they'll be sending them. They have no choice but to send them. What I think is that we're going to end up with a great deal. I think they have no choice. We've taken out their Navy. We've taken out their Air Force. We've taken out their leaders, frankly, which does complicate things in one way, but these leaders are much more rational. It is regime change, no matter what you want to call it, which is not something I said I was going to do, but I've done it, indirectly maybe, but I've done it. And I think we're in a very strong negotiating position to do what other presidents should have done during a 47-year period.
I don't know where this CNBC presenter got his information to claim that Iran had agreed to send its delegation to Pakistan. Because the Iranians, they have all along refused to take part in the second round of talks. This is the state of the US media right now. Despite having an army of reporters and huge news gathering resources, they still can't report one news item objectively and accurately. They could have just watched Janata Ka Reporter if they were feeling so lazy. Also, there was no pushback when this Israeli lapdog said that the US was in the strongest position to hold diplomatic talks with Iran.
None.
A country claiming superiority doesn't show such a desperation for peace talks. Watch this fascinating encounter between MS Now presenter Katie Tour and Republican Congressman Mike Lawler. Everyone except the delusional man from the White House and his bootlicker Zionist friends know who is showing desperation here.
The discussion I was just having showed that the Iranians are picking the U.S. negotiators, demanding Vice President Vance, and you may say they're backed into a corner, but that corner includes leverage over the Strait of Hormuz, which fuels the global economy and has put everybody under strain, and they don't seem all that unwilling to use it and to continue to use it for quite some time. So they may be backed into a corner, but that corner is well stocked. And it appears the president is the one who is more desperate in this moment. Do you not agree?
Well, let's look back. Barack Obama engaged in a 7-month conflict in Libya that resulted in a civil...
We don't need to go back to Barack Obama.
No, we
can
do.
Stick, no,
we
let's
do.
stick with
Excuse me,
President Trump.
Katie.
No, we don't.
Excuse me, Katie. Yes, we do.
I want to live in the moment, and I don't want to do a 10-minute detour for President Obama.
It's not a detour. It's not a detour. It's a relevant fact. Okay, we were in a 7-month war in Libya that resulted in a civil war. Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi fully endorsed it, fully embraced it, said everything was great and the president was well within his authority.
War okay or better?
Excuse me,
do we have
Katie,
to justify what happened then in order to ensure now? I'm talking about this president.
I know you just want to spew out. I know you just want to spew out the talking points for the left here. But the fact is this: this was a just war that the president engaged in to stop this regime from possessing a nuclear weapon. And ultimately, okay, you can say that over the past 8 weeks, in your opinion, seemingly nothing has been done. But the fact is, their leadership is gone. The Ayatollah is dead. The clerics are dead. The leadership of the IRGC is dead. The remnants are what we are dealing with right now. And yes, if you think they're using the Straits of Hormuz as leverage is a problem, what do you think it would have been if they actually had a nuclear weapon? What do you think they would have done using a nuclear weapon to extort the rest of the world? The president made a very difficult...
Here, I'm really sick of all of this bullshit talk. What do you think they would have done if Trump hadn't torn up that treaty? They always want to go back to Obama, but they don't want to go to back to Trump tearing up this treaty. And why did he tear up the non-proliferation treaty that he had with Iran? Because Benjamin Netanyahu told him to. The same reason why we are in this war. Let's keep it simple. Let's keep it real simple. This is why both of these things were done. And nothing about them creating any type of nuclear weapon has been presented. That time when the treaty was torn up, nor this time when we went out to war. Nothing that was shown to the Americans that proved any of this. Per your government. Not per me. Your government has not told you any proof about this shit that they are coming out here talking and trying to lay blame on the person who had the non-proliferation deal signed in the first place. So fuck all of this bullshit. Quit playing games. See, this motherfucker right here, he loves an opportunity to show his face on TV because he get a little change in his pocket. See, motherfuckers like this should be banned from television, banned from making comments on any of these news shows. No, you just don't want to tell what my side of the story is. Let's start with Obama. All this dumb shit. Let's continue. Let's continue. I'm so through with this motherfucker.
Cold decision, but it
for abusing his father-in-law's position to extort billions of dollars from the Middle East. This is Senator John Ossoff on MS Now. He rightly terms this reality. Jewish son-in-law Jared Kushner is also are now openly questioning the role played by Trump's two Jewish property developers as international diplomats.
Now, the Middle East is questioning the two Jewish diplomats that have come to town. The Middle East have paid out good money. Now they find out that Benjamin Netanyahu was a childhood friend of Jared Kushner's father, that when he used to visit Jared Kushner's father in New York City, it has been reported that he used to share his bed with Benjamin, not share it as in be in the bed with him, give up his bed for the night so Netanyahu could sleep in his childhood bed. It seemed like they would have more money than that, but I guess they didn't get so much money until they start hunkering it away from governments. Okay, let's continue.
Trump's Jewish son-in-law, Jared Kushner, is also facing criticism for abusing his father-in-law's position to extort billions of dollars from the Middle East. This is Senator John Ossoff on MS Now. He rightly terms this reality grotesque.
Trying to explain to your constituents in this speech this weekend and in general about the relationship between corruption and their own lives, their own prospects?
I think people across the political spectrum are feeling outrage that while families in Georgia are made to pay more and more for everything, the first family is pocketing vast sums of money from all over the world. You were talking earlier about Jared Kushner. The guy leading our diplomacy in the Middle East is bringing in billions from Middle Eastern princes and sheikhs and going around the region asking for billions more while he conducts nuclear diplomacy on behalf of the country. It's cartoonish, it's grotesque.
As for Iran, the country's military is now questioning the rationale behind agreeing to the 2-week ceasefire. This perhaps explains why the IRGC has taken control of the matter. Listen to Iranian academic Hassan Ahmadian on Drop Site News.
As we speak, there are discussions.
So, the IRGC, that is the direct army, has taken over the negotiations. The two gentlemen, I forget their positions. The IRGC said, what the fuck are we ceasing fire for? Ain't shit changed. Let's continue to tilt this leverage that we have. Let's continue to pound these motherfuckers. That's what the IRGC is saying. And now the IRGC, as you just heard, have taken over the whole negotiation. Because these motherfuckers coming in here agreeing to our framework for negotiations, and then once they get here, they trying to tell us it's something else. Now, this is the part. This is the part when you get some motherfuckers who think they know everything, who think that they can come in and put their pimp hand down, and they gonna make you gonna do what I say do because you know I'm the man type of shit. This is when the movie gets good. This when other motherfucker comes up in there and act all bunking that ish and like they don't know what's going on. They ain't as hip and cool cool as the big boy that they have heard about all the time, and the big boy drop down his little motherfucking little rap and shit and tell you how it's going, how it's gonna be, and what it is, and then the other shoe drops because they don't realize they're not dealing with physicists and scientists and engineers. They're dealing with the motherfucking military, and we got to get ours militarily. We gonna take it out your ass. No, you're not talking to a scientist. Nah, motherfucker. I may not know how to create a bomb, but I know how to blow one up. This who you talking to. So things are maybe about to change over there. That's all I'm saying.
In Tehran, why did we stop the war? That's very much debated in Tehran. Why did we stop the war on Israel? They attacked us. They had to pay a bigger price. They attacked our infrastructure. We shouldn't leave them without really, putting immense pressure and denying them of anything that they can look at as sort of achievement moving forward. And so that debate.
Can I just ask? Can I? You're raising something that I think is really crucial, and you're right. And I've heard this also from Iranian officials. There are different camps of thought in Iran, including in the power structure, on this issue. You know, the Israelis and the United States clearly were finding themselves enmeshed in a quagmire, and Israel's interceptors were running low, and the infrastructure of the U.S. military in the Persian Gulf had been damaged to an unprecedented degree. And I think that there were many people in Iran and in the broader axis of resistance that felt that the Iranians actually had Trump painting himself into a corner, and that this pause of 2 weeks essentially allowed them to restock, to prepare for another round, and also stripped Iran of immediate tactical leverage.
Yeah, that's a good point. But I hear from my military friends or military experts friends that, you can't just rearm as a U.S. and Israel because anti-defense missiles are not produced en masse. They can't be.
The Iranian political leadership's decisions have at times left even their supporters confused and aghast. By agreeing to the 2-week ceasefire, the political leadership of Iran had effectively told its enemies that there was no red line for Iran, and it will always be ready for talks no matter how much it's humiliated by the US and Israeli terrorists. But this may be changing. Iranian Supreme Leader's representative to the IRGC, Abdullah Haji Sadeghi, now says that Iran will only negotiate if the enemy accepts its conditions.
مذاکره تو خارج کردن که فعلا هر زمانی که مذاکره با قوت دشمن ما قبول کرد که ما از موضع برنده ایم و او موضع بازنده قبول کرد شرایط ما را حضور پیدا کنن، مردم ما مردم بصیری هستند. هر زمانی که با نظر ولایت میدان جنگ ما از میدان موشکی به میدان مذاکره تبدیل شد، این مردم امروز حمایت هم میکنن. مردم یعنی که اهل منطقن، اهل استدلالن، اهل ولایتن. هر کجا در هر میدانی که لازم باشه مقابل استکباری است.
Trump chickening out is another example that the IRGC needs to stop the Iranian political leadership from entertaining the Americans and the Israelis. There is a strong view amongst the Iranians, particularly its young population, that now is the time for Iran to stop trying to be the nice guy, as has been the case with a few Iranian politicians in recent past. I will leave you with this fascinating clip from Tehran in which an Iranian woman captures the moment when she goes to fill up her car. This video is a slap to all those propagandists in the West who waste no opportunity to defame Iran and its women. Watch the video and decide what kind of a country Iran would have been if it wasn't punished by the West with illegal sanctions for 47 years.
Hi friends, today I've come to get gas.
And I'm going to show you how it's done in Iran. I just arrived here and it looks like there's a bit of a lineup. Oh, they're moving. Okay, they're moving maybe 6 or 7 cars ahead of me before getting to the station. Over there where the big billboard is, that's the station. And this is the lineup that is now moving ahead of me. That might be about 5 cars, but it's moving pretty quickly now. So in order to get gas in Iran, you need one of these carts. It's basically a rationing system. It's used to allocate gas to each car, individual car. Normally you get something like 60 liters per month. And that 60 liters is super subsidized, something like 1 cent, 1 American cent per liter. So it's very cheap. If you go beyond the 60 liters per month, then you enter the next tier. The next tier might be 3,000, maybe 2 cents. The next tier is also in the cents. It's still cheap. And then the third tier is the free tier. So there are 3 tiers. The first tier, you get 60 a month, and it's super subsidized. And then a certain number of liters in the second tier, and then the third tier is called the free rate, essentially, tier. You can get as much as you want. So I need the card. And also what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask someone to do it for me.
Okay, so that is how cheap their gas is, and it is still subsidized. That is what I wanted you to take away from that. Let me see if there's anything else. Let's watch the Democrats win Virginia.
Breaking news right now. I'll be the first to tell you, Democrats just won in Virginia, a monumental victory that will fundamentally alter the future of the House of Representatives. Today, if you didn't know, there was a critical election in Virginia over whether or not Virginia will redraw its congressional map. In response to what Texas did, California's done, a number of states have done these mid-decade redistricting cycles. It all started with Republicans in Texas trying to gerrymander their state. California responded, and now Virginia responded. Virginia's voters voted yes to change the congressional maps, in a major victory for Democrats that will ensure Democrats pick up several new seats in the United States House of Representatives. This election result is, quote, a disaster for Republicans, according to the president of the United States. I have the latest. I'm going to go through what the new maps look like and what this means for some Republicans in Virginia. Make sure to like, comment, share, and subscribe. Subscribe to my Substack. Click the link below to support my work as I'm getting you this news first and in real time. Let's look at what these maps looks like before. This was the prior Virginia maps. As you can see, you had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 blue seats, 1, 2, 3, 4 red seats. Okay, 6 Democratic seats, 2 of which were toss-ups, District 2 and District 7, and then 4 Republican seats, 2 of which were somewhat of a toss-up, District 5 and District 1. Let's look at what the new maps will look like now. All blue except 1. 9 blue seats, 1 red seat, with 2 toss-up seats, really, Virginia 6 and Virginia 2. And even Virginia 9 isn't even as conservative as it used to be. But you go from a map that looks like this to a map that looks like this, which means that Democrats in a bad year will pick up 4 seats. In a good year, could pick up 5 seats potentially in the United States House of Representatives. Here are the changes for you to be aware of. Virginia's first congressional district, that goes from a R plus 4.9 to a D plus 7.4. That means Democrats are favored in this district, 7.4 in this district. Virginia 2 goes from a 0.3 to a minus 0.3. That is the really one of the biggest toss-up seats now in Virginia, Democrat 1.3. Here's where we get some interesting ones, though. Virginia 5 goes from R plus 12 to D plus 8, 8.8. Virginia 6 goes for R plus 24.1 to D plus 3.3, which is a semi-toss-up. District 7 goes from a D plus 2.9 to a D plus 8.5, shoring up the district that was currently held by Eugene Vindman. Okay? So here are the Republicans that are in trouble for you to be aware of. So right now, Virginia's 1st congressional district is represented by Rob Whitman. Rob Whitman has been representing this district for several years now. He is in significant trouble. Virginia's 6th congressional district, represented by Ben Klein, congressman currently representing the district since 2019. He's now in big trouble. Virginia's 2nd congressional district, Jen Kiggins, is in major trouble right now. Virginia's 2nd congressional district becomes more blue. She is in trouble as well. And well, throughout the state, Republicans are doing worse. And then let's look at Virginia's 5th congressional district, Representative John McGuire. He too will be in trouble given the new maps. Well, Donald Trump didn't mince words about these results and what to expect. He called them disastrous ahead of tonight's election. Take a listen.
What's going to happen if we lose these elections, the House, in this case, the House, and it's going to be a disaster. If they do this, they're guaranteed to pick up a lot of seats. And everybody knows it's unjust, including them.
It's going to be unjust. People pick up a lot of seats. Everyone knows.
All right, y'all, we got to talk about this report because this right here is absolutely terrifying. This is just shocking. The Mirror, which is a British tabloid, says the following. Donald Trump blocked from accessing nuclear codes by U.S. military general. U.S. President Donald Trump is alleged to have received pushback from a senior military person in a meeting at the White House during an attempt to access his country's nuclear codes. Now, let me be clear up front. In my opinion, we don't have enough sourcing for this story to pound the gavel and say it's true, it definitely happened. Okay? I would want some sort of validation from some more sources. The original source here, as we'll get to, is a former CIA analyst. We don't know if this former CIA analyst has these connections in the White House and he's getting updates on a regular basis from his sources in the White House. So I would like to see some big name outlet validate this and verify this. However, given the nature of who Donald Trump is, I want to at the very least present to you this rumor that is now floating around. And you guys can make up your own mind whether or not this seems plausible as to something that could have gone down. Okay. So they say U.S. President Trump was blocked access to his country's nuclear codes by a senior U.S. military chief, according to bombshell reports. Retired CIA analyst Larry Johnson said on popular YouTube show Judging Freedom that during an emergency meeting on Saturday, Trump tried to access the nuclear codes. One report coming out of that meeting at the White House is that Trump wanted to use the nuclear codes and General Dan Kane stood up and said no. He invoked his privilege as the head of the military, so to speak. It was apparently quite a blow-up. There's some very bizarre things going on in D.C. The claims have not been confirmed, and it is unclear what the nuclear codes would be used for should they be accessed. Really, Demir? Really? Well, gosh golly, why would he do that? I don't quite understand. What's he going to do with the nuclear codes? Is he going to, read them as a bedtime story or something? But it comes following reports that Donald Trump was barred from the Situation Room by military advisors during a critical Iran rescue operation. Now, that was reported by, I believe, the Wall Street Journal or the Washington Post. That there's a lot of sourcing for. Something kind of similar did happen for sure. They say the U.S. president was
Jesus Christ, I am talking all of this time. That's it for today. I'm going to let you go. I thought I was off. I thought that I was off of mute. I apologize. Please forgive me. Sometimes when you play a video, it puts you on mute automatically. So that's neither here nor there. I thank you all for joining the show. Please hit the like button on your way out. If you want to support the channel, $RonyiQ. You can also become a member to the page. You can also subscribe to the channel. I appreciate all of my new subscribers, and you are greatly appreciated. So I will not be here tomorrow because I have an appointment in the morning. However, I will be here on Friday. Now, if things get a little dicey and spicy in the later on in the day, and I have to go live, I'm not planning on it, but it's a possibility. So I appreciate you all for being here, so for supporting me and my channel. I also appreciate all of my new subscribers. If I did not already say it, I want you to know that you are greatly appreciated as well. Please like, share the channel with your friends, family, or whomever. And I'll see you guys back here on Friday. I hope you have a great remainder of your day. God bless you. And I think that, yeah, I think I'm out of here. Let's dance on our way out, shall we? Shall we whole dance our way out?